In today's technology driven world, businesses are constantly looking for ways to build and deliver applications more efficiently. And that's exactly where DevOps comes in. Instead of keeping development and operations as two separate teams, DevOps brings them together so software can be built, tested, and released in a much more efficient way. And when we talk about DevOps in the real world, it's not just about practices, it's also about the tools and platforms that make it possible. That's where cloud platforms come into play. Companies today rely heavily on AWS, Google Cloud, and Microsoft Azure to run their DevOps pipelines. Among these, Azure DevOps stands out because so many organizations already use Microsoft technologies in their daily operations. By combining the principles of DevOps with the power of Azure, businesses can automate builds, streamline deployments, manage source code, and monitor applications all in one ecosystem. For professionals, this means learning Azure DevOps opens up a wide range of career opportunities. From cloud engineers and DevOps specialists to release managers and site reliability engineers, the skills you gain here directly match with what companies are actively hiring for. And with thousands of Azure DevOps job openings right now, it's one of the smartest paths you can choose. That's exactly why we've put together this Azure DevOps Full Course. By the end, you'll be equipped with the knowledge and hands on experience to take on real world projects and step confidently into a DevOps career. So, without wasting any time, let's get started.
So mainly like in this sessions, we'll cover four modules. Let me write about all the things what we are going to cover in this sessions. So we will mainly see what is the Azure DevOps, right? We will see what is the Azure board, the repos, the pipelines, and the artifacts and the test plans. So let me start like this is the mainly the four modules where we will have like we'll cover the Azure boards, the Azure repos very much in detail. We'll have hands-on, we'll cover the Azure pipelines, the Azure artifacts and the test plans. What we mean by Azure DevOps is basically it's a culture, right? So it's a culture or and it's a kind of it's a set of process what we have. So when we talk of agile, right? So agile methodology, we have different teams like we have the development team, we have the PM team, we have the contributors, right? We have the Scrum Masters. So DevOps, why this need for DevOps came, right? So DevOps came because it's the need where we have to collaborate. So mainly when we uh, collaborate with different teams, and so that happens, and that becomes a kind of culture, and that helps in the faster development and the delivery of the software. So mainly DevOps means it's a collaborative culture, and it includes a set of processes which are brought together where the developers, the PM team, and the contributors, they all contribute and come together to develop the software. That way, what is the benefit of using the DevOps, right? So benefit means like it allows different organizations to create and improve their products. So when everyone collaborate and and all the set of processes are brought together, it enhances the faster development of software. And that way, from the traditional software development, it improves the creation and delivery of the software at the faster rate. So, DevOps basically now every organization is using, and it definitely enhances the software, the source control, the build, the test, and the release processes, and that way it enables the continuous delivery. So, with the different DevOps practices, what different cloud vendor provides, like the AWS or the Azure, right? So that helps that optimizes the source control and all the complete processes like the build, test, release, and it enables this continuous delivery. That way, DevOps is a set of tools, as I mentioned, right? It's like it's a process or it's a set of tools that enables the team to manage the production environments. And definitely it enhances like benefits includes like that there will be faster development of software. There is a source control, there is a build, test, and release. And there is also with the DevOps practices, right? As we'll see later in the detailed sessions, in the sessions in detail, right? Like we have the Azure boards. So for the complete work tracking of the teams, right, we have the work Azure board. For the version control, like we have our code, so that code will be the for the version controlling, we have the Azure repos. The pipelines, we have it like for the CI/CD. So mainly the Azure pipeline is for the continuous integration and continuous delivery. And for testing that, our software, we have the Azure test plans, and for the Azure artifacts for the package management. So with Azure DevOps, it has different other features we get when we use Azure DevOps. Like we can have the complete ADO, which is the the dashboard control, where you can see the different the complete view of the. I'll show it later, like the dashboard controls, where we also have the integrated collaboration. All the requirements management can be done efficiently, right? We can go for automated builds. There is a proper way of the test results, the development matrix, and the backlogs. Everything we can have it very efficiently in Azure DevOps. Okay, so now we'll see like what in the when we start about the Azure DevOps, we'll see what is the history of the Azure DevOps, right? Like the history, why this need, the history of for the development of the Azure DevOps. We'll see how the Azure DevOps account has been can be set up, right? We'll see the boards, the repos, the pipelines, the artifacts, the test plans, right? So mainly four modules we are going to cover, right? Like we'll see the Azure boards, where we'll see hands-on how more on like what are the best practices, what are the Kanban boards, right? The integration parts, how we set up the boards, right? How the different concepts, the work items, right? So those things we are going to see. In the first module, mainly we'll see the what is the Azure DevOps and how we are doing the orchestration, right? And mainly the different features, the different services, right? Like features in the sense, right? What we have in the dashboards. Okay, so how to set up your Azure DevOps, you can just go for Azure DevOps login, and you can just have your here you can sign in for Azure DevOps services, right? You can just open your here, go for this link. So mainly so you can just use this link for, I'll just paste this link over chat, where you can just, it has the complete information where you can just go and configure your the login for the Azure DevOps, right? So here in very much this the details are there where you can just create your account and go for the credentials, and once you can go for select, you can will create an organization, and you can just create a sample project, and once you create a project, again you will have the next steps. We'll see this one by one, but you can keep the login ready for the hands-on, right? We'll see the complete, right, how we create the project, right? How it is visible, and then how we configure the project name, the repository, right? How we give the public access or the private access, right? So everything we'll see one by one. So, okay. So mainly the features we're going to see, right? Like more in details, right? Like where we'll see the dashboards, how we configure it, right? How different widgets, when I'll show you the dashboard, I'll show you the different widgets, several widgets where what we can add, right? Different kinds of different areas of the projects we can configure, right? The features, what we have, right? We can also go for service hook where so this will be more in detail, the different the architecture also, everything, right? The repos, everything we'll see in detail. What we'll see will be more of artifacts, right? So artifacts will have like how the packages, right? Like if we have .NET, right? So .NET will have the DLLs, right? And the ASPX, whereas it's if it's a Java, right? So mainly we'll see like how we work with the different packages, right? Like with Azure artifacts, it will have like different packages, right? Like if it's a NuGet packages, what are the size, right? Maven, Python.
right? Then we'll see more in detail of the feeds, right? The artifacts, right? If it's a project scoped or the organization scoped. So different things. It's nothing to worry about right now. It's a very it's a very high level. I'm just going through the modules what will be covered. And then we'll see how we connect to the Azure pipelines, right? We'll see what are the build artifacts, the pipeline artifacts, right? The how we publish the npm packages or the NuGet packages, right? So different artifact types we'll see, and how we publish them, right? We will see that those as well, and somewhat like how we connect to the Azure pipelines and how the release pipelines works, and so those things also we are going to see in detail, like how we create the release pipeline, and how so those the configuration part, everything we'll see. And then we'll see the test plans, right? So mainly the testing phase, what we do in our software development. So that is the the test plans. So that test plans also, like we'll see in detail, like what is the Azure test plans, how it works, right? So basically, Azure provides powerful tools where you can have the complete collaboration quality, and where it will also have the test management solutions, right? Like as in our software development, normally when we are doing, we go for the testing phase after the development, right? Okay, so Azure test plan, right? Again, like the complete, we can have the test plans, which may be like, as some of you said, right? It can be manual testing, or it's a manual testing means manually we are organizing the tests into the test plans, okay? And maybe some testing are kind of user acceptance testing, right? Where basically those tests will be carried out as a designated user acceptance testers, where basically we'll check it if it meets the customer requirements, and reuse those artifacts which are created by the teams. Or it can be kind of stakeholder feedback, right? Or again, leaving the manual part, we can go for automation testing, right? So Azure offers also the manual testing, or the Azure test plans will have manual tests or automated tests, where with the automated test plans, we are integrating that with the Azure pipelines, right? So with the Azure pipelines, we are integrating which will run within your CI/CD. Okay, so those test plans will be integrated with the pipelines, and that will support your testing within the CI/CD. Okay, so those test plan or the test cases will be associated with your build release pipelines. Okay, so we'll see like how we add the tasks, right, to the pipeline definitions, and we can publish the test results. Okay, we can have the built-in progress reports. We can also go for checking the pipeline test reports, right? Also, we can go for checking the traceability part. Now, traceability in the sense, right? When you go for test cases, right? So those test cases will be linked to some user story, right? So like as we create, as I mentioned, like in our Azure DevOps board, we'll have some user stories or the features created, right? So with the traceability means those test cases and test suits will be linked to some story, right? Like some user story or some features, or kind of for those features, and we can have end-to-end traceability. So that is the meaning of traceability. Means those tests will be automatically linked to the requirements and builds what we want to test, right? So that way we can check the quality of our requirements, right? Like basically whatever work we are doing on a particular requirement, we can also, for automation, we can go for Selenium, JMeter, different automation, right? We have for Azure, we have different like Sonar Cube, okay, different tools we can use as a kind for the testing. Okay, so Sonar Cube is one of them, where basically we can integrate that, and it's an open source for kind of continuous inspection of code quality, right? So different uh, test tools Azure provides. Okay, we can so we'll see like end-to-end traceability, right? And as I was mentioning, right, we will see the exploratory in the manual testing part, right? Okay, so this is like just a thing where it shows the different aspects, and how we do the manual testing, we'll have the test leads, tester, right? Now who will go for a user acceptance? So mainly it's a user acceptance testers, right? So we'll see those all in detail. Nothing to worry right now. And the planned manual testing, the exploratory, as I was mentioning earlier, and from the Kanban boards also we'll see, right? So will and the different kinds of the hands-on testing and all. We'll see the pipelines part, where we'll see the Azure pipelines, right? The key concepts what we have in our pipelines, the CI/CD, right? The main thing where we can integrate using with different languages, right? It may be Java, JS, or JavaScript, or Node, PHP, C Sharp, Go, C++, any language we are developing the software, we can use Azure pipelines I mean for the pipelines we can use any language, right? And also we can integrate that with the Azure deployments, and we can also deploy it in any OS, right? It may be a Windows, Linux, or Mac machines, right? And we can also work with different open source projects using the Azure pipelines, right?
Okay. So let's start with what is DevOps, right? When we talk about DevOps, right? So there are two basic keywords, which is the DevOps, which is Dev plus Ops, right? So Dev plus Ops means what? Basically, whatever in our agile methodology or the agile development of agile method of software development, right? We have different phases of development, right? Where which includes the code phase, the plan phase, right? We have the code phase, then we do the build, we do the test, right? After after we do the test, we do a release, right? We do the release, we do the deployment, and once the deployment is done, there are two operations which are operate and monitor, where we monitor our application, right? So mainly when we talk about DevOps, so it's basically there are two keywords, which is Dev plus Ops, and mainly the DevOps will includes the two things, which includes, right, the CI, which is the continuous integration, which we'll see in detail, and the CI will include your code phase. Code phase, we have the build phase, we have test, and the release will be part of the both your CI plus CI plus CD. Okay, so maybe we can put the release also here, and the CD, which includes your continuous deployment, where basically once you do the build, code build and test, wherever you once you deploy, once you have written your code, maybe in any language, which includes .NET, or maybe in Java or PHP, or right, any tools or any platform you're writing your code, and after you build your application, right? Maybe you are using the F5 for building your application, or quick build, right? Or different ways to do, like in .NET we use either quick build, or we directly use the F5, or if it's a Java file, we use different ways, like, and there are different package files which get generated, right? Maybe in .NET we have the ASPX, the DLLs, right? Whereas in Java we have the jar files, or the war files, right? And so mainly once the build files or the build packages are generated, we do the testing. So once the testing is done, right, we go for the mainly the release. Okay, after the release, we do the deployment. Okay, so your CD, which is the continuous deployment, which includes will include your deploy phase, the operate phase, and the monitor phase. Okay, so mainly when we talk about DevOps, right, there are two things which is a combination, which is your the which is your continuous integration plus continuous delivery, right? So when we talk about what is the need of DevOps, right? So why the need for DevOps came? Okay, so basically DevOps, it when we talk about Dev plus Ops, it's a kind of collaborative culture. Okay, collaborative culture means there are some set of processes which are brought together, Okay, so that the complete team, right, which includes your developers or your PMs or the contributors who are contributed to the developing this particular software, right? They can they will allow, and with the DevOps, it allows the organizations where they can improve the products. How they can improve? They'll work collaboratively and they'll bring together these complete set of processes. So that's how it's a kind of integrated. It will Azure DevOps will provide the integrated feature, or DevOps will provide some integrated feature where you can access your ID, and you can all include all the DevOps services, where we includes which the DevOps services, which includes your mainly your Azure boards, right? We have the Azure boards. We have Azure repos, which we'll see all in detail. Okay, we have Azure pipelines. We have the Azure test plans, and we have the Azure artifacts. Okay. So now what is the Azure board? Okay, so Azure board is what basically when we do the agile methodology of software development, right? We have a tool where it supports the suite of agile tools where you can track your work, your code defects, right? Everything and everything which includes your Kanban or Scrum methods, everything is will be part of your Azure boards, which we will see as part of here when you go for. I'll show you how you can create your login for the DevOps. And once you see here, you can see your Azure boards. Okay, so this is the view where you can see your all your work items. Okay, where you can just create a new work item like here, and you can just write like and you can just you can have it all the to do items, you can create it here. You can change the state of, if it's you have started working on that, you can just start it change the status to doing. Okay, and so and you can also edit the title, right? Edit the title here. You can move it to some particular iteration. So if the iteration in the sense, right, it may be in the current sprint, this is the current sprint. Okay, or if you want to have it in the next sprint. So sometimes our tasks won't get completed in a particular sprint, so we want to spill it over to the next sprint, right? So here you can see different sprints getting added, and you can move your particular task from one iteration to the other iteration. Okay, so here, and for this feature you can also add some task, right? If you It's a big feature, right? Like if you want to say, for example, I'm creating a work item where I want to migrate my code, migrate to suppose React JS, okay, React JS or React plus Viz JS. I want to my code is in Python. Okay, some UI code is there, and so I have my code, some UI code which is already written in Python and Flask, and I want to migrate to React JS plus Viz JS. Okay, so this may have many modules, right? Which may have many files, and those files I want to have a breakdown of these tasks, right? So in this I can add some subtasks, and I can add like say for example subtask in the sense I may be like I want to add one task like setup of environment variables, right? And so this is one task I have. Okay, I can add other tasks, right? Like UI implementation. So that way I can add various subtasks. Okay, and so this is mainly like I'm breaking down the task. I'm breaking a big item to smaller items. Okay, so in Azure boards you can see all your work items, right? Whenever you are working on multiple items in your complete in your sprint, right, you can have a complete pictorial view where you can see your backlog items, right? And you can actually create new work items, right? You can change the status. Okay, and you can also add description. Okay, here you can add some description, and you can set the priority. Okay, what you have done. Okay, you can assign this to some individuals in your team. Okay, so different, and you can add more description to your task here. Okay, once you can once you are done with this, you can just save it, and you can close it. So this is what we basically will see when we go for using the Azure boards. Okay, so this is I was saying about the Azure board. Okay, next is what is mainly the Azure repos. So Azure repos is what, when you create any code, right, you have to push that to some repository. So basically Azure repos is what, it's a kind of Git repository. Okay, so it's a kind of Git repository, or it may be a TFC or TFVC, okay, which is your team foundation version control. Okay, so basically this is what Git or TFVC is a source control. Okay, and you can push your code from you can push your code to the Git repo. Okay, and here you can see. Okay, so here, if you have already, say for any application you're creating, some .NET application you have created or an e-commerce application you have created, you can have your repo over here. Okay, so here I have just set up one sample project, and I have included my files over here. Okay, so this is just I have my repo which is here, and I can use that later to create pipeline. Okay, so this is just like Azure repo, which is it's a kind of Git repo, and we can basically use this Azure repos for as a kind of version control. Okay, next the next thing mainly, like, which we will see, all we'll see in detail. So next is what the Azure pipelines. Okay, so pipelines is what basically when you have your code in your repo, right? So next thing is, right, it's basically with your Azure pipelines, it provides you some build and release services. Okay, so mainly build and release services. Okay, so with build and release services, right, basically that will help you to have the continuous integration. And okay, so with your when you go for the Azure pipelines, right, so basically you are hosting so you're creating some cloud hosted pipelines, which may be in any OS, right? I mean, it may be a Linux or Mac OS or Windows, and you can build your any application, which may be a desktop based or a web based or mobile based application. You can deploy it to any of the cloud or and on prem. Okay, any cloud vendors or on prem. Okay, so basically with the Azure pipelines, what we are doing is, right, we are automating our builds. Okay, so we are automating our builds and the deployments both. Okay, so with the Azure pipelines, we are building and deploying. We are automating our builds and deploying with this pipeline, so that we are spending less time. So once we are automating this, means we are providing it, it enables us to spend less time, and that way we can utilize more time. And that's the thing which we will see more in Azure pipelines, where we'll see how we create the pipeline. Okay, so once and we can have any application which may be written on suppose in Node.js or Python or Java, PHP, C++, .NET, right, or any OS, right, we can just run parallel as well. So in Azure pipelines, if we want to have some pipelines run on Linux, Mac OS, or Windows, anything we can run parallelly. Okay, in any language, any platform, basically that is being supported. Okay, or also if you are running your application any containers, right, like maybe you are using Kubernetes, right, so basically you can easily build and push your images to the container registry, right? It may be a kind of ACR, which is the Azure Container Registry. Okay, or it may be a Docker Hub. Okay, or we can also deploy to individual host or Kubernetes. That also we will see later in detail. Okay, we'll see practically how we deploy using the like how we are pushing the images to container registry. Okay, which may be a Docker Hub or ACR, or we can use individual host or Kubernetes as well. And as I said, I mentioned before, we can deploy it to any cloud. It may be a Azure, AWS, or GCP, right? So with this, what we are doing is, right, with Azure pipelines, we are deploying. We can deploy to any cloud. Okay, it may be Azure or AWS or GCP, and we can that way we are implementing the containers delivery. Okay, And also this is a kind of open source. Azure, the pipelines are open source, where basically we can use anything, like we can use YAML, okay, or any kind of release gates and all. We can also that is also supported. Okay. So that is just the overview of Azure pipelines. Okay, next we have the Azure test plans. Okay, so once you have created your pipelines, once you have automated your builds and deployments, right? The next thing is what? The test, right? So you will basically test, you want to test your application, right? So Azure, what here when we are seeing, right? Here, this is the like once we'll create the pipelines, we'll see, okay, right now I have not created any pipeline, so I'll show demo where when with our code we'll create the pipelines. Okay, so this is where we create the pipeline. Okay, here the different we can create different environments for the traceability purpose. Okay, and this is where the overview where we have the test plans. Okay, so test plans is what basically mainly like once you are done with your deployment, right? Okay, so once I have deployed my code, so this is my repo and I have my files over here. Okay, and I have created the pipeline here, so my the continuous and CI/CD is done. Okay, the next thing is like what we want to see, right? Like we want to test our application. Okay, so in when in the software development phase, once we are done with the development, right? So next thing is right, we deploy it and then we go for testing. Okay, so here we will create some test plans. Okay, so basically in the Azure test plans, right? We can we can it provides us a kind of a dashboard which we will see later once we deploy our code using the Azure pipelines, right? We can see, right, like how we can use the dashboard. Okay, so there will be a good view of the dashboard where we can see, right? We can there will be charts which are displayed, and we can see the tests by suite. Okay, tests by suite in the sense like if what are the bugs fixed, right? Or if like, what are the regression tests, right? Or what is the code coverage our test has provided, right? So basically with the testing, it gives you an overview of your code quality. Okay, and also you can make execute different tests. Okay, so that if your product can be your product will be discovered defects actionable. Okay, and you can have the data where we can also check your desktop and or web-based application by executing different tests across those desktop or web application, right? And that will if give you a kind of end-to-end traceability. Okay, end-to-end traceability means you can view like what is the quality of your stories or the features, right? Whatever stories or features what we have created here, right, in the Azure boards, you can have the end-to-end traceability. Okay, so basically with the test plans you can see, right, like what are the tests which are executed, right? What is you can also have some kind of automation done, right? You can use Sonarcube or different you can integrate this your pipelines with different UI test tools, testing tools, and you can also have some manual testing where you can write some scripted test, right? And that way you can have the quality of your code, and that way you can test your any application which is a desktop or web application, right? And that way it will also give you a kind of graphical view, complete view of your application, right? Like what are the automate if you have any automation tests created. Okay, so you can see those tests. Okay, and what is the configuration coverage? Okay, what is the like what are the tests, right? What the regression test or some bugs fixed, right? Or browser testing, everything, every all the things you can have the data using this the Azure test plans. Okay, you can check the progress. Okay, so the progress report you can have the parameters over here. Okay, okay, so we'll see all these, right, like one by one, where we'll see we'll have the view of like each one where you can go for like once you create the pipeline testing, right? Deploy it, then test it. Okay, you can have the complete progress report over here. Okay, so right now I'll not created any test plans. So once I do the deployment, then only I'll have the test plans created. Okay, so that is the overview of the test plans. And the last one is what is the Azure artifacts. So artifacts is what basically like there are some artifacts basically means like there may be some package, right? Like artifacts are the fully integrated package, right? Of to your CI/CD. Okay, so that may include your like if you for a CI/CD, you may have some packages, right? Like which may be kind of like Maven packages, right? Like or npm, right, for the Angular, okay, or maybe a NuGet packages, right? Python package or Rust packages, right? Okay, so all those packages are mainly which are needed for your CI/CD, right? Those are called the Azure artifacts. So those artifacts are we can get the complete management of the artifacts for the like Maven or npm or NuGet or Python, right? Using this Azure artifacts. Okay, and also we can add these packages, right? Like maybe for the CI/CD, we want to share the packages. Okay, the versioning testing completely we can do it using this Azure artifacts. Okay, so we'll see like when how we add the NuGet packages, right? Like for .NET, we have the NuGet packages. We can have the complete like package, different type of packages added, right? For different languages, we have the different set of packages. Okay. So now let's go with the documentation which is being provided. Okay. So the key concepts. Okay, how we are searching our code. Okay, so like I have my code here. Okay, if we want to search some files or some function, right, we can just search it over here. So everything we'll see it over here, how we do the operations. Okay, and what is TFVC and how we use the Git and TFVC in the Azure repos and the integrations. Okay, so let's start with the basic, right? Like what is Azure DevOps? Okay, so as I had mentioned, okay, and we all know, right? So it is a kind of Azure DevOps provides services where different teams collaborate with each other, okay, and they can plan the work, collaborate on the code development, right? Okay, they can build and deploy the application. Okay, so with the Azure DevOps, right, you can basically we can use the DevOps services, or which may be on cloud, or which may be on the on-prem, which is the Azure DevOps server. Okay, so either your application is on cloud or on-prem. For both, we can use the Azure DevOps services. Okay, so now how we log into the Azure DevOps? Okay, so basically what we can do is like once you just if you just do Azure DevOps, right? You can just get the link over here. Okay, Azure DevOps Services. Okay, so this is the link which you can use. Okay, so here you can see, right, this page you can see, right, like Azure DevOps. Okay, and what you can do is like you can go for start free. Okay, so once you start free, since I've already logged in, okay, it is giving me the different projects which I've some projects which I've created. Okay, or maybe like different things projects it is showing. Okay, but if you are new, you can just go for you can just create your login. Okay, and basically the steps you can follow. I mean, it's actually quite easy, where you don't need to even follow steps. You can just if you want to use GitHub, for that you already have. Okay, because I have already logged in. Okay, it's not showing me the steps. Okay, but it's kind of quite intuitive, where you can actually just create your login. Okay, it will ask you to select some organization. Okay, and once you select your organization, right? Okay, where I think steps are also mentioned here. Okay, once you just log in, okay, you can you will get will be asked for some organization. You can give some organization name. Okay, once you create, and some like public repo or private repo, and once you create that, you can just give a project name. Okay, maybe a kind of like as it mentioned here, a similar thing is what I have mentioned in my case, right? Like I've already created a project. So here you can see, right, like this is the project I've created. Okay, and in this kind of it's an overview, where I can see, right, like which gives a pictorial view where what are the work items I've created, right? what are the work items which are completed, okay, or what is the like the repos. I've not created any pull request till now, okay, or I've not committed any code, okay. So this gives an overview, okay. You can just add your project description, anything, okay, or a kind of readme file, okay, and you can just select any repository, okay. So mainly this is, or you can use any repo, I mean wiki, okay. So you can just add some test description, okay. So mainly once you create any kind of project, it will give you a name and you can just see it over like how it is visible here, okay. So it's a kind of DevOps summary view, okay, where you can just get the view of your the board, whatever you, the summary of your whatever project you are creating, okay. So this is where once you log in, you can just create your it will ask you to host where you are hosting your services. Some three questions are there. You can just add you can add whichever is near. You can add that location, and you can select that location from the drop down, and you can just go for creating. And once you create this, you can get this kind of similar view, okay, which is in my case it is showing here, okay. So once you have created here, the next thing is like, okay, so now let's see something about like what are the benefits, okay. So when we use Azure DevOps, right? Okay. So as we know, right, first like with this Azure DevOps, right, we have benefits which includes automation. Okay. So benefits automation means what? Like when you are automating your continuous delivery and continuous integration and continuous delivery, right? So that way it ensures the better product delivery, okay, and it's also faster, okay. So when you're automating something, okay, that means it gives you a kind of you're reducing the complexity of the application, right? And you are having the better visibility on the outcomes, right? You can also have your application which is scalable, okay, and you can also have better like faster issue resolution. Everything is there, okay. So that is the benefits of using Azure DevOps, where you can go for mainly for the rapid application development, okay. So rapid application development means like many application we are using any platform or any languages, right? We can have our application deployed, okay, and integrated and deployed using the Azure DevOps, okay. So with this we have the better app or the rapid application deployment, right? You can also have better collaboration, okay, better collaboration with the different team members, okay, and also you can have a better end user experience, okay. And also that once you have the automation, right, it's also saves money and time, okay, and that way it's you have the higher availability of your application, and also it will be stable, reliable, okay. And so that is the first benefit what we have using the Azure DevOps, okay. Now, what do you mean? Like, what is the orchestration? Okay, so orchestration means what? Orchestration is like coordination. Okay, so we spoke about like when or the collaboration, right? Okay, so orchestration means what? It's a kind of orchestration means coordination. Okay, so coordination when we are using Azure DevOps, right? So we are coordinating the DevOps practices, okay, and the automation tools. Okay, so orchestration means what? It's a coordination of the practices as well as the automation tools, okay, which are used to complete the orchestration. Okay, that way, when we do the orchestration and we are coordinating the practices and the automation tools, okay, that way we are reducing the issues, production issues, okay, and the time which it will take for any new releases, okay, that is also reducing, okay. So when you are automating everything, right, you are reducing the issues, okay, and also you are releasing the time to release the new products, okay. So like you will have faster delivery of your products, okay. That is the other benefit of using Azure DevOps. Okay, so you are combining the automated elements, okay, and that will accelerate the automation, okay, and it will also enhance the cross team collaboration, and that way it will reduce the cost for the infrastructure resources, okay, and it will also ensure the release quality. Okay, so that is the meaning of orchestration. Orchestration means coordination. Okay, next is the effective monitoring. Okay, so effective monitoring is what? Effective monitoring means when you are using the Azure DevOps, okay, as we saw. Okay, with the when you are deploying an application, right? Okay, there is you can have the effective monitoring. Okay, that means you can see what are the right tools, okay, what are the metrics. Okay, so we'll see in dashboard, right, what are the tools, metrics, processes, right, and that way you can monitor an application which is in production. Okay, and that way like whatever performance or health issues are there for an application, that those things can be monitored effectively using your Azure DevOps. Okay, so that is the meaning of effective monitoring. Okay, and the other benefit of using Azure DevOps is rapid deployment. Rapid deployment, since we are automating the complete process of Azure DevOps, means we are increasing the the pace of the deployment. Okay, that means as soon as we are developing the code, we are pushing that code. Okay, and we are doing the continuous integration, continuous deployment. Okay, that way the deployment will be faster. Okay, that is the other benefit of Azure DevOps. Okay, so in this I have actually logged in, so I may have to change some different account. Okay, okay. So this is where I was showing that we can create any new organization. Okay, we can just create a new organization. So here mainly you can use this account is not related to the organization which I'm which is basically I'm using. So it's not allowing me to host my project here. But if I have already used this account here with this one. Okay, so mainly that is the reason you can add your like maybe you can do it simultaneously. Okay, so maybe once you enter your organization, right, you can have your like you can get this view. Okay, where mainly I cannot use this one actually. This okay, so I have this one, and so let me go with this one. Okay, so mainly this is the my account is relate already enrolled with this one. So that is the reason once you add your organization and you just go for you are just adding the host, right, like where you're hosting, right, you can will get the view for creating the project. Okay, you can just you can create a new project here, right here. Okay, and you can give any project name, right, like test demo. Okay, and you can add. Okay, and you can have a kind of like either enterprise, okay, enterprise, or you can have a private. Okay, so here I'm selecting the enterprise here. Okay, so this is a sample project which I've created. Okay, and as I was saying, right, like you have the view for the boards, repos, pipelines, test plans, and artifacts. Okay, so boards means what here? Okay, so here you can add your work items. Okay, work items, as I had added here, you can add any kind of epic. Okay, or issue or task. Okay, maybe I will add a task here. Okay, I'll add a task. It will be a to-do task. Okay, I'll entering, right, like kind of maybe a new feature to add. And I'm add here. I can just go for add it to backlog. Okay, so this is the project name, which is the test demo. Okay, which I've created. So it is giving me by default the area and the iteration. Okay, area is this one. Okay, iteration, it maybe you can take the sprint one. Okay, sprint one, and you can just save it. So this is a new task which will be created. Okay, and once you create this new task, you can just have it visible over here. Okay, so you can move this to a kind like different sprint. Okay, if it's you are not able to complete that particular sprint, you have the you want to move it to different sprint, you can just change the assign to. For if you want to assign it to any of your team members, you can just change the assign to. Okay, once you open here, you can just go for changing the assign to. Okay, and you can add the comments. So everything, all the features, you can just have it over here. Okay, so that is what is the Azure board which I was showing you. Okay, you can have the backlogs here. You can see the backlogs created here. Like if you want to create a new sprint, you can do it here. Okay, you can have the analytics view here. Okay, since there is right now no work in progress, so it's giving you average work in progress 0. Okay, this is the view of the backlog. Okay, where you can see like this is the current one, current sprint. Okay, you can add the new sprints here. Okay, you can add the new sprint. You can add the new work item, right? Okay, here you can see, right, like you can create query. This is just for the internal, I mean the creating the query and all, not used now. You can just, if you want to view, have a complete view of the board, you can just have it the complete view. Okay, you can again have the new items created. Okay, you can move it to, if you just create any item and you want to move it to doing, right, like say for example delete functionality. Okay, you want to move it this from to do to doing, so it will move this item to doing state. Okay, once you have completed, you can just change the state to the done. Okay, so it will move to the done state. Okay, so this is the view of the Azure board. Okay, where you can see the complete view of your whatever tasks, ongoing task. Okay, it may be a feature or epic. Okay, or it may be a task, anything. Okay, so backlog means what? Okay, backlog means backlog is a kind of task or work items. Okay, backlog means say for example, you want to have some set of tasks. Okay, what you want to achieve in the particular sprint, right? Okay, or list of work items. Okay, so say for example, I have my account. Okay, which is linked to the Azure portal. That only I will be able to use it. Okay, that account itself I can use it for my this one as well. Okay, for Azure, this the DevOps. Okay, so once you create okay, so let me go it over here. So this account is okay. So here, what, when I'm doing new organization, right, like once you've opened dev.azure.com. Okay, so mainly dev.azure.com is what, dev.azure.com is your for your Azure DevOps. Okay, so dev.azure.com, when you just open it. Okay, mainly you can use other account, but this account is linked with my Azure portal. Okay, so that is the reason I have, it's already logged in. Okay, and I'm not able to. The organization is already created for me. Okay, so if you want to have a new account, I should have first a new account for my Azure portal as well. Okay, then only I can use that same account for the Azure DevOps. Okay, so the one which I have it for my Azure portal, that same account I have already logged in. Okay, so once if you have logged, if I've already used that, so I cannot use any other. The main prerequisite is like I should have that account linked with the Azure portal. Okay, so once I have the account linked in the Azure portal, that same account we will use it for the Azure DevOps. Okay, so in my case, why I've it's the organization is not showing, because I've already my account is already linked to the organization. Okay, and the organization part is already set up. Okay, so that's the reason, like when you just go for using this Azure dev.azure.com. Okay, you can actually, it by default it is giving me this view. Okay, or if I just sign. Okay, okay, and I, this is already my account, which, so this account is already linked to my Azure portal, and that is the reason I am unable to use the another any other new account. Okay, that organization setup is already done. Okay, so by default, whenever I'm using any I'm trying to log in, by default it is taking my this account. Can create a demo account. Let me try to see if I can create a free account for Azure portal. Okay. So maybe you can just, that is the reason I'm using the one which is already created. Okay. So I was in the sense, right, like maybe you have the Azure account already created. Okay. So once the Azure account is created, the same account you can use it for this one. You need to use it for the Azure DevOps. Okay. So that is the reason I'm saying, right, like once I have created the once you have created the account over here. Okay, that same account you have to use it for the Azure DevOps. That link, the account should be linked with the Azure portal. Okay, then only you can use it. Okay, so maybe what I can do is like I'll create a new account and another one, and I'll show it again. Then only I'll get the organization view. Okay, that is the thing. Because the organization thing is already set up. Okay, or I can Let me see if with this account I cannot. It will not allow me to. With this account, I'll not create. I'll have a new account created. Okay, and better I'll show in that how I'll get the organization view. Okay, so here for this one, this session I'll have one new created, and right now I'm directly getting, since I've already logged in, I'm getting the page where I can just create a new project. Okay, and this is the page after we land after the account creation. So this is what, like, since that's the reason I'm sitting saying, right, like this, since the organization thing is already set up, okay, it's not allowing me to create the new organization with this account. Okay, I'll have another account where I'll show you the organization thing from the scratch. Okay, but if you just have your account, you can have the account which is linked with the Azure portal, you can just use the same over here, and you will get the organization view. Okay, like how here, if you can see, right, you're just getting the continue option, and you can just I cannot create it over here right now. You can just, this is how you will get the organization view. Okay, and you can have the characters over it. And once you click on continue, you will get this kind of view where you will you can see the organization view, this one. Okay, that is the page before you land it over here. Okay, once you create your organization view, you can have your organization shown here, and all the projects linked with your organization, you can see it over here. Okay, you can just create any new projects over here. Okay, so okay, now what is the project name, right? Okay, project name is like, say for example, in your like any project name, like whatever project you're working on, you want to give name, right? Okay, that is just you are creating the project over here. Description, it's optional, you can add or not add. Okay, now enterprise, what is mean by enterprise, right? Okay, so enterprise means what? When you select the enterprise, means your only the members who are there in your organization can view this. Okay, that means what? You are defining some roles. Okay, and this is a kind of the role based access. Okay, so only the members of an enterprise can view. Okay, private means what? If you give the private access, means like if you have created a project, okay, and you have the private access, means if you want to share to only few people, you are giving this private access. Okay, and public is like if you want to share with multiple peoples. Okay, then you can go for like, or everyone, you need not to just keep it private or enterprise level, you can just keep it as a public. Okay, anyone can view it. Okay, so here, once you that is the meaning of public, enterprise, and private. Okay, public means you anyone can view it. Okay, enterprise means only the members of your project can view it. Private means the ones whom you will give access, those members only can view it. Okay, that this is the structure or the visibility what we give here. And we can just like once you create it, you can just have a view over here. Yeah, you can just see different projects created here. Okay, now if we go for any particular project, right, like this here. Okay, now the next thing is like, once you have project, okay, you are creating your work items. Okay, so work items means, now let's start with what is epic. Okay, okay, so now what is epic? Now let's go with the basics of what is epic. Okay, epic means what? Okay, it's a high level. Okay, so if you have a work item, okay, that is a kind of very generic one. Okay, and so that work item, you want to divide it into smaller tasks. Okay, so that those tasks will be called as backlog. Okay, epic means what? Epic, it's a kind of like, epic will include your child features. Okay, so epic will have can have multiple child features. Okay, and you can have the high level work item created using an epic. Okay, so epic means you have like a complete, like high level of, like as I mentioned in one item, like migration of the application. Okay, so migration to .NET Core. Okay, from .NET Framework, if you are migrating your application to .NET Core, okay, that's a high level. It's a high level this one kind of work item, right? Okay, and it's, we cannot just define that work item as it is, because that work item will have many sub items. Okay, so that sub items is known as
kind of backlogs. Okay, so epic is on the higher level. Okay, and the sub items are known as backlogs. Okay, so once we create an epic, we save it. Okay, so epics are basically we are organizing our task using an epic. Okay, so whatever it's a hierarchy. Okay, so from epic we are breaking the task into smaller pieces. Okay, and in that we are adding the like epic is on the highest level. Okay, so that is what is known as epic. Okay, so that is what is like, it's a higher level work item, you can say, where you are grouping everything. Okay, maybe a kind of features or backlog items or user stories, everything you are grouping, and that is known as epic. Okay, so it's a larger scrum task, it's a high level task. Okay, you basically it's a main task, you can say. Okay, in your agile or the scrum methodology, you can, the highest level of task is your epic. Okay, and this epic, okay, it's like when you are breaking down into smaller stories or tasks. Okay, that way the next thing is which comes as a the feature. Okay, so feature means if you are focusing on something specific, right? Okay, that is known as feature. Okay, so if you want to have something specific in the development. Okay, now let's go again to the work items. Okay, now next thing, if you can see here, is the issue. Okay, now what is issue? Okay, so issue is means what? Issue is like we saw epic. Okay, so issue is a issue work item. Okay, so if we want to have some kind of general problems or concerns in our application, right? Like if something is not working, or there is some problem in our application or or a product or project, right? So we can raise that under issue. Okay, and you can just add it under the issue, and once you save it. Okay, and maybe I'm adding it here, like say for example, edit functionality not working. Okay, and I'm saving it. Okay, state to do. Okay, I'm keeping it. Okay, and I'm saving it. That is that issue means issue, it's a kind of a concern or a kind of problem. Okay, in our application. Okay, so that we can put it under issue. Okay, so that is what is shown over here. Okay, the next thing which you can see is the task. Okay, now what is task? Okay. So task is what? Basically, task means your like if you want to perform something, right? Or you want to have some kind of like if you want to do something, maybe kind of some anything, maybe kind of new feature or anything you want to put it, you can put it under task. Okay, so task means what? Task is a kind of work item, you can say, or maybe kind of it may be a feature or requirement tracking, right? You can put all those under task. Okay, any new thing you want to have it, or you can any work item or you just for tracking, you can put it as a kind of new task, any new development, right? Or any new feature that we are putting under the new task. Okay, so that is task. Okay, so there, so as we see, right, here. Okay, so this is the board. Okay, now you will see here. Okay, so here you can see, right, like I have some item which is in to do state. Okay, I have some items in the done state. Okay, here you can see issues. Okay, this is the issue list. Okay, you can have the epics list, you can have the view of the epics here. Okay, so here that is, this is the dashboard view. Okay, now next thing which you can see here is the backlogs. Okay, so what is backlogs? Okay, so backlog is what? Backlog is mainly it's a we what if we in our project. Okay, if we want to we want to do something, right? Or we want to have some requirements. Okay, which we want to deliver it. Okay, so basically backlog will be something which we are planning to deliver, something new requirements. Okay, some new requirements or something, we put it under backlog. Okay, so backlog means what? Backlog, it's a basically we are using for managing the work items. Okay, work items are the main thing. Okay, boards means boards will have your task. Okay, so basically when you call Azure board, okay, so board will have your task bugs. Okay, it may be user stories. Okay, and backlog is mainly we are managing the work items in the project using the backlog. Okay, so backlogs here you can see, right, like Okay, so backlog is basically some prioritized list of work items. Okay, some like if we want to prioritize something over another, we can put it under the backlogs. Okay, now next is sprints. You can see. Okay, so this is the sprint view. You can see. Okay, so sprint view means what? If I'm adding multiple sprints, right? You can this drop down. You can add new sprints over here, like sprint 1, sprint 2. Okay, and you can set the duration. Okay, like I want to have some sprint starting, say from the next Monday, so maybe some 2 week sprint. Okay, so I'll have something which is till this next till here. Okay, and this one. Okay, and so this is the start date of the next sprint and the end date. Okay, and I'm saving it. Okay, so here in the sprints you can see basically you will have this. These are the sprints. Okay, which say for I've set it in for this current sprint. Okay, sprint 2. Okay, but if I want to like if I can just change also the sprint dates also. Okay, this is the sprint dates. Okay, if we I modify want to modify the sprint dates, we can modify it. Or if we want to move from one sprint to another, that is also possible. Okay, so all this is the sprint 2. Okay, and if I want to move from some work items, right? Okay, so in the boards, if I want to move from one sprint to another sprint, that is also possible. Okay, we can move this to move to iteration. Okay, so this is current sprint 2. Okay, so here I've not set the date, that is the reason it's not showing here. Okay, if I set say for example, if I modify this sprint 3, okay, I can and my item is not getting completed sprint 2, I can just move it to the future iteration as well. Okay, so that is what is known as the sprints. Okay, so sprints means what? Whatever we are planning to see here, you can see the sprints, whatever we are planning to complete in, say for example, some 2 weeks time, right? That we can put it under the sprint. Okay, so we can okay so this is the like if we can also schedule any new issue or new task, right? Anything we can put it under the current sprint as well. Okay, the next thing is like queries. Okay, queries is mainly, right, like if you want to have open some like new if I want to have some queries, right, like kind of want to have some kind of charts or that kind of dashboard created, right? So I can use this where I can filter with any kind of values. Okay, and I can create a query out of that. Okay, say for example, queries means what? Mainly let's say for example, I want to run some query. Okay, like I want, say for example, based on the epic or kind of if I want to have something displayed, right, like work item equal to epic. Okay, and I just save this query. So this okay, so this is the work item I already have. Okay, so based on the work item type equal to epic, right, it is giving me the result over here. Okay, so here I'm filtering that if work item type equal to epic. Okay, I'm getting the result over here. Okay, so that way you can just have the if you want to just filter out something, right? So if you want to have kind of predefining something, right? Okay, so we can put it under the queries. Okay, so queries is like what, if you want to have query our board or based on some condition, right? You can if you basically you are listing your page. Okay, and here you are defining your queries, and once you run this query, right, once we are running this query, okay, okay, you can also see, right, like based on, say for example, state or maybe kind of assigned, or okay, if the queries let's say for example, you want to see what are the items assigned to me, right? You can just even assign to, and you can just you can use a name. Okay, at the rate me. Okay, so there here also you can just see like, okay, so currently I don't have any work items which are assigned to me. So okay, and like if I am checking here, like if work item type equal to epic and it's assigned to me, okay, that work item should be displayed over here. Okay, so that is basically I'm trying to list all the work items that are assigned to me. Okay, and if the work item type equal to epic. Okay, so here it will give you some queries where you can pull the result based on the search. whatever search criteria we are defining here, we can just have the work items or maybe a issue, or it may be a task, right? Based on this filters, we can have the result over here. That is the meaning of this queries. Okay, so it's just a kind of filter, or you are running the query in your Azure board. Okay, based on the conditions which are mentioned over here. Okay, so or that is the meaning of the this queries. Okay, now what is the delivery plans? Okay, okay, so say for example, okay, so I want to basically say for example, if I want to have I want to share the plan to different teams, right? Okay, based on some, like, it's a kind of visualization option what is provided by the Azure DevOps. Okay, and based on this feature, right, we can review the schedule of the stories or the features that our team is planning to deliver. Say for example, okay, test plan, I'm creating one test plan. Okay, I'm having this project. Okay, this is my project created, this is the team. Okay, test demo team. I'm having some backlog which I'm selecting at epics. Okay, new team. I'll add one more team, and once I have some, say for example, two teams added over here, and I'll have, instead of I just created. Okay, so here you can see the pictorial view of your plan. Okay, pictorial view means it's a delivery plan. Okay, so in this you can see, right, like in my sprint 2 I can see, right, there are work items which need to be delivered from 19th August till 2nd September. Okay, so this is where I can also add from here also I can. So there are some epics which are assigned in this sprint. Okay, so basically this is giving you a delivery plan. Okay, so that you know, right, like what your organization needs. Okay, and you can see, like, if you have multiple backlogs or multiple teams, okay, who are using this, you can also have a kind of drag and drop options. Okay, and that way this gives you a kind of view where you can review the schedule. Okay, the complete schedule of your stories or features, right, whatever is you are planning to deliver in the complete sprint or the future sprints, you can have it over here. Okay, so that is the meaning of this delivery plan. Okay, now the next one is the analytics view. Okay, so analytics view means what? Okay, it is basically a filtering. Okay, analytics view means you are for some, if like it's a kind of view which you are getting, right, like what are the bugs which are okay, like here. Okay, so basically the bugs. Okay, the history by month. Okay, you can, okay, and so it gives you a view for your project, right, like what are the bugs in that particular month. Okay, what is the area path. Okay, what are the whom it was assigned to. Okay, in what iteration, what is the work item ID. Okay, work item type, everything will be there here in the analytics view. Okay, so it gives a kind of view where you can have the complete, like what are the issues. Okay, till last 30 days, I mean last 30 days what was the issue. Okay, what are the issues for the today. Okay, and in the last 26 weeks what were the tasks. So everything will be there in this analytics view. Okay, sprint. Okay, so sprint is basically okay, so as we know, right, like sprint is what. Okay, so sprint mainly okay, so sprint is like when we go for using the agile, right? So sprint, I can say, right, like sprint is a kind of time period. Okay, or it's a kind of like some amount of work what we want to deliver in particular time, right? That is a sprint. Okay, so in the easiest language I can say, right, like it's some uh, some amount of task what you plan to deliver in that particular amount of time. Okay, say for example, if you want to deliver something from the next 2 weeks. Okay, that's what is the task what you plan to deliver, that is known as sprint. Okay, so that the time period is known as sprint. Okay, the task what you are planning to deliver in that particular 2 weeks is known as sprint. Okay, so sprint means it's a concept in agile. Okay, and it's a time period. Okay, which in which you want to deliver some or you want to achieve some specific goals, that is known as sprint. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure DevOps course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-400 Azure DevOps Certification exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure DevOps.
Okay, so the code is now right now assume that in your GitHub repository or in a Azure repository. In your Azure repository, like this. If I just come down here, say Azure DevOps organization, I will go into my Azure organization. Let's pick it up and try to go into your DevOps portal as well. Okay, so that simultaneously you can also work on it if you want. That's really good. Okay, so here all these options going to be there. Out of that, we have talked about the repositories. These are all our repositories here. So we have software, Terraform, ABB. Last time we have created, I think, ABB. This is the one we have just created. Multiple files. We can keep it here. Okay, even if you pick it up another one, this it is also here. It is going to be take it up. So this one we can pick it up. All these we can use it, or you can say we have different organizations. I think we have used this one, I think, right? Right. So if I pick it up, this repositories and this, we have worked on it. So we have picked up this. Good. So we just simply created a different repositories, AIB4 and DevOps, something like this. Good. So this is one part. Now, see, once the code is in your repository, like this, for example, in core section, you have some content, or it can be AIB is one option. You can use these all options, right? So in the last session, we have created AIB. Here we have created C branches, development and main branches. You can check the pull request. Okay, active, nothing is there, and only one will be there, completed. It's nothing we have not completed, but it is active. But if you click on this, completed, create a pull request, nothing is there. Mine, it is also not there. So just go into this part, nothing, right? Active, completed. If I take it up another one called AIB, if I go here, if nothing, the code itself is not there, that's fine, no issue. Okay, good. But keep it this one, not an issue. So if I say this is the one we just added, let's pick it up. This code, I want to, if I have a source code, for example, if I have Java code or a .NET code, okay, or it can be say Node.js or TypeScript or React.js, if you have, for example, the code or Python code, whatever, right? So whatever application you're going to develop, so we are going to use some programming languages. So if you have this code, now what you'll do generally, we just going to build an application. So in other words, you're going to package it. That package can be according to the build tool, or it can be, if it is a Docker, then we are going to create a Docker image. So you have to create a Docker image or jar file, var file, NuGet, packages, anything, then you have to deploy it. So all these activities required to perform automatically. So can anyone help me? What is a build? What is a deployment? What is a infrastructure as a code? Just wanted to know these terminologies before moving into the pipelines. So what we will do here? So what kind of task we are going to perform here? Test. And I can say this is going to be next level, this part. So if you have a build, if you have a infrastructure as a code, and if you have a deployment, if you have a test, then what you will do generally? Take it to your Java code, for example. I'm just taking simple one, Java code. What you will do? I'll give you a source code of Java. Okay. So what you'll do first? Yes, you're going to do a build. So build for creating a Docker image, a packaging a code, deploying into this, create a infrastructure. Cool. This part, right? So you can have a look, build, package a code, deploy, run the build package, infrastructure as a code, create infrastructure as a program. Beautiful. Okay. For example, so how can you perform all these activities? That's my question. I have hundreds of microservices. Assume that my application contains hundreds of microservices, nothing but 100 repositories is there, for example. 100 repositories are there. And each service, you have to package it, nothing but you have to build it, okay, and you have to deploy it. And before that, you have to ensure infrastructure is in place, platform is in place. That platform can be a virtual machine, that can be an app service, that can be a function app, that can be a AKS cluster or container service. It can be anything. Am I right, guys? I may use containers. I may use app services. I may use virtual machines. I may use function apps. I may use AKS clusters. So that's fine. So I have to set it up that platform. I need a ground to play with my players. So for that case, so this is you can treat like a players and a platform, and you have to play with that here in the deployment. You have to start a game indirectly. So here you have to start your app containers or deploy your containers. So this is I'm expecting. Okay, so let's see how we can do these all activities. So this is one part. So package, platform, and start a containers. But if you take it up repetitively, multiple activities you need to perform. You have to deploy for 100 microservices. You have to deploy into dev environment or staging environment and production environment. Right? Correct. So all these environments, you have to use it. I have to deploy it. I have to create environment. That's what I have to create 3 replicas. And each environment, we have to deploy these all 100 microservices. So how can you do that? So if you do it manually, definitely it will take a lot of time. You have to you have to create those resources. You have to run your Terraform or ARM templates or Bicep, or manually you have to create your resources. And then you have to access those resources, and you have to build it yourself in your local machine and deploy it over there by using set of scripts or manual process by using manual process. So it will take a lot of time, and you have to remember all those steps. So it's difficult. But if I take it to production, I don't want to take too much of time. I need to finish it up quickly, as early as possible, as much as possible. Am I right? So in that scenario, how can you do that? The best solution is what here? So we are going to use pipelines. Nothing but what? We are automating all these steps. We are automating all these steps, nothing but tasks. We are dividing into multiple tasks or jobs and tasks, and each task can perform one particular activity. It can be a cloning the code. It can be a installing a packages, install required packages, and then run your build activities, build commands, run build commands. Then you can simply say, after that, you have to create your infrastructure, and then you can connect, you can use deployment steps to connect to the remote machine and pull in that your package, and whatever process is there, whatever steps are there, whatever commands are there. So those all commands, you have to keep it as part of the deployment task. Automatically it can run. And these things, you have to repeat it. You have to do that repetitively. So one is for dev, one is for stage, one is for production, something like this. So it is indirectly nothing but what? Pipeline is nothing but what? It is providing a steps. It's providing an interface to add your steps or your tasks there. Either you want to execute it sequentially, either you want to execute parallelly, or you want to keep it with approvals. Yes, all options can provide by the pipelines. So those pipelines options can provide different tools, right? Different tools can provide, different providers will provide. Out of that example, Jenkins is famous one widely. If you take open source, in irrespective of the platforms, widely, there are so many external pipeline providers will be there. We call it as a CI/CD pipelines or CI/CD tools. Jenkins is one, TeamCity is one, right? Spinnaker is one, Conkers is one, Argo CD is one, Travis is one, Circle CI is another one. These are all external systems, external providers. But if you take a cloud point of view, we just want to use it. Code pipeline from AWS and Azure DevOps Pipelines is another one. Okay. Is there anything providing by Google Cloud? I'm not pretty sure. They may also provide. Octopus is another one. Octopus. Excel build something that is also going to be there. Right? Cool. If you list it, if it's a big list. So if you take a cloud point of view, code pipeline from AWS code pipeline, and this is for Azure DevOps pipeline. Cool. Even Google also can provide one. And if you take it up GitHub side, see GitHub Actions is another one. Bitbucket pipelines, that is also there. And GitLab Runner is another one. GitLab is also providing that facility, runners. Great. When we check all the dependency are working fine or not, yes, obviously, see, you're going to stick with one pipeline option, either Azure DevOps pipeline, AWS code pipeline, or Bitbucket pipelines, or GitHub Actions, or whatever. Then later, what you'll do, you're going to add it step by step, and whatever inputs, like same. If whenever you develop a script, whenever you develop a program, what you'll do, from first line to second line to third line, you're going to keep on build and interdependencies. You are going to resolve those interdependencies. You're going to pass all the inputs, right? So all these, we are going to take it up. So here, we are going to talk about Azure DevOps Pipeline. Quite simple and easy to use as well. So what we are going to talk about? So if you just come down here, what is Azure Pipelines? Azure Pipelines automatically builds and tests code projects to make them available to others. It works with just about any language or a project type. Okay, it combines both CI and CD. So we have listed few external providers. So out of that, few of them are going to be CD tools, few of them are going to be build tools. But here, it can provide both. And it can separate also. It can separate the pipelines as well, build and release, or you can combine it one. So both options are available in this Azure DevOps Pipelines. And see that to constantly and consistently test and build your code and ship it to any target. That's quite interesting. Okay, good. So this is one part. Now you can have a look. So what is an Azure Pipelines? So it is a practice used by development teams to automate the merging and testing of code. Continuous delivery is a process by which code is built. So it's a process by which code is built, tested, and deployed to one or more test and the production environments. See, as part of CI/CD, here itself you can add your infrastructure pipelines, or you can separate it. That's what it is. See, any task you can perform. That's what it is saying, right? It can perform any kind of task. See, any language, any script, any program, you can run it through pipelines. Only thing is that you have to facilitate, you have to provide that prerequisites. So how can you provide? That's your choice. Will you do it through pipeline itself, or will you do it in your agent side? So if you have a control agent side, you can do it manually. Or if you don't have any control, then you can add it to your pipeline step itself, like what packages you want to install, what prerequisites required, what authentication is required. You have to provide that all options. All inputs. Clear, Srinivas? So anything, you can understand automatically. See, ultimately, you have to run some program or some script. That script, what is required to run that script? What prerequisites required? What authentication is required? What input, what code is required? You have to provide before executing that step, before executing the task. So that's what the point here. And now see here, it can support many languages. See, ultimately what it is here, it is providing one interface, one platform. There you can run any command. Sometimes it can provide straight away that options, built-in options. If it is not available, then you have to run command, a simple command. If you do it, if I give you a virtual machine and whatever steps you are going to take it up there to run that particular program or a script or a tool, then same way you are going to add it as part of the pipeline. As part of the pipeline, you're going to add that option. That's all. And you can see it can support Python, Java, JavaScript. What is this? Like a Ruby or something? PHP, C#, nothing but .NET, Golang, C++, all these can support. Ruby, absolutely. So another word, it can be anything. It can support all. Okay, good. And can you have a look? What is this all about? Why should I use Azure Pipelines? You can see that here works with any language or platform. deploys to different types of targets at the same time, integrates with Azure deployments, builds on Windows, Linux, or Mac machines, integration with the GitHub, works with open source projects. But you can integrate it. Even I can work with the AWS resources or Google Cloud resources or on-prem servers. You can connect it, right? From your local machine, how you are connecting your Google Cloud or an Azure or an AWS or an on-prem servers, same way, right? This is one part. And how can you do this? All this just quickly. In DevOps project, we need a VM, whereas in web app, we don't need VM. Okay. What is the difference between platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, right? Infrastructure as a code in the sense, infrastructure as a service in the sense, we are going to get a virtual machines. Good. You take a platform as a service. We are not going to create virtual machines. We are going to get a platform straight away. Means Azure itself is providing a virtual machines with installation steps as well. But if you take an infrastructure as a service, you are going to get only virtual machines. You have to do next level. I mean, platform setup, nothing but installing the packages, setting the certificates and all those stuff. But here you'll get ready-made stuff. Nothing but it is indirectly, it can use some virtual machines in the backend, but you're not going to create. You're not going to access, not required to access. Okay, that's the point here. Okay, now if you read about this, the build and release service provides streamlined experiences to deploy your apps to one of Azure's many services. There are many services going to be there. Gmail is SaaS, not PaaS. Okay, Office 365, Gmail, all these are all software as a service. Okay, but app services, AKS clusters, container services, Lambda function, for example, from AWS, Elastic Beanstalk, EKS cluster, Elastic Container Services, all these are all RDS services, Cosmos DB, all these are all we can consider platform as a service. So Azure DevOps is indirectly nothing but what? You can consider platform as a service, right? Azure DevOps is not considered like a IAS or PaaS or all. It is a different one, right? It's a DevOps part. So indirectly, I can consider PaaS, platform as a service, because directly you're getting the platform as a service. You have to just add it to whatever you want and you can run it straight up. Okay, but if you have only virtual machines, then if you want to set up a DevOps, then you're going to install Jenkins or something else. You're going to install it, then you can use that as a infrastructure as a service, right? Okay, so many services. Can you take it? Can you check it out? Azure DevOps project. The DevOps project set up everything you need for developing, deploying, and monitoring your application. The DevOps project dashboard lets you monitor your code, commits, builds, and deployments all from a single view in the Azure portal. Now you got it? They're providing one service. So you can say platform as a service. But that is, I cannot consider as a platform service, but you can, as of now, you can consider, okay, or it can be a one service. That service is what? A DevOps service. I can consider this as a DevOps service. It can provide a dashboard, it can provide a wiki pages, it can provide a artifactory, it can provide a pipeline facility, pipelines creation, Azure repository, and all. Okay, that's the reason saying that the DevOps project sets up everything you need for developing, deploying, and monitoring your application. The DevOps project dashboard lets you monitor code commits, builds, deployments, all from your single view in the Azure portal. Okay, web app is different. See, Azure Web Apps enables you to build and host web applications in the programming language of your choice without managing infrastructure. They offer auto scaling and high availability, supports both Windows and Linux. Okay, so web apps are nothing but app services. It is indirectly, if you take Azure as an example, app services. Got it? So that is one. Actually, that is actually not related to here, project, DevOps project. Later it will come your web app. So later it come virtual machines. Later it come AKS. Later it come Cosmos DB, MySQL, all those. Okay. Yeah. So it is what is meant here. It is you are going to create a DevOps project. From there, you are going to deploy your application into this web apps. Clear? Now, how it is going to be the another option? Can you check it? What is this all about? Deploy to Azure. So in this simple structure, if you take it up in a diagrammatical way, take it up. This is your Azure DevOps, guys. This is Azure DevOps. Here, what is going to be there? Here, you may have one thing called, say, Kanban board. Okay, Kanban, you can get it. Another one you may get wiki page. Okay, another one you may get Azure repo. Okay, and pipelines and artifacts and test plans also you can do that. Got it? So these all we're just going to use. It'll get it all these. Good. Now, for example, if you want to deploy an application, so what you'll do, you are going to use a cloud, something like Azure cloud. Take it up. This is your Azure cloud. Okay. So this is, you can treat like a Azure platform. So we have separated already, right? So this is your Azure platform. You may use even different platforms on-prem or so you can, this is, you can take it up AWS or you can take it GCP or you can say on-prem also you can take it up. Not a problem. Okay. So these also I can consider. Cool. Okay. Here, what is going to be there? You may get virtual machines, right? We may get virtual machines here. You may get app service. This is one. Can I pick it up? Another one is AKS. They can say AKS. Very good. We have this. Okay, keep it like this. For example, if you take AWS as an example, AWS. For example, here it is, another one. Okay, logic apps, containers, function apps, so many. Yeah, you can get it so many. Another one I can say EC2, for example. Okay, I'll pick it like this. Now, for example, I want to take it up these all different examples. Okay, on-prem server, virtual machines and all. Say, for example, VM, virtual machines, classic, VM scale sets, VM images, something, whatever you can, just I'm giving, okay, cool. Lambda, anything you can pick it up, not an issue. Okay, now what we have to do, guys? We have to use these resources, I mean, services. We have to create a resource, plus we have to deploy it. So our Azure DevOps, what it does, it will try to connect these platforms here. As part of your pipeline, you're going to, I mean, this platform itself is going to connect to your targets. Okay, it can connect your targets here. Your targets, it can be Azure, it can be AWS, it can be a GCP, it can be on-prem. So whatever option is there, so you have to connect this. So by using, we are going to use something called service connections. Okay, we're just going to use some service connections there. We're just going to use this. Good. So these service connections can establish a connection. Okay, guys. So once you get the connectivity, so you have to run the pipeline here. I'm just going to prepare a YAML file. I can say pipeline.yaml file. And just straight away, I'm going into this one. So pipelines, I'm just going to create. Okay, good. So this pipeline, so whatever you have declared in the task, if you want to create an infrastructure, you want to deploy something, if you want to get some information from a service, ultimately this pipeline going to use this service connection and it will connect to the target resources and it can perform some tasks. Okay, your pipeline, what is doing? It can use some service connections. See, ultimately I have to connect it. You may use service connection, you may use directly the commands. That's your choice. You have to, how you are connected, that's your choice. So each resource will have different, of course. Each resource should have separate service connections. I mean to say, if it is an Azure portal, okay, if it is an Azure, you want to connect it. Okay, you can use one service connection. In your Azure itself, you have multiple subscriptions like a dev subscription, staging subscription, production subscription, for example. Then you have to use three service connections, different service connections. And if you have an on-prem, if you have a production, AWS, then you can create a different service connections. Or that's your choice. That's what I'm saying. You can create a number of service connections, no charges, nothing. So how you want, that's your choice. So service connection, if whenever you create it, right? So even permissions also important. Am I right? Some permissions, we're not going to allow all permissions to all the service connections. I'm going to take a different service connections according to what level of permissions you need. Accordingly, also you can create a number of service connections. Fine. So generally, for subscription, one service connection you're going to create. So with one service connection, I can connect to VM, AKS, function app, and all the resources which are there in Azure, which are there in AWS, which are there in on-prem or GC. Good. So this is one part. So pipeline is another part. Here we are going to declare tasks. Okay. Another one is, for example, data separation if you want to do that. Okay. Because everything I cannot write it. I cannot give a subscription name. I cannot give a certificate name. I cannot give a my credentials. I cannot give a my port numbers. Everything in a single pipeline. I need to fetch up those values also. So for that case, what we will do, we're just going to use a one thing called in Azure DevOps side, for example, library is another item going to be there. Okay, we're just going to use a library, but it can provide one variables group, right? This is one. Yes, we can also use another option. We can use key vault, but that we have to use ultimately subscription. Sorry, service connection only. Because key vault is from what? Not from Azure DevOps. It is from Azure. I can use this as of now. Yeah. See, vault also needs to connect from the library, right? No. So vault is going to be there in Azure portal. Now you need to fetch it as part of the pipeline. So what you have to do? You have to use the service connection and connect it this vault and fetch it. Yes, you have to write a pipeline.yaml file, but you can get it. You'll get by default one pipeline, and you can also generate the pipelines by adding some extensions, options, or you'll get it ready-made snippets. Okay, you have to only change it according to what you want. All snippets are available. Okay, all snippets are available. Only you have to add it. If sometimes we may not get, so you can write it your own scripts. Simple. You can get it. Don't worry on that front. You need not worry about too much coding. So ready-made, all ready-mades are there. Just you have to pull it. I mean, copy it and paste it and change it accordingly what you want. You can customize. You have to just need to customize it. That's all. You're not going to write a super code. Simple. Any project. It's a ready-made stuff. Okay, good. For example, if I want to fetch a key vault data, ready-made snippet going to there. You just need to add it and you have to give your subscription detail and your key vault name. So, for example, if you want to connect your Kubernetes, then you have to fetch it out your config object. Okay, or if you want to run some scripts, PowerShell scripts or shell scripts, you'll get ready-made ready-made snippet. You just add your command, add your script there. Shell command. If you want to install a package, then ready-made package option going to be there. You just need to give a package name. That's all. So like that, all these options going to be there. You need to get a structure. We'll talk about that part. So that is the reason I just given pipelines. Just here it is. What are the things are going to be used as per the DevOps? I'm just taking pipelines. We are going to use it. Library we are going to use it. Service connections we are going to use it. And as part of the pipeline, if you want to get a Git connection, I mean you can get it. If it is Azure repo, straightforward. If it is a GitHub different one, then you have to declare it. That's all. Fine. Great. And here one more it is going to be there. You can separate it environments. You can also create environments. And you can give permissions. All those you can control it here as well. Is also we are going to use environments. Okay. So our key vault also need to be added through library, right? No, it can be a separate one. So library is used storing less sensitive data in the form of variable. Key vault is more secure and can be used to store and retrieve password and credentials and tokens. Absolutely. And this is chargeable. Key vault is chargeable. Library is free activity because you're using straight away Azure DevOps service. And key vault is more secure and can be used to store and retrieve password and credentials and tokens. Cool. Okay. Now, before moving that, just quickly take it up these few points. Okay, these virtual machines and all, you just understood what is virtual machine, how we are going to use web app containers and all. So Azure virtual machines provide on-demand, high-scale, secure, virtualized infrastructure, Windows, Red Hat, or blah, blah. All these just definitions, it's okay. And pipelines, guys. Yes, this is unexpected. Okay, so just observe that. Pipeline contains multiple stages. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. And each stage will have multiple jobs. Just you are splitting. Okay. In a single pipeline itself, we can have a multiple stages and each stage will have a multiple jobs. And each job may use one agent. Clear, guys? Just you're dividing the stuff. And then each job contains multiple tasks. are steps. We can say each job will have multiple steps, and each step, steps will have step 1, step 3, step 4. Is that clear? Structure? It's a yes, YAML structure. Just like if you have a Docker Compose as an example, what we will do? We're just going to take on top is services, and in between multiple services, and each service will have data. Here in pipeline, so it's a YAML structure. Okay, stages is the dev stage, production stage. Assume that these are all dev, stage, production. And in the dev, you can say multiple jobs. And each job can perform set of tasks. You can treat like that. Okay, how do you want to separate it? That's your choice. Okay, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage dev, staging, stage production. For example, if you want to keep it in everything in a single pipeline, or else we just going to take it straight away job zone. So this is, you can skip it. You can straight away job, and job contains tasks. Okay, good. And each task, you can see multiple tasks we are going to perform. So each task, publish build artifact, app service deploy, invoke REST API, run a shell script, run a PowerShell script, blah, blah, blah. So trigger in the sense you have to run a pipeline, right? So you have a pipeline, this pipeline you have to trigger it. Either you do it manually, either you have to do that automatically based on some changes in your branch. This is nothing but a webhooks. Okay, what is webhook, guys? I hope you people know very well. What is webhook? It is indirectly event trigger. You're going to enable event trigger with the webhooks, right? Yes, once the commit is made to Git, it will trigger automatically using the webhooks concept. Okay, but here need not to separately required. If you take a GitHub as an example, we have to enable the webhooks explicitly. But here you just need to add your pipeline itself straight away. Trigger dev, trigger stage, or trigger main, automatically triggers. Okay, that's nice. Good. So if you come down here, this is one step. Okay, so tells a pipeline to run. Pipeline is made up of one or more stages. Stage is a way of organizing jobs in a pipeline, and each stage can have one or more jobs. Each job run a one agent. A job can also be agentless. And each agent runs a job that contains one or more steps. Just it's an organizational structure. A step can be a task or a script, or it's in the smallest building block of a pipeline. A task is a pre-packaged script that performs an action, or such as invoking API and blah, blah. Artifact is a collection of files or packages published by a run command. Okay. Can you tell me how a job can be agentless? Any examples? Agentless means if you don't want to run anything, or just you have to read something, or I think agentless, I don't think so. I never come across the situation agentless. See, agentless means what? See, agentless in the sense no agent at all. But agent is there in the sense it can be a Microsoft provided agent, or it can be your agent. So that is not meaning of agentless. Okay, if you do it yours, or it can be provided by, Microsoft hosted agent or self agent. So definitely is nothing but agent. Agentless is without agent. Maybe service connection, only service connection, reading some, getting some information, maybe. I'm not pretty sure. I'm not even guessing. Agentless. Absolutely. A job has to run by an agent. Definitely agent is going to be there. Maybe some situations going to be there. I'm not, encountered that kind of situation, but most of the time we are going to use. And regarding artifacts, what exactly artifact doing? So what is an artifact, first of all? What is an artifact? So artifact is nothing but what? It can be a file, it can be a package, it can be an image, right? So it can be you're going to build your package, or maybe you can create your own artifact, or you may use existing artifacts, right? Some other pipeline may create an artifact. Maybe some other project may have their own artifacts. Those artifacts we make. So jar, var, static files, zip files, images, all these we consider artifact. Artifact is nothing but archived file. We can treat archived file, non-editable file. We can consider an artifact. That artifact may generate by our pipeline or by our program, or maybe some other project created, and we are going to use those artifacts, or we can call it as a dependency artifacts. Dependent artifacts are your own artifacts. That is indirectly output. Your output. Your build output is, you can consider a artifact. Okay. Builds output is nothing but an artifact. So that can be zip, var, or image, anything. This can be anything. Approval and gates. If you want to create a manual approval step, you can use an agentless job to pass the pipeline until the approval is given. Might be that option. In generally, we won't take it back, right? Just we directly add that approval stage, and we're going to run it. So that's the reason. You can without that agent. If you split, if you declare agent task by task, then yes, this situation may come. But generally, we are going to give in a global level, job level. So in between only, we're going to add after job only, we're going to add all these approvals and all. So that's the reason we won't consider. But maybe that is one point, a really good point. Okay, yeah, I'll add at this point. Your point, yeah, cool. That's really good. So this also you can consider. Okay, good. In a IASC project, what will be the artifact? In IASC, we won't use any artifact, right? See, artifact is nothing but what? If you create one file, a physical file like jar, var, tar, NuGet package, dist directories, all we can consider like an artifact. Okay, IASC is nothing but what? It can connect to the remote one, your platform. There you're going to create your resources. So that is not considered as an artifact. That is infrastructure you're executing and you're creating the resources, right? You state files and those will be stored in a container. That is, we cannot consider that as an artifact, right? So that is just your output file, your state file. So artifact generally, if it is a build and if you build it and if you generate some artifact, that is considered as an artifact. Okay, good. Might be if you store it in that file in your artifact structure, you can consider that as an artifact. Okay, good. But generally, we are going to keep it in where? In a blob containers. Absolutely. Right? In a blob container, you're going to store it. That's nice. Okay, good. This is one part. Now let's come down, guys. Okay, this is clear. And come down, guys. Here. What is a YAML file? Can you provide a structure about YAML? What are the things going to be there in YAML? Very simple. YAML is nothing but a data structure, right? It contains how you want to keep your data in a formatted way. In a formatted way, in a key value pair. Okay, so it's going to be a key value pair, or it's a list. Simple. YAML, if you observe that any YAML file, you pick it up, it just contains maps and lists. Okay, your artifact may store in your artifactory or your container registry, or it can be Azure artifacts also going to be there. There also you can use it. But container images are generally we're going to use container registry. Okay, that's fine. So yes, indentations and blocks and all going to be there as part of the YAML file. Okay, very good. See, maps and list. Just like maps means what? Key value pairs. Key and value. And the list means what? Keys. And multiple values going to be there. Value 1, value 2, something like this we are going to use. We said list. Fruits is one example. Multiple fruits, nothing but multiple values. So that time we are going to use a list. Just like an name. Name is nothing but one key value pair. So it's a map. It's a combination. It is nothing but. Which is going to use it. These all combinations, maps and lists. It's nothing but a YAML files. Even JSON also same. XML is also same. But structure, it differs. Cool. Good. So stage, stage you can treat like a list. It contains multiple values. Jobs contains multiple tasks. Like that you can check it out. Now I can have a look. YAML is used to write a template for an Azure pipelines. For Azure pipelines, we are going to use it. See, YAML is a human-readable data serializable language. It is commonly used for configuration files and applications where data is being stored or transmitted. If you want to share, if you want to transform your data from one system to another system, yes, YAML is the best option. JSON is the best option. If you go legacy style, XML is another best option. But XML is a little heavyweight, but YAML and JSON is lightweight, deserializing the language. Okay, this one. So you can have a look at simple stuff. Now you get it. So whatever we have discussed about these stages, jobs, and tasks and all. So this is the structure it's going to take place. Okay, dependencies means that maybe suppose this job step 1.1 is generated some artifact. Assume that image. But that image, where it is going to be there, you are going to keep it in a remote location, like a container registry. So here you may refer that particular registry, but it is nowhere related with this job one. If this job one is uploaded there, this stage we may use, but is failed stage we cannot stop. It will use existing one, whatever it is there in the remote side. If it is not there, it will throw an error. But there is no interdependence. But interdependence is going to be there, step 1 to step 1.2, or maybe job 1 to job 2, something in between, stage level, not in next, I'm sorry, job level, not stage level. Okay, good. That's really, but the structure is clear, right? It's a very simple. Stage A and job 1 contains multiple steps and all. Stage generates a jar. Stage 2 uses that card to create a Docker image. So jar to create a Docker image. Stage 3 pushes images to the registry, mostly independent. No, not in stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. That can be in a single job, step 1, step 2, step 3, right? See, for example, you have generated image here in the step 1.1, but if you take a different stage, it will run in different agent. Many chances are there. So you won't get this input or prerequisite to push into your image. So that's the reason in a single job, we are going to do all these. Okay, in a single job itself, we are going to build an image, we are going to create a connection, and we are going to push it there itself. In a single job. In job 2, you may use different tasks. So if it is interrelated stuff is there, you can use single job. Fine? That's great, guys. So sometimes what will happen is we are not going to keep it in all these stages in a single pipeline. Generally, I'll consider only single job. Generally, I'll use for a single pipeline for single job. That's the best option. You don't want to get too much complex, right? Got it. That's the way we have to handle. For example, if you have a multiple environments, why should my pipeline should wait, right? So there's also sometimes people going to create different pipelines. Ultimately, it's a YAML file. Different YAML files, if you maintain it, if it is in a single YAML file or multiple YAML files, what is the difference? Nothing. Upstream, downstream, correct. That's the way we can handle it. Good. This is one part. Now, if you come down slowly, ecosystems and integrations. See, guys, there are so many ecosystems and integrations, but there are built-in options are available. So you need not to write a code explicitly. You'll get ready-made snippets. You have to add it as part of your YAML file. You can pick it up one snippet. You can add it to your YAML file as a task. So .NET, Android, see, they're all options are available. For example, take it up one example. Can you search it out? Think for it. I want to run a PowerShell script, for example. Assume that you have a PowerShell script. How to run a PowerShell script in a YAML file? I mean, through pipeline. PowerShell task in Azure DevOps. Same like a Terraform resource. You need not to worry about the Terraform or ARM templates or CloudFormation. What you'll do, if you need a virtual machine, you need a app service. If you search it out in Terraform, you'll get ready-made resource. You have to just add it in your template and change your naming convention. That's all, right? The same way. Can you check it out for PowerShell and Bash Shell? I need to run a Bash Shell script. I need to run a PowerShell script. How can you do that? Okay, this is one thing we can use it. So build, test, deploy apps, Azure services and all, we can take it. Okay, how you are going to do that? If you want to create it, where is your code? You can point it either Azure repository, Bitbucket and all blah, blah. And then if you choose it, so what you want to do that, select a repository and build. There are various ways to test your application in the pipeline. Set up a parallel testing or all these options. And you can see all these options going to be takes place. Pipelines. Okay. So first we'll create it a sample one and then we'll talk about agents and all. Okay. So if I just come down, guys, here, I'm jumping here. Okay. I'm just going into this Azure DevOps board. You can see, guys, here, pipelines. So whatever I talked about, pipelines, environments, library. So library contains what? You can create your own key value pairs here. We'll talk about this. Environments also same situation. You can create it, manage deployments, view resource status, and get full end-to-end traceability and all. You can create an environment. Okay, pipelines. You can create your pipeline here. Automate your build and release process using our wizard and go from code to cloud hosted within minutes. Create a pipeline. Azure repository. I'm choosing straight away our Azure repository. So I can use this DevOps, for example. See, start a minimal pipeline that you can customize to build and deploy your code. Existing Azure DevOps, Azure pipeline YAML file. If you have already, you can. Or else you can say simple one. By default, it will automatically creates. See guys here? I've not done anything. Just choose. I've just chosen the top. I have choose the option. You can see, guys. A very simple one. Starter pipeline. Start with a minimal pipeline that you can customize to build and deploy your code. Add steps that you build, run, test, deploy, and all. But what it is saying? So it's a simple job. This is. If you're not declared anything in the sense, it's a job. You've not declared anything, stages, jobs, and all. So by default, it is, you can see straight away, steps. It is nothing but job. If you're not declared anything in the sense, it is a job. This is a basic one. Just like whenever you write some programs in Java, Python, and all, what you'll do, first you are going to define a class. If this is a standalone one, not required. If we take a Python code as an example, not required to define class, functions, and all. Straight away, you can write it to your print statements. So it is indirectly this one. It is indirectly nothing but a default job. It's a job straight away. Now, what it is using? Trigger main. Can anyone help me? What is this about? Trigger main. I'm just going to say trigger develop. So it's nothing but this pipeline can trigger automatically whenever something modified in development under main branch. Very good. Trigger in case any change in main and development branch. Very good. It starts there. Automatically runs if something is pushed into if something is modified in the main and development branch. But if it's a feature branch, it cannot. Okay, what about this? It's an agent. It's an agent. See, we need to run our pipeline where? In one agent, one virtual machine, right? So if you say pool VM image Ubuntu latest, nothing but Azure, this pipeline automatically pick it up one agent of type Ubuntu from Azure provided, Azure hosted agents. You're not going to tell anything. Azure can provide straight away one Ubuntu agent, Ubuntu virtual machine to run all your task steps. So whatever you mentioned, all these steps, it will run on this particular machine. It's a randomly pick it up from the pool because that is you are not going to manage. Provides are managed by Azure itself. Just like if you have a Lambda function, if you have a function app, if you use a forget service, what do you do? You're not going to manage your virtual machines. Platform itself is pick it up one virtual machine, it can run there itself. Yes, Azure itself is going to provide. Azure DevOps it can provide that facility. You need to just declare it, or you can subscribe it. You can add it. I'll talk about that. Here it is. Options going to be there in the project settings section. So that agent pools. Clear? Good. So there's a way we can get it. So create a pipeline something and Azure repo and select your DevOps and start a pipelines. You can get it. Okay, this is one step. Now, can you see that here? Whatever I have talked about, steps here in the steps section, first task. It's a list. Steps you can treat like a fruits and fruit 1, fruit 2. Task 1, task 2. Or you can treat like this is like a tasks and task 1, task 2. Agent pool, absolutely. Azure. That means agent pools will be provided by Azure, absolutely. Okay, so first task, what it is doing? Echo, hello world. Display name, run a one-line script. This is like a task name or a task name, and this is your task. Script is a task. Just print statement. This is also same thing. All right. If you want a multiple task, if you want to multiple commands, if you want to run it, so run multiple line commands and script itself. Good question, Srinivas. This is a default one. But if you want to add multiple stages, jobs and all, that also you can get it. You can set it like this. Provide stages example in Azure DevOps Pipeline. YAML. Okay. Stages in Azure pipelines, you can find it. You got it? So we have just done this one. This is one implicit stage. See, implicit stage and one implicit job. That is indirectly default. So you need not to declare. If you want to straight away the task, or if it is a single one, you can see we have done this part right now. But if you take it, this pipeline has one implicit stage. There is no stage, only jobs. If you want to declare a jobs, job A, job B, and each job will have a steps. Nothing but these steps. This step is going to be there under job A. If you don't have all these, straight away you can declare this stuff. If you have multiple jobs, then this come into the picture. If it is a single job, why it is required? Is that clear, guys? Is that showing clear picture? Now you got it, I hope so. So if it is if you have only one job, so why do you have to declare a stage and job? If you have a multiple jobs, then jobs and then job 1, job 2, job 3. Each job will have this repetitive step. So if you have a multiple jobs, then stage is not required to declare. Only jobs required to declare. But if you have a multiple stages, yes, stages, you have to declare about this. Stage 1, stage 2. And then in that each stage will have a multiple jobs. Job 1, job 2. Here, jobs, job B1, job B2. Is showing clear picture? Beautiful. Now we have discussed here itself. Okay, guys. I hope now you got the picture how we are going to use this. It's just a simple template. It's just a template. All right. It is just simple template. Okay. I'll add this URL as well here. You can get it. Right. That's the purpose, right? Each job contains multiple tasks. See, multiple tasks that related to that particular job. Okay. But I cannot keep it dev task and the production task in a single job. I can create a multiple jobs. One is for dev and one is for stage. Very good. So this is a split is going to be there. Now, if you take it, if you choose to specify a pool at the stage level, yes, you can do that stage level. Or then all jobs defined in that stage use that pool unless specified at job level. Nothing but you can define your agent at the stage level or job level as well. For example, in a single stage, I have multiple jobs and each job required, one job is required for Ubuntu, another job is required for Windows. In that case, I cannot go for global level declaration. I have to go for job level declaration, just like a data separation. So that's what it is doing here. See, stage A pool and jobs. But if you wanted this A2 is required something, then you are declaring a pool. Nothing but it will override, just like an override function. I hope you people know about what is override. So same here. So in general, if you not declared this pool, by default, it will pick it up this one. If you declare it explicitly in the sense what? I'm going to use for A2 this job. Clear? Collection, absolutely. Pool is nothing but a collection. Because I cannot rely on one single node agent. Even we are going to use in Jenkins also labels, not with the agent. I cannot stick with one agent. I'm going to use a labels. Labels means if I have a multiple agents and each agent will have a multiple labels. So if I choose a label, then whichever agent is free, it can pick it up from that pool. The pool contains multiple agents, absolutely. And based on some label, we're going to pick it up that way. Ubuntu label, Windows label, Kubernetes label, Docker label, virtual machines label, something like that. Think of it. Okay, good. And you can see the full syntax to specify the stage is stages. Stage is nothing but a staging string. And display name depends on condition, pool, variables, and jobs. And each job will have a multiple task. So this is the way they can. Even you can interdependence. Yes, you can also do that depends on. Stages, one stage, for example, dev stage, staging, test stage, production stage. Then, for example, if dev task is completed or dev stage is completed, then only I want to start a staging. Yes, you can say depends on dev, depends on staging. If not completed dev, your task cannot complete, cannot pick it up, cannot trigger. So it is interdependencies, something like stages, stage QA, stage production. Now you got it. What is the difference between QA, prod, and all? You can take it up different stages. That's the reason In general, we're going to create a separate pipelines. Everything is an individual. That also you can do that. So how you want to handle it, that's your choice. You want to keep it everything in a single pipeline, or if you want to split it into multiple pipelines, that's your choice. Is that clear, guys? This is the way we can handle it. And see, this is also stage, job, depends on multiple tasks. You can, multiple stages, you can keep it as a depends. See, stage, depends on deployment Europe, deployment US to region, deployment to US one region. Like that, you can set the condition. Even conditions also you can set it. All these are different options available. You can specify the approvals and manual triggers. So if you're not declared about the trigger option, say manual. Everything is the area. Pipeline. Very good documentation. This is mark a stage as unskippable. Unskippable. Nothing but setting the conditions. Cool. Okay. So let's see simple example. So I hope you got it. What is stages and multiple options and all these, right? So you can manually control when a stage should run using approach checks. This is commonly used to control deployments, something like that. You can add it. All these options are available. Everything is here. Okay, good. Now, if you come down into our pipeline, okay, now I want to run this pipeline, simple one. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll create this job, say save and run, save it. Just like a commit a message, commit directly to this main branch, save it. Pushes to this branch are not permitted. You must use a pull request to update this branch. So that will create a new branch. Okay, start pull request. Okay, save this. So some recent issues detected related to pipelines trigger. I think you can go into this repository, branches, and see here we have enabled some locking. See, branch has policies. Timing, I'm just releasing those policies. Okay, branch policies. We can disable timing. Okay, and development branch. Okay, these are all required actually. Just I'm just stopping. Okay, and these are pipelines and all done. So now go into our pipelines and say we have this pipeline. Select this pipeline and edit once again. So you have this pipeline, and you can also give a rename, I think, right? Say settings, triggers, and all options are there. Go back, pipeline, edit pipeline. You can get it here, rename. So I'm just going to say example, or I can say shell underscore dev underscore pipeline, something like that. You have to add it. Save this. Now you can see the pipeline section. You'll find this pipeline. Like that, you can create multiple pipelines. Okay. Now, if I want to run this pipeline, what should I do? So run a pipeline, for example. So from which branch you have to take it up? Because the code is there in Azure DevOps pipeline, Azure pipeline. You can say run. Starting, run. It is started. See, job. See, by default, automatically picking a job. You can pick it up this job and run it. But it is in queue. See, no host parallelism has been purchased or granted. So to request a free parallelism grant, please fill out the following form and request it. Because this is our individual accounts. So we have not enabled. We have to raise a ticket to the Azure support team, and they're going to see that to request a free parallelism grant. Because if you grant it, then they'll charge per month something per how much computing you're using and all. So they're going to take it up this. If you check it out here, this request, you can raise a request. You can raise a request by using this option, help option. Okay. But see, this pipeline is not running because we don't have this image. We don't have subscribed yet. You have to raise a request, so then they'll grant it. They'll approve it, supporting. But in our case right now, no. So what you have to do, guys? For example, I don't want to enable this because I may forgot, and I don't want to pay per month something minimum at all, because this is simple, our own pipelines. I mean, our own account, right? But still I want to run this pipeline. So what we will do generally, okay, so you can have a look here, project settings. See, if you want to add something, if you want to customize something, if you want to add some features, okay, in Jenkins, we are going to use a plugins, configuration system, and the configuration tools, and all are going to be their options. Here also same situation. So that is a little bit administrate. There we call it as an administration or a configuration system. Here, project settings going to be there. Just click on this project settings. You'll find all those options, what you want. If you want to give a permissions, if you want to service hooks, project configuration, agent pools, see service connections, all those are available. If you see your agent pools, okay, you can add a pool. See, by default, Azure pipelines, default pools. You can add your own pool, something like this one. Select an agent pool type, self-hosted Azure virtual machine scale set. For example, self-hosted in this case, for example. If I choose the name, this one, what will happen? You have to give all those details. Automatically scales. Little expensive this is. Okay, so we can go for back option, say self-hosted. A pool of agents that you set up and manage on your own to run jobs. A pool of agents that you set up and manage on your own to run a job. Okay, so the new agent pool name, I'm just going to say my pool, for example. Now, what is saying that pipeline permissions, grant access permissions to all pipelines. Simply say create. We have a pool now. Now click on this pool. Okay, you can add your agency. So new agent. Simple, guys. Even in Jenkins also same thing, we are going to do that. We're going to add an agents to Jenkins master. It can be a virtual machine sets automatically from cloud, or you can create one virtual machine and you can run few commands there in a virtual machine. Automatically it can connect with some configuration steps. So here also we're going to do same steps here. If it is a Windows machine, you can go into your Windows machine, run these all commands. Just follow these steps. These are steps to add your agent to your Azure. Nothing but we are doing customized, our own self-hosted agent. See, for example, if you come down, say pick it up your Linux, for example, this is your Linux machine. See, download the agent, create an agent. Nothing but they're providing set of utilities. You have to install it, run the command, automatically it's going to take it. Linux based. This is our input system. Okay, good. So here Linux steps are here. Now let's see how we can take it up this commands. So you can use this option, copy URL to clipboard and run this command. Automatically we take it up. Okay, shall we try this? But we need a virtual machine. Okay, so let's do it one thing quickly. If I want to do that, I have to go into this portal, homepage, virtual machines. Okay, I have to create it one virtual machine. So let's pick it up Azure virtual machine and create and just fill it up. So I'm just going to say DevOps RG. Okay, and agent 1, say 01, or I can say Linux agent 01. Okay, and South India is okay. Keep it all these options, and the 24 is okay. Ubuntu, or you can say 1 GB is fine per month, and public private keys you can use public key, or you can use password. That's fine. Like this, you can take it. Okay, this is the one, and say Linux agent 01. So let's use the same thing. Next agent. Okay, keep it same one. Then password. Okay, it's matching. 22. Review and create it straight away. Validation failed. What is missing? Okay, so we have to create. It's created. Now you can go to resource section. So it's running. So we have to connect this virtual machine, right? So connect, copy this URL. And I'm just going to do it from my terminal machine, terminal. So then simply say SSH user. What is the user? Linux agent 01 @ IP address. Say yes. And cool. Good. Okay. So now we have connected this virtual machine. This is our own virtual machine now. So we have to follow these steps now. Come down into Azure part. Okay. So new agent, Linux, copy this URL, and you can say curl command, right? It'll automatically downloads. So what did you say? File to save something, right? Okay, I can say duplicate straight away. Cool. Now we got it. Okay. Now we just, what we have done, we just copied this file into local in a virtual machine. Now you have to extract this file. tar hyphen x z f and then file. Done. You can have it. All files are downloaded here. All files were downloaded here. Now, what is the next step they're suggesting? See, now we have just extracted the tar file. So now you have to go into configure the agent config data.sh. Is this there? Yes, it is. This is the config data.sh. So you have to say config.sh. Okay, enter. Yes, accept the team explorer everywhere. Like nothing, but it is asking some question. It is asking few questions. You have to give an answer. Nothing, but you have to give an, because see, it's a tar file is nothing but a utility, a command. It's a command. It's providing a command. So you have extracted and we are running that script config.sh. So what it does this config.sh? This, I mean, from this host, we need to connect with what? Our Azure DevOps organization and project. All right, guys. Okay, even if you take a Jenkins as an example, if you want to connect your Jenkins master, you have to give the Jenkins URL there, the endpoint URL to reach to that button. The same way, this agent required to connect it what? Connect it to our Azure DevOps. So in that case, we need the details about your account details. See, enter server URL. So can you check it out? What details we need to give here? Connect. Enter server details. I think so. We have to provide optionally and the agent and all blah. Okay, just a minute. So this is our organization level. I think I have to give. I forgot, but let me recollect it. I'll give this. Okay, have given what? URL plus. Is it correct? Yeah, you can do that. I think yes at origin level, right? Let's see. Okay, enter authentication type. Press enter for PAT. Yes. Enter personal access token because we need to authenticate it. Just if you have a URL, you cannot connect straight away. So you have to come down into your user section, guys. Here. So user settings. Here you can generate a token. Okay. Token, if you want to do that, personal access token, PAT, short name, personal access tokens. So new token you can generate and say my PAT 30 days, for example. You can give permissions, what permissions you want to give it. All these permissions you can give it for this token. So I'm just going to say full access straight away. I'm just giving full access. Simply say create. Now I just got a token. Copy this token, come down and paste it. Okay, register agent, enter agent pool, press enter the for default. But in our case, my pool, I think, right? We have given my pool. Let's take it up, keep it as it is. And I'll go into dev.azure.com. Say, go into this, where we can get it. What is expecting? Pool name, right? Project settings, agent pools, my pool, right? My pool, you have to give it. Pool. And enter agent name. Press enter for Linux agent 01. It's okay. Keep it as it is, agent 01. Enter work folder. Keep it underscore work is fine. Okay. Settings saved. That's what it is. Added all the details. Now you can come down, run it. So what they're suggesting here, you have to run it. Okay. Come down. Agents. My pool agent. Okay. New agent, for example. Linux run.sh. You have to run it this. Simply say run.sh. If everything is correct, your details, it will connect. Listing for jobs. I'm sorry, listening for jobs. I think we have to give it a project name also. I think so. Let's see. Listening for jobs. Okay. Can you come check it out here? Close this and say agent pools, my pool, agents, Yes, guys, it is online. Beautiful. Linux agent 01. So if you pick it up this, you can get to know how to use and all capabilities and jobs. Nothing is there. Now you have to change it, right? Now you have to change it. So you can close this, go into DevOps pipeline, AIB, pipelines. We have this pipeline or else code. You can just come down into the code, files, go into Azure DevOps pipeline section. See here, it is created YAML file. You have to modify. But this pool cannot work straight away. Can you check it out? How to add a self-hosted agent in the pool section? Because it's not a pool. Or if I say pool, pool is equal to, I have to give my pool. But it's going to pick it up or not? I'm not pretty sure. My pool. Is this going to work? I don't think so. It works. This is not the right way, but it throws an error automatically. Okay, come down into the pipelines, trigger a pipeline. Okay, different branch, run it. Still little, yeah, sequence was not expected. It's throwing an error. Line number 10, column number 3. So means this one, files, line number 10. It's wrong. Can anyone quickly search it out how to add a self-hosted agent as part of the pipeline? Okay, so I'm just going to add it here. It is edit. I'm doing from here itself. So in the pool section, I have to add it. I'm sorry, it's not copied up. Copy. Okay, name. You can this one, you can keep it here. Name is equal to pool. Pool name is my pool. Demands agent non name is equal to what is one? What we have given? So we have given Linux agent 01. Am I correct? Yes, Linux agent 01. Linux agent 01. So this is the one. So equals. In other words, we are just passing the information and then commit it. I hope this time it will through. Now you can come down the pipeline section, run new pipeline. Sorry, not new pipeline. My mistake. Pipelines. This and run a pipeline. Okay, say this, run it. This time it will through. Great, it will go if everything is correct. Here also you can get to know the status. Yes. Is this anything running? Running job. But what about here? See, started job. This time. It will also get it here, I think. Okay, status it is. Cool, right? Done. It's going on. Your job. See, initialize a job. Check out your DevOps pipeline code. It is automatically clone and run a one-line script and run a multiple line script. See, it's getting add another task to build and test and deploy your project and all. It's taken and it's done. Completed your task. And if you get it here in the pipeline section, it shows green. See, it's done. Just is this showing something? Yes, job completed with the result succeeding. It is logging at your agent side also. So this is the way we can run it. Cool. So this one. So can you run a shell script? See, right now we have here in the repository section, this part, right? So what I want is, I want to run a file straight away, right? I want to run a file itself. For example, you have to go here, say repositories, files, go here, the this, right? Repositories, we have to take it up here. Correct. Here, a simple script, for example, I kept here itself. Let's say, how to do this? Clone and create a file, for example. Okay, script.sh. You can do whatever you want in that script.sh. For example, echo execute shell script, for example. Something I'm adding, commit it, for example. Now, this one, right now we are not triggering automatically, right? So what I want is this time, I want to raise a pull request. Okay, pull request and say new pull request from where to where? Azure DevOps pipeline to main branch, for example. Okay, an active pull request already exists between these two pipeline branches. Okay, I can take it up development also. Okay, test something. and reviewers and all blah blah. Just create it. Okay, now just complete it. I'm merging. Automatically, this Azure DevOps pipeline going to be complete, customized, and blah blah, associated with the engine and all, complete merge, and then completed, right? It's this time merging pull request, it's completed. Okay, delete source branch. That's fine, no problem. I can delete it. Done. Now go back to the file. I mean, you can see the pipeline section. This automatically triggers pipelines. Okay, why it is not triggered? Some recent issues detected related to this pipeline. Then refresh. Why? We have had it, right? We are in different DevOps only, right? Oh, my mistake. It's you have to go into the development. I'm sorry, yeah. So here in the pipeline is this. Oh, you have not added develop. That's the reason it's getting issue. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll raise once again pull request, and so no pull request from main to main. Something just last, right? Create it. I'll delete it, no problem, and complete it. Development optimization. No. So complete the merge. So this time I'm expecting. Correct? Ah, right. So I don't want to delete this branch. You can come down, check the pipelines, can you refresh? Yes, automatically triggered. It's a main branch. Because as part of the YAML file, only main is there. Okay, as well, it's going to take it out. Job. That's fine, right? Older one only is going to take. Now, right now, what I'll do, but this script data set, I have to add it here, right? Okay. So it's nothing but indirectly, I can add another task, something like this. Can I add it like this? Can I say sh script dot sh script dot sh, right? Commit it and say commit. Okay, but we are in a development branch. So what I'll do, I'll add here itself, edit development branch. Okay, commit it. So this time automatically going to trigger and this stage going to be taken up or not. Let me see that. Cool. It's triggered another one. Now I can come down here, edit. So say this is, I don't want. Yeah. So I can simply do something. Run shell script file. Okay, commit it. So another pipeline automatically going to trigger. You can have it. See, load one new run, refresh. See, automatically it's going to trigger. So this time it's a different task. See, run shell script file. But in the previous one, if you pick it up, you won't get that. See, you don't have. That's a duplicate tasks. They're just same names. So this is the way you can add it. Is that clear, guys, everyone? So in Jenkins, we can build a pipeline using the GUI, right? By selecting the appropriate requirement, the Jenkins will generate the YAML pipeline for same. Is there anything in ADGO pipeline? I didn't get you. I'm like, in Jenkins, we can build pipeline using the GUI. There you want to run a freestyle project or Maven project instead of pipelines. Instead of pipelines, I mean, classical, here it is classic editor is there, right? It is indirect nothing but classic pipeline, but that is not preferred, right? We can generate pipeline using the generator, right? And I mean, options are there. We have, see, for example, say run pipeline. So not run line pipeline. I can say new pipeline. Okay, is that option showing? GitHub and all, but generally it is going to become here classic. Classic pipeline is one option, or else, say for example, I will come down here. Maybe I have to add it there. So let's pick it up this one, and I start a new pipeline, for example. Let's see what will happen. We'll see. Here it is, right? And here show assistant something. Show assistant. Yes, here it is there, right? So these are all options. For example, I want to run Azure CLI. So you can select this. Got it? So you can choose this. If you select it, automatically add that one task there itself. But there, generate option is going to be there. There you have to, same layer, right? Same. You have to prepare it I mean, if you want to prepare one task there, you're going to use that task generator and you're going to give an inputs. And if you generate it, automatically it will generate. Here also same thing. See, all these are options are there. Is that clear now? That's what it is. Here, all these bash scripts. somewhere you can see the Docker and all. It will automatically changes. Yes. So you can see, for example, if I say Docker, okay, you have this, for example. So Docker Compose, Docker CLI installer, build and this. So what I'll do, I'll first choose this stable version for particular version, add it. See guys here, it's added. The task stated. For example, if you want to run a Docker command, for example, okay, Docker, then choose this Docker container registry, container repository, command, Docker file, all these. Or you can say run command, build command, push command, login command, all these, you can give it the detail. Okay, build context and all, add it. Say automatically, it's Control Z. For example, not this one, right? This task is going to be here. The next step is like this, you can do container registries and all. Simply say add it. It's getting enough. So your Docker tasks. For example, if you want a Terraform task, for example, is there anything? Generally, it will get it. If not, you have to add it. If not there, something, you can add it, I think so. Yeah, we can add it. That's all. You have to keep it in a Git only. And so we are building Docker image and pushing. See, first step is what you have to install it, Docker. Docker utility is required. So that's the reason it is automatically taken care of. And then you have to take it. So this Docker file, you have to add it here. If not, it will throw an error. Cool. Good. Now save and run, for example, if I do that, what will happen? We'll see. Okay, let's see. You'll get it. Though just you have to run a command. So you have to ensure those things are there or not. Now what is saying this time error? Can you check? So what is an error? Set up with the pipelines. So this is a different task, right? We have used a different, but this is not required. Delete. I'm just going to say DevOps. So we can take it up existing one itself and edit, for example. Now you can say Docker. Okay, and Docker installer. See, first step is what? We have to install it. Am I right? So pick it up this Docker CLI and say add it. Okay, only keep it this one, fair enough. Validate and save. Save it. Okay, automatically going to trigger your pipeline. Check it out, your pipeline. So it is started. Let's see. So Docker going to be installed. So Docker installer. Got it? So now you got it. Docker installation. So Docker stable version, preparing for path environment and blah, blah. Then next step is what? Once again, you can come down and edit. If you want to run a Docker command, let's have a look here. Docker. See, multiple options will be there. Docker option. So what you want to do to build and push? No, I don't want, I only build, I wanted to build only. Okay. I don't want to push because we don't have a register and all. We have to create it later. So build context, blah, blah, and simply say add it. This is added, Control X. I can add it here. Okay, second task, validate and save it. Because we are doing in a directly in the browser, that's the reason only one file at a time we can do it. But this will fail, right? So we have to go into the repository. Here, we have to add one more file. Am I right? So here I should say, but where we are doing right now, pipelines, can you check? Main pipeline. It is taking on main pipeline. So I have to go, say main, Azure pipelines we have. This is the content we have already. So then I should say here one file I have to create it. Clone, upload, new file. Docker file. Okay, guys. Docker file. Create. Just added some content. For example, say I'll find simple task. I'm not adding anything. Stop. Just commit it. Okay, guys. Now check it out your pipeline. This time the build can get success or not. Just now triggered. It's going on. Let's see. Run a multi-line Docker installation. It will be very quick. First one, second one, Docker install. Now it's going on. See Docker. It's failing. Might be nothing to show. Final logs are missing. This can happen when job is cancelled or timed out. Okay, it's failed. So what is getting guys here? Cannot connect to the Docker daemon at Unix. Is the Docker daemon running? Because Docker going to be there on your root user. This is the one. So right now the permissions are not there. And ensure you have to check it out. Docker is there. Definitely Docker going to be there. but you have to use a sudo. Is there any other way we can achieve it? Can I check it out? The pipeline level? I don't think so. This is because the inbuilt one, so we cannot do. So we have to change it. You have to run some scripts. Let me try this script. Is this going to help you? Help or not? I'm not pretty sure. This script here. So I can say something like this. Sudo chown. But what user is going to take it up? But you can give Linux agent 01 colon Linux agent 01 and say slash var something, whatever it is, error is very. So I will go here, exact path I can get it from this job, go into the job section, Docker, var run docker.sock, var run docker.socket file, sock. Okay, I'm just giving this permission, but I don't think so if this is going to work or not. It's going to execute or not. It will change or not. But let's try. Validate, save it. Okay, and check that pipelines. Check that pipeline triggered, going on, job. So this task change permission should go success. Then only this will get success. No, it's not possible. Permissions. No such file or data. So it's nothing but indirectly, I have to come down here. I need to run it. So I'll do one thing, Control C. Okay. And say, can you check it out? Which Docker? It's not there. So I should say update, right? apt install docker.io. Should say sudo. This command we have to execute once it is done. Yeah, almost done. What I'm doing now, I'm installing prerequisites to run a Docker command in our agent because it's in our agent. But if you use a hosted agent, right, generally it can provide Docker by default there itself. We have to add the same thing through pipeline. Yes, it can be possible, but what we are doing right now, what it is saying, something error it is throwing, right? We don't have a Docker installation. Yeah. So you can add apt install docker.io, that you can do that. Yeah. So we have not done that. We can do that. Yes, absolutely. Okay, this is done. So I'll do one thing. Come down here. Can I run this time pipeline? Because anyway, we have installed over there. Or else, do one thing. Edit. You can add that step as well. This step is not required in our case. I'll remove this. And I'm going to say sudo apt update. Okay. And next step is sudo apt install docker.io -y. Okay. And then after that, it will take it up this step. And this is going to take the permissions, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Hopefully this time it will get it. We'll save it, right? Cool. Now run it. Main branch. Of course, it will run automatically. Cool. Let's take this job. Oh, got it. So you should say run.sh. Okay. Now it started. Now it is started, waiting on the agent to receive and acknowledge the request. Job preparation parameters. Cool. It started. If you do manually, what will happen? You have to ensure those agents are connected or not. You have to cross check every time. Yes, true. It's done. Okay, so change permissions also true. Now it's going to run a Docker. You got it right? Without connecting agent also, we can do. Now it's building is going on. Docker task. Beautiful, guys. It's everything is done. Good. Okay, so this is our pipeline now. If you want to get it pipeline, so go into this step, refresh. Okay, I have created one virtual machine from from AWS. So whatever it is, we need a one virtual machine. Okay, I've just connected this virtual machine, but not yet added to our agent. Okay, let's go on and say home page. Quickly, I'll do this activity and Azure DevOps. Okay, and say my Azure DevOps organization. I'll quickly do this. It's very straightforward, right? So now let's do it one more time. Okay, cool. Okay, these are all there, right? Okay, I'll do one thing. And say here, so this is our organization. Okay, this is our organization. This is our project. All right. So if you take it up our repositories, we have yesterday, this is the one we have used, right? So this is our pipeline. If you observe this, have a look. Simple one, installation, Docker, all this stuff we have done. Okay, main branch. Okay, but right now, if you observe the project settings, we are going into this project settings, their agent pools, my pool, and see the status agents, we don't have. We don't have this. Now we have to do this activity quickly. Okay, to do this, what I'll do, a new agent. Okay, and say Linux, copy this, come down here, simply say wget, do this activity. Okay, cool. Now we got it. Why my space is not working? Okay, let me check. Okay, so tar -xjed vf and then say this. So it will go to extract all the files. Nice. We can check it out. Space. Now we have all these. Now what we have done after that, we have used straight away this command, config.sh. Must not run with sudo. Must not run with sudo. So it means we have to exit, clear it up, and I think we have to do one more time. So wget, copy. Okay, tar -x zdvf and then file name. Very good. Okay, so I'm just going to say config.sh. What did it say? Bad substitution. So what is the command they're expecting from this? Yeah, we have to go into where? Bin. Extract it, configure the agent, my agent, and config.sh. I can say simply config.sh. Okay, okay. So press enter for N or yes. I'm just going to say yes. Now enter server URL. So what we have given yesterday? So we have picked up this from up to this, right? So organization. So your azure.com/your organization. So that you'll identify your account and enter the authentication type part, yes, and enter personal access token. So what we have to do, we should take it up this once again, go here, AIB, and say, pick it up this user section. Okay, so personal access token. So you can see this option, user settings, personal access tokens. And okay, cool. And here we have yesterday, we have created this my pad, right? I can delete this because right now we are not using. So what I'll do, how to delete, guys, this one? Status is active. Is there any way to delete? Revoke, regenerate, right? Revoke it. This is also revoke it. Okay, we have to be new token. Something my pad something. Okay, 30 days. And I'm just going to give a full access. And I'm just going to say create. Got it? Now I just got it that. And I have to copy here. Connecting to server. Okay. So what agent pool I have to give? I think we have given here settings, run.sh, to close this. I'm just going to say my pool. Okay, same one. I'm just going to give it. And agent name, I'll give same name. Let's try this only. Okay, my pool already contains an agent with the same name Linux one. Enter replace, press enter for yes. Yeah, I just want to replace. Replace the agent and the testing agent connection. Enter work folder. Keep it as it is. Done. Okay, now you can simply say run.sh. Even you can keep it in run in the background. Run.sh space ampersand. So it will automatically takes. Now you can check it out here. Status, my pools, agents, online. So we can add n number of agents like this. Now let's move on to our pipelines. Okay, this is our pipeline. Let's run it, right? One time. So I'm straight away I'm running. Let's see, is that going to get success or not? We have not done anything. Am I right? We have not done anything, but let's see what is their code. So what I'll do one thing, if I want to do that going forward, I'll take it up this repository, files, and say clone. Okay, clone in VS Code. That's one thing. And how about this cloning repository? Is it started or not? Clone in VS Code. I don't think so. It will automatically starts. That is not coming, right? So what I have to do? If not, then I have to use this option and copy this command and come down into another terminal, something like this. Okay, I'm just merging this also here. So I can create why it is not the space not working. Okay, clear PWD CD Azure DevOps and set an name. Okay, so git clone, copy this. Okay, and just clone this into DevOps. Is this working or not? Let me check. So beautiful. So now we are able to open it. Now I'll do one thing. Code. Pick it up this. Okay. Is it open? Right. Let's see. File, new window. So we can do everything from here itself. So I can say to DevOps. Good. And this is our project. Open it. Okay. So nice. Now you can have a look guys here. So this is the one our pipeline. Okay. So this stuff you can remove. It's not a problem. Okay. Trigger option. Pool, scripts, and you're doing all this stuff. And apt install docker IO and ch1. This is also we are doing. So, but here in this case, we have to modify this. If not, it will fail. Let me check our pipeline is triggered or it's failed or not. Let me see that pipelines. The latest one, yesterday's only. It's not executed. If I run it, it will fail. So what I'll do, come down, guys. So this user is not there right now. It's going to be a Ubuntu user. Okay, I can say Ubuntu. So group is also Ubuntu. Okay, guys. I just changed this because we are changing the permissions for this Docker suck file. Because we are running on Ubuntu user, not in the root user. If it is a root user, it can work straight away, not require this task. This task is not required. So this is a separate task. And this is install docker.io. Okay. And here, simple one-line script. And installing here. And this is a Docker installer. And doing this Docker stuff. Okay. Save this. Now you can come down here. Plus updated user. Okay, commit it. Sync the changes. Now automatically trigger our pipeline. Let me check. Okay, it is syncing. Done. Can you check now? The pipeline says started automatically. You can come down here, have a look. So we don't have any Docker in this machine. We don't have any Docker. So now let's see how it can be. Is that going to trigger or not automatically? I mean, it can install or not. Yes, it's trying. APT does not have a stable CLI interface used with a caution and the scripts. It's okay. Leave it, no issue. So nothing but what? You have to ensure everything done through your pipeline only. All the prerequisites also, you have to fill it up with your pipeline only as much as possible. If not, if it is picking up one particular agent, if it is not installed there, then your job going to be failed, right? That's we have to be very careful. These all tasks are running on agent. Okay, yeah. So it is indirectly, if I say copy this command, open this terminal, pwd, and cd, say August. Okay, I'm just connecting this virtual machine. Okay, all these are running on our agent itself. Let's see, I can show it up. Somewhere it's going to be create. See that? Underscore work. Here, everything is going to be cloned. You can see underscore work. So you have code or not? You have code all here. Source root mapping, underscore task, underscore tool, one and temp. Can you check it out? What is there in the source mapping? Is this there are data? Indirectly, it is copying. Everything is running on this machine indirectly. Okay. So I can say phi ls. We don't have this one ls. Say this. All this code going to be here itself is going to be getting. If you search it out, you can find that code. So each job, if you want to run in different agents, yes, it can be possible. So one job should run in Ubuntu, another job should run on Windows virtual machine. That's your choice if you want. Our pipeline is triggered for completed or not? Still going on? Why? Maybe it is not able to install or what? So one upgraded, newly installed one or three not upgraded and all. Why it is taking this much time? Okay, I'll do one thing. I can come down. Let's do it ourselves. So Docker. See, Docker is installed, right? You can see that which Docker we have. So it is stuck, I think, in between. Okay, I'll do one thing. Quickly, I'll stop this. So you can cancel it because it is taking almost 9 minutes. So I'll rerun it. Right? We can do that, right? So run it. Cool. Let's see. This time is that going to execute or not? Let's check it out. Okay, it started. See, check out DevOps, something it is saying. Nothing but it is cloning the code. It's cloned. Run one line script. Installing Docker. Once again, it is doing here. This time. Yesterday it is done successfully. Could not lock front end. It's held by process. I think some installation issue is there, it seems. It's okay. It's locking there. It is still going on in the process. So that's the reason this task cannot perform. So it is locking the process. Okay, I'll do one thing. What should I do? ps-ef grep apt. Apt is a task. Is this there? Yeah, so these many things are there. See, it's going on. So that's the reason it is stopping. Okay, cool. And what I'll do. So for time being, in our case, in general, we won't face this kind of problems. If I cancel it, that is process is still going on. That's the reason it is the issue. Okay. Okay, we have canceled. Now check it out. So if you want to, you can click this -9, say 1956, right? 1956, 1957, 1958. So no process. Cool, done. It's clear. But still, if I say sudo, is this going or not? Let me check here. apt update. If I do manually, sudo apt install the docker.io. It's already done, but let's see. You must manually run sudo dpkg configure a correct problem, but because one of the packages, this is the problem it is getting. All right, dpkg was interrupted. You must manually run this command. Okay, let me check this. Say yes. Okay, let me do this. Right, it's done properly. It's cleared. So then let me run it one more time. I'm not done. I'm not doing anything change. I'm not done anything change on our virtual machine. I'm sorry, pipeline. Let me check. If not, we can avoid. We can skip it. That task, not an issue. Beautiful, right? It's done because of that is stopped. So whatever we have faced that issue. So that is caused the issue. I mean, that is caused the problem. Now we have cleared. So it's moving on. Okay, now as you can see, Docker. Now Docker build is going on. It's done. Very quick. So it is Docker check. And you can see the step by step. All these steps are done and successfully built your image. Now we have done this. Okay. For example, we have an image, but just you have created image with this pipeline, but you have to utilize that resource, right? You have to use that image. So where I have to do? Where I have to copy? Because if you use a hosted agent or if you use a self agent, but that image going to be here only. If I check it out, come down in this host, same host, Docker images. Because we have our own agent, I can check it out, Docker image. See that it is created just now. Agree? Just now it is created, this image. Now we have to use this image. Absolutely. So we have to create a registry. Docker registry in our Azure. Then we have to upload. We should in a position to upload a file, image into that registry. So let's take it up that example with pipeline. But first of all, what is required? Either you have to create that registry through pipeline or you have to create it through portal. So time being, we'll take it up through portal. Okay, let's see that we can understand later. So just come down here into Azure portal. home. So what you have to check? You have to check it out registry. Container registries. You can come down this. So create a container registry. Okay, so I'm just taking this. I can say demo RG. Okay, registry name. I can say dev registry. Okay, I'm just simply saying that dev registry is not exist, already in use. Okay, I'm just going to give that AIB registry. Is this available? Yeah, it's searching. Yes, it's available. Dev AIB registry, for example. Okay, and then this is the one. And the standard plans, if there are different options are available, standard, premium, and all. So I can use basic. Fair enough, right? In our case. Done. Then review and create it straight away. I'm not doing any other options. Simple stuff. Okay, so this is going to be create. This is going to create now. Let's see. Create it. Simply say create. Cool. Now we have. So go to resource. Now this is our Docker registry. I mean container registry. You can expand this. You can get to know all those options. Access keys, encryption, networking, properties, repositories. So we don't have right now any repository. Right now, we have not pushed anything. So now we have to push it. Absolutely, Srinivas. So I think we need to write one more stage to push the image to ACR. If I just add it here, you can get to know that. And do this. See, guys, build and push. Directly you can do that. Build and push. So even this task also we can avoid. So Docker file, repository, container registry, tag. Okay, I'll copy this as it is here. So we can avoid this, but timing I can add it. Okay, let's see. See, guys, Docker to same task, but just parameters will change. Okay, so I'm just using this. Go right step. Cool. This is the way it's going to take place. So build and push an image to container registry. Build and push at a time. Both, I mean, two tasks are performing. Here only build, and even you can do only push also. But I can do at a time, build and push at a time. Build and push. Image repository, Docker file path, container registry, and tag. So what is our image repository? Okay, so I can give it here something AIB, suppose. Just I'm giving name AIB. Docker file, something like this, I can give it. Path. What about container registry? So you have to pick it up from our portal. So what is our registry? Dev AIB registry. Is that right, guys? I'm just getting this. Okay, so tags here it is. I'm just going to say latest or build number. Like that also can do that. Multiple things, you can add it. Okay, you can check it out. Docker too, you can search it out. You will find multiple options. I think you have to give subscription also. You have to add subscription. That is nothing but a connection, service connection. But let's see. I'm not added anything. And let's see, is that going to success or is this going to fail? Okay, we'll try. And what error we may face, we'll see. So let's see. Come down. Say, go into pipeline section. It's failed. Right? So click on it here, updated. So there was a resource authorization issue. Now straightforward. Right? You can have a look here. So the pipeline is not valid. Docker to input container registry, references service connection, dev AIB registry, which could not be found. The service connection does not exist. Has been disabled or has not been authorized for use. The for authorization details refer to HTTP something blah blah blah. You got it? So this straight away it is thrown an error. Can you see that authorized resources something I should I say? Is this possible? So resource was successfully authorized. Okay, let me check. Refresh. I don't think so. It can work. Run failed jobs. No, I don't think so. Now what we have to do? Come down here in the project settings. Correct. So create a Docker registry service connection to enable your pipeline to push images to your container registry. Found this in MS Doc. Okay, so come down here in the project settings, right? We have discussed this today. Service connection. Have a look. Service connection. And create a service connection. And you can see multiple options. Generally, we just go to Azure Resource Manager, Azure Classic, Repos, Azure Service Bus, Bitbucket. There are so many options are available. Out of that, can you check it out? Is there anything? So Docker registry option is there. You can check this. Okay, it's a Docker registry. So you can say next. Now check it out. Docker Hub, others, Azure Container Registry. You have this option. Exactly. We need an ACR. Now you can have a look here. That's what it is saying. It is not straight away ACR. It is providing here it is with a Docker Hub, others, Azure Container Registry. This is the option it is available. You can fill it up this. So you have to fill this form so that it will automatically create one service principal or managed identity. Azure managed identity or service principal. So you can come down, have a look here. I'm just going to select it Azure Container Registry. Authentication type C. Service principal, managed service identity, workload identity, federation. So nowadays people are preferring, I mean, you can pick it up anything anything is fine. But service principal, what will happen is it will going to create a one secret key that can keep on expires. So you have to be very careful. So managed service identity, it is going to be run in the background itself. No secrets and all, straight away it's going to create. So whichever you want, you can. So I'm just saying that service principal, for example, it will create one service principal. But it's just like a one user. Treat like one system user going to create. So on which subscription, you can see we have only one subscription. Generally in our project, multiple subscriptions going to there. You can pick it up that relevant subscription. Okay, so you can give a service connection name. Cool. So what I'll do, I'll give it the same name like what we have given, dev AIB registry. I'll use same name. Let's see. Okay, grant access permissions to all pipelines. Now save this. I think loading region, I think this is required. I think we will need to load that particular registry. Okay, still waiting. Let's see. If not, we cannot, it cannot work, right? You have to point it that particular registry. Okay, why it is taking this much time? If I say save, the tenant ID must not be empty void. Okay. Okay, let's see. So let's back. Once again, I'll do this. Docker registry. Next, container registry. Okay, let me close this. Preference, allow pop-ups. Good. Yeah, this is the issue. So let's take it up my account details. Okay, it's done. This time it is showing. Okay, so it is showing now. This time our registry is populated. So this is the way it's. Okay, cool. Now enter grant access permissions to pipeline. Save this. So we are creating one service principal and it's going to be get it. Good. Dev AIB registry. Now we got it. I think same name we have used here. I think this works, I think. Dev AIB registry. Okay, or else you can check it out. There is any subscription name is there. Is there anything? I don't think so. It's not required. Let's see. Now come down into pipeline. Okay. just run this pipeline. Hopefully this time it will get it or not. This time it won't ask any permissions and all. See, it's going on straight away. I think this step is not required, but still, okay. Beautiful. Okay. Now this is a task. We need to finish it up. Cool. Repository. Great, guys. Done. Okay. Build and push here. Now it is pushed into your registry. Now come down into our registry section. Okay. And have a look here. Repositories. Now we have a can pick it up so that latest. So this is the way we can just simply run a pipeline. Only what we have done, we have only one extra stuff is what? Service connection. I wanted to create a virtual machine. Assume that I wanted to create a virtual machine here. So we're using, for example, Terraform or maybe AZ-CLI command. You can pick it up either AZ-CLI command or you can use, for example, Terraform. Either of them. You can try both if required, if you want. So we'll do one thing. AZ-CLI command. Okay. What AZ command help you to create a virtual machine in Azure? That is I need. Okay. So command for VM creation. What command? AZ-CLI command. Okay. AZ-CLI command. I need that. Plus pipeline snippet. Pipeline snippet for AZ-CLI command. Pick it up this. So AZ, VM, create resource group, name, image, admin username, admin password, size, pipeline snippet for, this part. Okay, cool. And then I'll take it up this. Okay, Ubuntu 22.04, I can add it here, image name. And I'm sorry, it is not copying. Copy. Okay, yeah. This is the option. I can use it. VM name something ABC. You can give it ABC user one something. Okay. And the same username is also here, also same. Okay, I'm openly giving some password here itself. Some at see something like that. Then with VM size. What is the size we can give it? I think this size is B1S something you have to give. Am I right? What is we have used? I think something B1S or something. We can check it out. Okay, I can have it like this. Okay, then that's fine. But what snippet I have to add it, right? So what is the snippet you have to use? AZ-CLI command, pipeline side. Same like how you have provided this command. This same way, can you search it out? I have to add it here. So we can remove this option. This is not required in our case. Okay, pipeline. I mean, this is done successfully. Next step is we have to add another task. This is Azure CLI, guys. Okay. So what we are doing now here, you can have a look. Azure subscription. This is nothing but a connected service name, service connection name. That is nothing but. And then inline script or script path required script location default is equal to script path. So either you can give it script location or script path, something you can add it. Or you can add inline script straight away. You can add something like this. Colon. And you can comment it this. And you can add it something like this. Say here, pipeline, and you can add it space. You can add it your command. So that command is nothing but this one. Clear, guys? Or you can keep it in a file, and you can add that script, I mean, that file also, that file name also, not an issue. Get to know a little more details about this, you can come down and say, example for VM creation. Okay, so you can find it. Azure CLI to create a virtual machine and create a Windows virtual machine using Azure CLI. So this is giving Azure CLI creation virtual machine. Username, standard, image, and all. What about this? Create a Linux virtual machine with Azure CLI and Azure. You can come down, create a virtual machine. So you have to give these details, and image name, and say my VM name, image, username, and standard. IP, escape. And even you can give all these details. Even you have to give even location. I think by default automatically pick it up, or you have to give a location also. Enable AD login Linux, IP address, SSH into the VM, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's fine. But I am looking here, go back, leave this option, VM creation, example only, I'm just going to search. Okay, this is the one. Got it. So you can get it. Good. Now you can have a look all these options. See here it is ready-made option. Azure subscription, script location, script path, advanced, add-on, all these examples also you can find it here somewhere. Remarks, acquisition, blah, blah, blah. Is that giving capabilities? CLI, call, inline script. So it is there, inline script, script path, script location. It is nothing but an inline script. String required allows values inline script. Script location, inline script path is equal to default value script path. Okay, so you have to add this one also. Nothing but what? Script location. You have to add it. Instead of this, you have to give this value. Okay, so remove this option. Inline script. So inline script we have added. This is we can remove it. Okay. And AZ-VM create command. And if, of course, we have this Linux command. So this is the one. AZ group creation. And we'll do one thing. Only we will keep it this first. Okay. Once it is success, then we can add this virtual machine script. Okay. So I'll do this activity here. We'll take it up that option a little later. So I can add this. Export. And this is you can move to right side. Cool. And the remote ID value means what? Region East US, group ID, my group name. So this is the one, random ID, automatically get it and do this location and all. And even this is export is not required. You can use this straight away. Okay. East US. It's a variables. Straight away you can use it. Cool. Display name, inputs, Azure subscription, and the name of the Azure Resource Manager service connection is equal to something. Yeah, that's what. You can use it. Anything is fine. Okay. So this is required to create now. Service connection. Okay. So then it works. Save this. Okay. So, but before that, what you have to do? We have to create a service connection. But before that, what I'll do, I'll go to the home page and say, for example, container registry. So what is our subscription name? This is the one, right? I have to copy the same, or else we can give some different name also, not an issue. So what I'll do, I'll come down say here, settings, home page. AIB, project settings, same option. So service connection, because previous one it is only for Azure registry, container registry. Now we have to create for what? Our virtual machine, see, portal. So you can say new service connection. Which one we have to use it, guys, in this case? Azure Resource Manager. We have to use Azure Resource Manager. Okay, now come down here. Say next. So multiple options. You can use whatever. So workload identity federation manual, service principal manual, managed identity, anything you can pick it up. Okay, I'll use a recommended one, first one, default one. Okay, let's see what will happen. Subscription, we got it. Very good. So now I have to enter my authentication details. Say something. Okay, just typing this and I'll log in, enter my details. Password, sign in, and then I have to enter. Done. We got it. But don't select any resource group, guys, because we need to support all. Okay, so there's a reason. So I'm just going to say non-prod. I'm just using non-prod, for example. Okay, grant. Or you can say particular subscription. I can say AIB subscription, something you can give it. One. Good. Good. And then save it. AIB Azure subscription. One. Save this. It is indirectly going to create. See, come down here, enter ID. Okay, that is nothing but AD. Here, if you elaborate, come down into app registrations. All applications. See, guys, here. Okay, all these are going to be create service connections. Whenever you create it, here you will get it. But in our case, what we have used some name, right? So if you want to get to know that, okay, come down here. So it is created. Pick it up this. See, there is a manage service principal. Just click on it here, automatically redirects. You'll get to know what service principal it is created. See, it is registering to this. See it, guys. It's created. Okay, so if you elaborate it here, you can get to know that certificates, secrets, all those. We are not going to use it straight away, but it is available. See federated credentials. It's created or not. So on behalf of you, this service connection is providing the connection with all details. Okay, if I take it up, for example, another one, say here, we have this subscription. Go back and take it up this registry and Docker registry here. So straight away it is providing. So here it is service connection type Docker registry. So we are not providing. See, using service principal authentication. But here it is not moving. Next level. If it is go there, then we can also point it that particular service principal here. Got it, guys? Good. So if you want to copy this, copy it. You can say overview. And copy this. Go into here. Can you search it out? Is this there or not? Yes, it is. Yes or not? It is just not created. All applications. So you'll find it here. All. So created on latest date. See, both are created here. Okay, good. So this is the way we can use it. What is there and what is expired and all. We can get it almost. Perfect. Now this is creator. Now we have done this is used. Now we have to copy this one, right? This subscription, I mean, the service connection name, you have to use it here. Okay, guys. So you can use double quotes also. Fine, no problem. It will pick it up. Just save this. Okay, and I'll add this change. If I push it automatically, this task is going to be triggered or not. We'll check it out. Okay, so committed, added AZ-CLI task. Okay, and then commit it and sync the change and say okay. Done. Right? It's done. Let's see, is that going to trigger or not a pipeline? So come down into our pipeline section, pipelines. Cool, it started. Let's move on. Is that going to create our, so these are tasks we are expecting. Okay, so what is an error? Can I check it out this time? Azure CLI. Me, what could be the issue? If it is hosted agents, generally it will provide straight away AZ command. You'll get a AZ command. What about here? There is no AZ. So how to install AZ command in our virtual machine? So I don't want to log in and to do this. I want to do it from here itself. Something like this. So can I add it here itself? What is the command I have to add? So how to install AZ-CLI in Ubuntu. So Azure-CLI space -y. Okay, let's save this. Is this going to work or not? Let me check. Plus, and say Azure CLI install command added. Okay, commit, send changes. Let's do it straight away. Okay, let's move on for pipeline. Oh, it's failed. Get upgraded. Unable to locate package Azure CLI. It's not there. Okay, let me come down here. What else required to set it up? Azure CLI, Ubuntu. Maybe we need to add repository exactly. Install Azure CLI and Linux. Ubuntu. This is the one, right? Before you begin, install, blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is the one you have to add it. You can see all these options you have to add it. Is there any straightforward? So this is the best option. Curl, blah, 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 sudo bash. Okay. Yes, I can add it here itself. Okay, guys. So let's this and set place. Added something, CLI, commit, some changes. That's it, just a straightforward command. AZ login service principal, your username and something is done. Right? Automatically, that connection itself is providing that facility. You can have a look once. Okay. So you can see Azure CLI command, I mean AZ login command. It is taking automatically and then it's done. And I hope it is created your account. Let me check here. Come down to the home page. Come down into our resource groups. Have a look. Yes, it is created. Got it? Done. Now what I need to do next step is I have to create a resource also. Virtual machine also I wanted to create. How can I do that? So simple, whatever we have prepared, this command, we have to add it here. Okay. So to do this, come down this command, or else you can hit start, portal, PowerShell, login resource group, virtual machine. Okay, I can take it like this, as usual. Okay, so then you can add it here. So if you felt it is little going lengthy, then you can come down here, create a file, something, say vm.sh. Okay, vm.sh. You can add it here itself. And this part plus this part. It can use straight away. Okay, good. So this is, you can use this option, save it. And but what we have to do, pipeline section, we have to modify. Am I right? Here, instead of inline script, what we have to do? I think we have here already, right? And say this option. So on the script path, you have to use here, it's a script path. And you have to give a path also. Script location and the script path is equal to, you can remove this script path colon, straight away give that file name. So what is the file name? You can give it here something vm.sh. Good. Fair enough. So that will automatically creates. Let's see that. Save this option. Added script file. Commit it. Save it. Done. Hopefully this will is all now. It will create. So this command generally we will use in manually whenever you do it in our local machine. Okay, that is automatically pipeline itself is doing. Okay, so key files and the publication have been generated and kept into the allow access to VM, and it using all those. Okay, cool. Okay, still going on. Now I can come down into this location, refresh. So it is creating another one. And if I go here in the virtual resource group, yes, it's creating. Cool. It's creating the virtual machine. It's created now. That's nice. But here, one problem is there. It's okay, but we are creating just virtual machine. So that is our target. But we are using here, always, whenever you run this pipeline, always going to create a new one. Because this vm.sh, it is using random ID. So always it is going to be create a new one. Agree? So this is not right. So you have to give some static name. I mean, sorry, constant. Because this random ID is nothing but it's going to create a new one always. So always going to create a new one. So that is not correct. That's the reason We won't prefer to use CLI commands to create our resources. What we will do? Either we have to go for an ARM templates or go for Terraform. That's the best option always to create, right? Good. So this is one thing, but anyway, it's created or not. Let's check it out. Our pipeline is done. Yes, great guys. It's cool. It's done. Executed. The pipeline is whatever we as per our configuration, it is done. Now just think of it. Okay. Now just think of it how to run our Docker image there. So Docker container there in our virtual machine with pipeline one. Okay. For example, we have this virtual machine. Okay, I agree. Now I need to run Docker command on VM using pipeline. That is my task now. Run Docker command on VM using pipeline. But that VM is nothing but what? A remote VM. Either you are going to create it, either you have already remote VM. Now you have to connect that VM using pipeline and run your Docker run command there. Very good, Teja. So we have to use SSH. A service connection to connect to VM? I don't think so. RDP session, SSH session, yes, we have to use that command. SSH is the best option. Command going to help you to connect to the remote one and do that. Or you can use Ansible command. Agree? You can use Ansible. If it is your virtual machine, it is already exists. Ansible is going to help you very easy to run some commands on top of it. Or is there any option? Is there any option providing by your Azure DevOps pipeline? Check it out to connect to the VM. Ubuntu VM. Okay, so what we have used here, what script it is creating, what image it is using, Azure user, VM image is nothing but Ubuntu. Here, assume that your pipelines, you're using some data. Okay, so what I want is here, I think already provided command, right? This part. Okay. Here, so take it up, this is latest. Image repository, Docker file path. Okay, this is, you can keep it standard. Okay, so a repository is going to be assume that AIP. So this one I want to convert as a variable. So can you think of it how to do that? How to fetch this value? I want to use as a variable. Okay, so Docker registry service connection. And in that case, I'll use this library. Here, see there is a library option. Okay, I'll come down here. I can create a one variable group. Assume that this is going to be a dev group. Okay, I have given dev variable group. I've just given this name. Okay, so just save this. Now it's created, right? We can add it variable. So what variable we have to add it? This one. This variable I want to use. And then value could be this one. For example. and save this. Okay, but how to use this variable group in our pipeline? Okay, so can you quickly check it out? How to add a variable group, how to use a variable group in Azure DevOps pipeline. Quite interesting, right? So you have a variable group, okay. That variable group, you have to use it in this pipeline to get this value. So where we have to declare that variable group and how to fetch that value. You can come down. Before taking the steps, here I can add it like this. Oh, it's not copied. Variables. So what is our variable group name? Here we can find it. So is this automatically replace that value? Echo variable 1, echo variable 2, nothing but indirectly this one. Dollar variable connection. I mean Docker registry service connection. Is that fine? Okay. So timing, what I'll do, I'll comment this, save this, and updated variable group. Okay. Commit, sync changes, say okay. If everything is okay, I mean the value, if it is replaced, then it's good. If it is replaced the placeholder, then it will automatically get success. Let's see. Simple, right? We have to just add that variable and we have to add it. That's all. Okay, cool. Then come down into the pipeline section. Started triggering. Permission needed, guys. Okay, we need a permissions. Okay, I'll do that. See, it's approvals. I'll do that. As a owner, I'll do this. And refresh. This page, job. Now it started. I'll get it straight away. It's pretty straightforward. It's cool. It's done. Right? It is identified that part. So it's clear. So very straightforward. Good. That is one part. Okay, cool. So variables groups, we can use it straightforward. So variables, I mean libraries, we can use it. It's clear. For example, if I want to use a key vault, how can you do that? Just identify it. So what value, if you add it, you can get it. The key vault values. So you can search it out, how to use a key vault in Azure DevOps Pipeline to get the secret. Generally, we have to go into our here and then say simply key vault, you have to create it. So key vaults. Create a key vault. So it's just like normal library, how we have created, same, but it's a sensitive one. Am I right? Simple, right? It's just straightforward. We have added here in the line. One step before steps. Okay. Is that clear? So what we have done, there are two things. We have added variable group there. If you come down into here, library. Okay. So you can create a variable group like this. So dev variable group, and for example, staging group, if I want to do that. So even clone also, I can do the cloning option. Just go back. Okay, library, leave this page. See, if it is here, see, clone, existing one itself. I can take it up, staging. Okay, staging, I can simply say it. And for example, here, I'm just going to take it what? Staging registry. If it is a production, then production one I'm going to use. Save this. Okay. And then what you'll do, you're going to declare which one you want to use it, variable group. So you're just what I'm doing now here in this pipeline, I want to use a dev pipeline. So dev I can use it like this. And then I can use it as well. For this case, not required because it is part of DevOps only. Variable group is part of DevOps. You can see the pipeline section library is there. So not required. But if you take a key vault, yes, definitely it is required. Key vault it is required. Okay. But now, for example, I just come down here. I'm just going to create it. For example, existing one demo RG and enter the name. For example, key vault name dev AIB KIV. I can give it like this. Okay. And you can use what we have used actually for demo RG and all. I think how I think we have used. Right? Okay, cool. Pricing tier, standard and the premium include supported in the standard. It's okay. The days to retain the deleted walls and all, disable purge protection, vault and objects to purge during the retention period, enable purge protection, enforce mandatory retention period for deleted walls. All those you can use it, disable, enable, and review create. Got it? Done. Good. Key vault int Azure connection name and the key vault name. That's all steps. You'll get it out. Okay, now I can say get it, create it. It's going to create your key vault. You can add there your secrets. Go to resource. Okay, if you expand this, you'll get it to know. So you can have a look. Keys and secrets, you can add it here. Generate and import. Keys, generate and import. You can like this. Key value pairs. Generate a key. Okay, we don't want this one. We want a secrets. So generate or an import. So manual name, for example, say password, for example. I'm just giving simple name. Password, secret, value, something A, B, C, blah, 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 some value. Okay. And expect, you can also set it up, set and all. Even you can do it in manual and automation. Both options are going to be there. I'm sorry. And then enabled yes, create it. Okay. So now we just created, refresh it. Secrets is if role assignments were existently changed, please wait several minutes for role assignments to become effective. Okay. So that's what. Or else you can come down and you can give a policies, check access something. You can see IAM, check access. So what you have, let's check it out. Okay. And okay, this is the one user. You can see what actions are. Nothing is there. No role is assigned, but service administrator role, classic administrator has full access to all resources in the subscription. Yes, he has service administrator. Okay. Or else you can eligible assignments and all, whatever you want, you can assign it. Okay, but generally it will come for this user. Let me see the secrets. Is it showing or not? Or it may be take it at some time. Unauthorized view this. Or else you can come down, you can say add a role assignment. You can give required privileges. I can give it here, contributor role, for example, to this, select a member and this guy and select it, review and assign. Good, we got it. Okay, you can check this time. Refresh. Generally, it will automatically come. You are unauthorized to view this something. So might be. Okay, here the operation is not allowed if by the RBAC. If role assignments were recently changed, several minutes for role assignments to become effective. I think no problem, but generally it will provide role assignments and all. So we have done. Now, but what about in the pipeline? So this is why this is we have, for example, here secrets, logs, and all these things are going to be there. For example, if I say generate one more, creation date, enables date, something I have to give it, I think so. Manual. Okay, I'm just going to say username. Okay. And the something value. So this is the issue. Forbidden. It's okay. So it will get it, no worries. A little later we can get it. Cool. For example, if you have this key vault, now we have to add it. Okay, it's already shared by Srinivas, I think. Variable group, steps, task. Yeah, I'll pick it up this task. Copy it. Okay, and down here, for example, if you want to use it, value, you can use it like this. Say key vault 2 and the inputs, Azure subscription, you can use it straight away, this subscription, not a problem. Same subscription. And key vault name. So this also we can get it from variable group. If you want, you can save that, come down and say library, and going into libraries, for example, say dev library, and you can add it another variable. You can copy that variable and key name. What is our key name here? So dev AIB So dev AIB and save this. Done. Okay. So once it is done, connection name and all, you have to add it that script. Very good. You can have a look. Script you can add it. So that it will automatically use. It's pretty straightforward, right? So you can have a look. Another task. The task can print. Okay, it's not copied. So again, right click, copy it. Save this one. Okay, guys, simple script. Echo my secret. So what is my secret there? It's, for example, username. Not username, password, I can say. Cool. It will automatically get it. There is a replace option also there. Keyword, replace task is there. That also it can replace the values. That is also you can use it. If it is a different file, if you want to replace it, that is also it can be possible. So this is the one, password. Cool, good. Now if you have this, if it is everything is correct, it can fetch and get those values, and I mean, it will read this key vault and it will fetch. Okay, and let's see, is that going to work or not? Added key. I mean, we may face permission issues. Let's see what is going to be. You have to add your DevOps account to access policies. Only you need to add your account to policies. It will not allow you to add your account IAM. Add to policies, right? Okay, add once to policies will show. Okay, we'll do that. IAM, instead of going an IAM, we can go here, IAM, you can access policies. Here you can do that. So the access configuration for this key vault is set role-based access control. To add to a manager or access policies, get the access control page. Right? This is the one we have to follow. Steps. Something else. Resource group. Add role assignments. Add role assignment. Select the appropriate role. And privileged one. What is the role it is selecting? Grant privileged administrator access. Permissions. Next. Who needs access it, and do all these activities. Cool. Correct. That's what it is already added, right? It's already there, that permission. System assigned permission says there. Let's see. Anyway, we have added this part, it's clear. And this is also done. And we have to push it, right? This is done. I think we have already done, but let's see what is the pipeline status. I think it is just now it is failed. Cool. So what is an error? You can check it out. No message found in this. Get secrets failed. Caller is not authorized to perform the action. So this is a problem. Okay, permission issues. So let's come down. And Azure Key Vault. What is saying that? See, caller is not authorized to perform an action on resource. What is a caller here? List. The specified Azure Service Connection. Get list secret management permissions on the selected by Key Vault. To set the permissions. To set these permissions, download, blah, blah, blah. I think something account ID going to be there. Windows subscription, Key Vault, assignment not found. All those going to be there. In this case, generally, we are going to use to show one ID. Right? It will show one ID that we have to give some read write permissions to that particular. Yes, these are app ID, OID. This is the one we have to take it up. Okay, here you have to pick it up, come down. So go into access control, for example. Generally, we're going to give access policies here. For that case, I can come down here, see add role assignment. Say, for example, Key Vault contributor role, for example, let's say, or I can say privileged permissions, contributor. I'm just giving straight away and select a member. Here you can search this ID. Yes, it is there. You can select it. Okay. And review and assign to this user. I'll get it. Okay, loaded. Now it works. Just run the pipeline. I'll get it. Only permissions you have to give. That's it. Still giving the issue. We have given right permissions only, right? And access policies. That's what you have added. Okay, if not, what we'll do, come down. We can get this service principal value. This is the one. Come down. Yeah, is the same or not? Okay, let's try this. I'm just giving straight away contributor role to this. Select a member. Copy this. Oh, here it is once again showing this. Select the member, one more time. Select. Okay, review and assign. Failed to add developers to the role assignment. Okay, in my case, it is not show add possible. Okay, my name, we have to pick it up first. I don't see. Okay, owner permission, right? See, check access. I have to remove my name, right? View denies it with the role assignment that are being limited access to special actions to this role. Granted and all roles, view my access. It is the one. Oh, okay, service administrator we have. Okay, we'll do one thing. Add role assignment. Privileged administrator, owner. Next, select a member. Okay. So now I have added here. So this time we make it. Let's try add a role assignment. Contributor role. Take it up, select a member. This one. Select it. One more time. These two are coming back. That's the reason. Selected. Review. And assign. Why it is not giving a permission issue? The role assignments already exist. Oh, it's already exist. Role assignments. It is same. Okay. Let me check one more time. Check access. Entity user group principal this. Search. Yeah, it's added, right? Grant full access to all managed resources. Okay. Hopefully this time it will run. Correct. It's already there. Only just permission issue. Apart from that, everything is perfect. Let's see. No, still it is a problem. Is not authorized to perform action on resource. So last time we have done a policy. We can assign a policy with this object ID, this OID. with this ID, we can get it permissions generally. But how can you add a policy to this? Can you search it out how to add a policy? So this access policies, the access configuration for this key vault is set to role-based access control. To add a or manage your access policies, go to the access control page. But there is a command must be there. I think so. So what we have done is, okay, please user at Microsoft.com, right? I'll come down there. See. So I'll pick it up, this command to run. Okay, to do this, what I have to do, I should take it up this option, come down here, subscription. Here I should say inline scripts. For example, quickly I'll pick it up. Save. Okay, so here, okay, inline script, plus we can add that command. So what is that command is about grant permissions. I can key vault reader and assignee and resource group name. Demo RG. Key vault reader and assignee is, I can get this user straight away. Here, I think this is fair enough. This object ID, if I give it object ID and this is works or not, I'm not pretty sure. Let's keep it this assignee. And subscription ID. Pick it up, yes, complete ID. Okay, cool. Say overview. Can get it. Subscription ID. Resource group ID. Resource group ID. Here also. Demo RG. This is also going to be cool. Okay, key vault reader and assignee scope. We're just given. So if that works fine, then here we'll get a permit. We can get it to read that. Cool. Only this right one, the right one we have to give here. Only there's a difference. If you find that the correct one, then it can be clear. Last time I've done through Terraform. We just added that policy to key vault straight away. It's worked out straight. Name and the service principal. It may work that as also. Yeah, Srinivas. That may also work. Key vault set policy name, service principal name, principal ID. Okay, service principal ID and key permissions. Permissions are nothing but this one, right? Right now we are assigning the role and you are saying that policies. So let's see if this works fine. It's okay. If not, we can try that option. Okay, cool. Let me try. But if you give a permission straight away, service principal to their key vault, it works straight away. If not, let's see what will happen. We'll get to know here. CLI. Okay, this is done, I think so. No, we are not able to assign. The client, the message authorization failed. The client with object ID does not have authorization to perform action. Role assignments, right? Oh, we are not able to assign the role here itself straight away this. So you have to assign these roles through CLI, I mean through here only, exclusive. For that case, for example, with both options are inherited. Okay, I've cleared both. It's already inherited. See that here, it will got a full permissions for this. But what is causing? See, enterprise edition, this is the one service principal. Add user groups, provision user accounts, config, conditional access, self-service. We have already. So you create a policy name. Is there any option to add? No. But generally, you just go here and do that. Here. And access configuration. So you choose among the following options to grant access to specific resource types. And resource access. And role-based access control recommended. Vault access policies. If I do this, go to access policies. Your unsaved edits will be discarded. Okay, just save this, apply, for example. Okay, policies. It's not how to access for this key vault to set a role-based control, but it is not checking, right? Access configuration. Send certificates. It is not showing but this. But generally, we just going to take it Azure role based, go to access and say, okay. Okay, I'll do one thing. One more, I can create it. Let me see. Permissions where it is there, networking, access configuration, where it is. See, for example, say demo RG, enter key vault name dev KV1. Area will be okay. And US standard in use. It's fine. Next, if I pick it up, See guys here, grant data plane access by using a Azure or Key Vault access policy. Permissions model. For example, if I do this recommended, Azure RBAC says resource manager for template deployments and all these, you can give it and say, okay, our box works and all blah blah, it is given. Okay, that's nice. And say review and create it. Both the same, right? Uh, okay, here check access. Browser service principals found. Check, okay, add role assignments. See, for example, keyword contributor. Let's we manage keywords but not access to them. Oh, contributor is not accessing, huh? Okay, reader, you can say. Read metadata of keywords and its certificates, keys, and secrets. Cannot read sensitive values as such secret contents and all. Okay, data access administrator, analytics, keyword secret user, administrator. Which one is the best option in this case? Key vault owner. Is this there? Owner. Key vault. Owner is not there. Administrator is there. Right? Administrator is there. Yeah. So you'll go here. Select a member. This member you can give it here. See this one. And select it. And you can review and assign it. Okay, we have added. Now come down. Say key vault name. So what is a key vault name here? Pipelines, library. We can this here, one. Okay, save it. You have not added anything, fine. But at least we need to get different exception. That's what we are expecting, right? So pipelines, run pipeline. Okay, main, run it. Only just permissions. If not, we'll see with the Terraform the next time. No issue. That can work. Only just, but we are doing that explicitly, right? That's causing the issue. Oh, my mistake. This cannot work because we have to remove this. Okay. And even this is also not for timing. You can connect it to test the part quickly. So information is blah, 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 blah. It's okay. So, yeah, it will fail, of course. This time we'll see. If not, then I'll show it up in through Terraform. See, for example, if you come down here, Terraform, say Azure Key Vault, and say Terraform. If you just come down here, Key Vault, have a look here, somewhere policy going to there, guys. So like this, you have to add it. See, I'm trying actually this object ID. So it works. If I just added this one and that relevant object ID, if I give it, so automatically it will get a permission. Say get permissions. Secret permissions, key permissions, get permissions. I'll get it. It's pretty straightforward. But here in the UI, it is not providing that option. That's the reason it's getting this problem. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's triggered, but let's see, is it going or not? Azure Key Vault. Ah, got it finally. But no secrets found in dev key. That's fine. But I can come down into this location, KV1, and say secrets. What we have given password, right? So I can give it password. Say password. Some value, blah, blah. That's all. Enable and create it. Why? Generally, it will come. Refresh. I'm taking my username, right? I'm the user, I'm the owner for this, right? Secrets is not allowed by RBAC. If role assignments were recently changed, please wait several minutes for the role assignments to become effective. It's not, it's crazy. I don't know, check password policy. I mean, anything you can give it. Suppose A, B, C, if I give it here. Okay, something value. And enabled, created. It's not allowing, first of all. And error occurred while doing that, ask Copilot. So what it is saying? No. It's not required. I have a full permissions. Or I can say add role assignments. Privileged, owner, next, select a user. These are one. Okay. I don't know, something is confusing. Conditions is not important. Previous groups. It's done. Yeah. Will be on create. Why it is going next level? Okay, cool. This is done. Now I'll go secrets, password, text, say create. No, some permission issue is coming. I don't know. Let's see. No worries, that part. We'll check it out in the next session, no issue. And we'll move on. I think we have to add this simple. Actually, if you want to just try this example, if you want, try it out and let's see in the next session. Okay, just try your way and we'll see few other points we'll talk about in the next session. Good, guys. So, but once you complete your work, try to clean up all these stuff and then That's the best option always. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. And have a great day, guys. Thank you. Bye for now. In the next session, we'll talk about other stuff like what is artifacts and all blah blah. Okay. Yeah. You want this? I can share. Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you. Sharing here. Get it. I just shared now. Cool. Thank you.
So we have discussed about Azure DevOps, right? And Azure repositories and the pipelines we have created. All right. And the service connection we have created. And service connection going to use a different, what do you call as? We can use different connections, or I can say like Azure Resource Manager, we can use it. And even you can say container registries also we can use it, right? We can create a container registry. Cool, guys. Now let's take it up quickly. So we can build a Docker image, okay, and then we can push that image into Docker registry. We can use a library also. So what is the purpose of using the library, guys? Yes, to store some variables we are going to use a library. But generally library can be used for non-sensitive data, right? But sensitive data we are going to use a key vault. Okay, that's cool. So how we are going to set it up key vault? It's pretty straightforward, but the only thing is that you have to give a permissions to your service principal. Okay, before that, what is a service principal, guys? Why we are going to use a service principal in Azure? And what is a managed identity? What is the difference between these two? So what is Azure service principal or a managed service managed identity? What is the main difference between these two? Have you heard about anywhere as part of your Azure services authentication and authorization? If you want to get a resource based authentication, we are going to use this either service principal or managed identity. So whenever you create a service connection from your Azure DevOps, yes, we are going to use it. Or for example, if you want to connect with other services or external systems, okay, so we are going to use these two services. It just think of it, this service principal and managed identity is just like you're creating a one user, one service account. Okay, cool. That's a third party. Okay, so for that case, what we have done, we have used the service principal. Simple. Now what we have to do next step is we have to, if we want to use it service principal, then just come down here, we have to just add it this content like this. Am I right? Azure key vault. So to do this, so here only the problem we are facing right now, this one, Azure subscription, correct? So subscription should have that access, or you have to enable this access to your key vault. Fair enough, you can do it whatever you want. Got it? Okay, so to do this, for that case, what we have done, I just used portal here and say just a minute, I'll quickly and log in. Okay, so now if I say I just logged in here, okay, once we get it right, so if you just come down, click on it in a new one, and we can get to know just done, and go into this location quickly, guys. Cool, right? Yeah. So this is the one we just got it. So here, if you observe, so what we have missed out here. So if you just come down, say project settings, and go here, service connection. You can say create a service connection, new one. Okay, and you can choose this. Next, you can see, guys, whatever we just now discussed, there are all options are available: managed identity, service principal, and workload identity federation, and all those are options are available. Okay, so for example, if I say managed identity, it automatically creates one. See that here. Cool. And say you have to select it, subscription ID, subscription name, and all, it will automatically creates. This is one option. Another one is service principal, and workload identity federation. All these things you can use it, for example, like this. Okay, and I'm just going to say Azure, and it will automatically authenticates. It's going to authenticate. I'll log in here, say March 1. Next, if I say this, automatically it will ask sign in. Okay, got it. And you can use all these options, subscription level, and you can give a subscription name. I can give it. Okay, grant access to all the pipelines and save this. So it is indirectly we have a full permissions. Okay, this subscription demo we can use it. So where we are going to use, we're just going to use this one as part of our board section. So if I say here, okay, say pipeline. So this pipeline going to trigger automatically on this front, and say keyword, edit. So for example, I'm just going to comment it this. Keyword name is going to fetch it from part, right? So I can add it here. Demo KV, for example. If we just come down, demo ABKV. So I'll just add it here. ABKV is the one, and this is going to be, so what we have created here, and say project settings, new tab, quickly, and you can fetch it from this service connections demo, and we can, cool. So if you have this one and just commit it, so it will automatically trigger your pipeline because we've just done in the main branch. So if I say pipelines, so it is started, and we can get it here. Okay, good. So how did you record the value stored in key vault? If you store some value, just use the key value pairs, AML. Okay, so if you take it about what you're doing in a key vault, you're going to store a key and value, right? So if you say that key and value, just if it is everything is connected, just you have to use a key. That's all. Cannot. You have to echo that particular key. So if you check it out here, what you call as in the pipeline section, why it is not pull is not triggering. Can you come down into this agent pools? Hope so. Agent is running. Oh, this is causing the issue. Okay, just give me 1 minute, one more time. We'll take it up. So I'll quickly log in. I think it's already running. Cool, good. So search, copy this, and take it up, guys. For example, we have this, but if I stop it, my virtual machine, I mean, if I come out of that console, I mean, automatically the agent is stopping, right? It is stopped already. But even you exit from this console, my agent should up and running. Okay, so what we have to do in this scenario? Can anyone guess it? So what commands, if we use it, then we can. So we have to run in the background, right? The script should run in background. So if I want to run a background in a Linux server, what command is going to help us? But what we have to do now, the command, right? It's a shell, I mean shell command. So here we are just going to take it up, say for example, run.sh ampersand. Simple, right? It is ampersand, so it will run in the background. And you can check it out, ps-ef grep. See, automatically it is running, listening for the jobs. Even you come out of that, not an issue. You can see it is keep on running. If you come down into this section, see it's an online running. It's running on. Just ampersand you have to use it, fair enough. Okay, so what is the command? We have to use simply say /run.sh ampersand. Alright. Cool, good. So that is one part. Now we have done this. Okay, so if I run a pipeline, let's see what is happening now. Docker installation, changing permissions. I'm not fetching any information, but my key vault should work, but it's giving some problem. So what it is saying that downloading secrets using http demo aibkv.vault.com, something it is getting here, right? And if role assignments, deny assignments or role definitions were changed recently, please observe propagation time. Okay, caller, app ID, OID, and issue, action, resource, and demo aibkv subscription. This is the resource. Okay, so nothing but indirectly you have to pick it up this ID. Okay, guys, this is the ID. So you have to pick it up this ID. And you have to give a permission here. So generally what we will do, key vaults demo RKV here, and say access policies. The access configuration for this key vault is set to role based access control. To add more or manage your access policies, go to the access page. Okay, okay, cool. Here, and add role assignments. I think this is not the way. I think so. No, we have to add a role only. This is not workout. Only here access policies, access configuration here. Okay, let me check. Okay, cool. Azure role access control recommended, vault access policy, and go to access policies. Straight away I can give a contributor. Next, select a member. Generally, just going to give this, select another one, DevOps group, select it. What else going to be there? Dev group, and I can pick it up here. Settings, service connections, can use this. Okay, I'm just trying to finding that ID. Is this ID and all same? Both are same. Can you check it out? 1F here and say A6 here. Okay, so we have added the correct one. So now if I come down here and say pipelines and run pipeline, this time it works as expected. Okay, refresh. Agent is not, agent side is not an issue, right? Yeah. So then this time it works 100% because we have, so what we have done just to enable the permissions. So here, so these, I mean, this is the one you have to add it, the right one. Okay, so that it will get it. Okay, so then what is happened here? Pipelines. Can you check it out? Our agent is running or not? If it is, that is okay, then we are good. Okay, agent, yeah, it's clear. It is running. I mean, the agent is running. So, and so pipelines should run. Job queued. Just refresh. Agent to receive and acknowledge the request. Job preparation parameters. Okay, so is this running on main branch only, right? So main branch only, or else we can come down, say rerun failed jobs, say yes. If I say, so this is also, it's going to be triggered. Refresh, because it is demo ABKV and steers and all those stuff are okay. 14 minutes ago. We don't have any other jobs, right? So not a problem, should work, but it's not triggering. Oh, this is causing the issue here. Okay, so what I'll do, okay, run data search. Is it there? Anything? So active session is there already. Okay, but why it is not triggering this? Waiting, right? Job is not started. Here also same situation. Let's see. I think we have to restart this mission. Something updated. Okay, so I'm just going to say stop it. Okay, just 1 minute, guys. It will works 100%. The backend something is because it's our own host, right? So that's the reason it's causing that issue. Okay, let's see quickly. Refresh. Stopped, right? So you can say start. This issue we won't get. I mean, we won't face anything in a real time because we will go to widely. We are going to use uh, uh, hosted agents only. So that is not a problem because it is saying something here. Just now I saw right here. Let's see. Yes. And then I'm just going to say run data search. Okay, listening for jobs. I hope this time it will start. Cool. And say here agent pools, my pool, and agent. Yeah, it's online. So this time it will good. I'll do one thing. If not, okay, just cancel it. We'll start a fresh run. Okay, just I stopped those runs, so we can say run and run it guys here. It is saying that the agent request is not running because all potential agents are running other request. Current position in queue is equal to 1. But where we have here, we don't have any other, right? Apart from this, strange. This is like strange generally. Managed, I think, see that it is going manage parallel jobs. Is there anything parallel jobs here in this? Currently running this one by one job build Linux 8 minutes ago started. So this is causing the part. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just this job waiting for this today at 9:49. Okay, so what we can do, we can simply stop it, right? Third one. We have already stopped this. No issue. Okay, if I pick it up here, parallel jobs, one parallel job, 0 in this, we can get it here, right? One view in a progress job, currently running, run new. So this is going to be a 5, right? And what about 3? We run failed job. So if I say able to trigger pipeline because it is not currently in the completed state. Okay. So what is this causing? Are you sure you want to delete this? Yes. Okay. I hope now it is started. This job is triggering. Yeah. Perfect, guys. That is stuck actually. So now it's going on. Yeah. Almost done. But what it is saying that A6 issue and well, the specified Azure Service Connection needs to have a get or list secret management permissions on the selected key vault. So whatever we have done, it's correct. But to have get list secret management permissions, get as well as list secret management permissions on the selected key vault. To set that, so we can use these options. But we have given permissions there, right? So nothing but you can just come down, add role assignments. Almost we have done, but here perform all data plane operations or key vault and all, right? Contributor lets you manage key vaults but not access to them. No, this kind of issue is coming. See, but not access to them. So same way, can you check it out? What is the best option? Get key vault reader. Read metadata of your key vaults and its certificate, keys and secrets. Cannot read sensitive values as secrets and all. Okay. You can search here key vault. I think this is the best option, right? Okay, cool. So you can copy this. I'll get it. 2, 3. Select it. Okay, so this is the one. And if you go back to the previous one, so write access, read access, also can give it reader, key vault reader, create a user, read secret content and only works for key vaults that are user condition control and all, right? Pacer and all. Only this part it is done. Good. Okay, so pipeline triggers. Even you can give it get and list kind of permissions explicitly. That also works. That's not a problem. It's okay. We can avoid this part, whatever role. No, before that, okay, we can run it even Terraform scripts and Azure scripts and all. So how can we do that? I mean, sorry, ARM templates and all. How we can get it? So what is? I mean, I want to take it up. One thing, downloading the secrets. I think permissions issue only is getting problem. The Azure Service Connection needs to have a get or list secret management permissions selected to the keyword. To set these permissions, download provision key vault permission dot script and build read these all blah blah things and all. MOKB subscription. Okay. So if I, for example, if I want to build an application and if I generate one artifact, for example, build point of view. So how we have to handle it? Suppose you have, so you just build the application using the DevOps pipeline, for example, Maven or anything, okay, .NET. So it's going to generate a jar file or a NuGet files and all, for example. So where you are going to store? So there are two options. Either we can go for third-party tool or third-party storage, or we can go for what? Azure DevOps is providing another facility called artifact. Okay, so we'll take it up about this one artifact and then we'll move on. Okay, I'll look into this actually. I just this permission only is the case giving the KV issue, but I'll look into that later. Now we have to take it about artifacts, but how we are going to use it and all, we'll see that. Now let's take it up. So what is an artifact? How we are going to generate an artifact? With Azure artifacts, you can create and share Maven, NPM, NuGet packages, feeds from public and private sources with the teams of any size. So you can add fully integrated package management to your continuous integration or continuous delivery pipeline with a single click. Okay, now you can have a look here, guys. The new update has introduced a top level area that is some home of package management in Azure DevOps services. This area is known as what? Azure artifacts. This is little expensive, but it's okay. We can use it. Okay, if you are not using any third party tools. Have you heard about Nexus repository? Yes. Nexus repository, or I can say Nexus repository, or you can use it another one called JFrog Artifactory. Have you heard about all these? Maybe any place or any project or maybe any other DevOps course. Yeah, Nexus repository. So what is Nexus? What is JFrog? What it does this? Nexus or JFrog? Of course, we can consider those are also a registry, a Docker registry as well. Nothing but it's a storage location, simple. Okay, so we are going to launch one service. We can upload our artifacts there. We can deploy our artifacts there. It can be a zip file, it can be a Docker image, it can be NuGet packages, it can be NPM packages, anything. Advantage is what? Of course, you can use blob container as well, right? I hope you heard about a blob container in Azure. We can store our files there, but you won't get any API to download. To download a files from a repository, yes, Nexus, JFrog can provide. Nothing but, for example, if I take a Maven project, assume that Java based Maven project, something like this. Okay, see here, if I pick it up, we can generate one artifact using the pom.xml. Yes or not, guys? It can generate one artifact like a jar file. Whenever I say mvn package, it will automatically generate one artifact called a jar file. So this jar file we have to upload into this artifactory. So just assume that you can, if it is a third party one like this, we are going to upload. We're just going to use, so this kind of way, we're just going to take it up. It will upload there. And then if you want to download it as a dependency, see that straight away, you can use this repository. It can download. So can quickly find it. Okay. For example, if I want to use Azure artifact, okay, if I want to use an Azure artifact and I want to upload, or I can say I want to use mvn deploy command to push into Azure artifact. So what command, what snippet is going to help us? The mvn deploy. Can you quickly search it out, guys? 2 minutes. Your way. So what snippet you have to add it, or what configuration, if you do that, you can push your code or you can upload your artifact into Artifactory. Okay, Azure artifact. How to upload, or I can say deploy an jar file into Azure artifact. Simple, guys. Okay, so generally what we will do, first of all, you have to come down into here, say artifacts, right? See that here. Come down into home page. Here artifacts. Have a look, guys. Connect to the feed to get started. Okay, so you can simply say create a feed. For example, Marvin Spring is my, for example, project name. Okay, and then I'm just going to say next, create it. So now we have created. Okay, so if you want to connect it, what you have to do? Connect to feed. Okay, see guys here. Providing or not? API is providing straight away. If you want to connect, so feed is nothing but just like a treat, like a repository. Treat, it's a repository. Okay, if I say, for example, Maven as an example, npm as an example, NuGet as an example, .NET as an example, see all these options. Out of that, for example, if I choose it Maven, see guys here, whatever I have shown in the pom.xml, it is there or not? Okay, so that it will automatically publish. Run this command in your project directory, it will take it straight away, this option. So if you take it up this one, you can use this code. For example, you can use this code. Okay, here it is, Azure pipeline is there straight away. Can you check it out, guys? What is there in this? apt install, Maven, Docker, all these things are there. Okay, this is build and push. This is not required. Okay, for example, I wanted to perform this activity. So can I take it up? If you want, you can use this. I'll give you a URL. You can fork it, not an issue, just like this fork. Okay, so I'm just sharing here. So try to fork it into your repository, or you can import it. Come down into here, pipelines, for example, repositories. Is there any way we can import it? Yeah, import is there. Cool. We can. So this is our URL. Okay, I'm just importing. Good. Now we just got it. Okay. So if you come down into this section, Azure Pipelines, we have main branch, Terraform pool, VM image. So you have to change it that part. Okay. And then, so build and push it is that this is not required in our case. So we need just this part. Okay. So what I'll do, first step is you have to take it up our AIB files. What happened to this? Oh, sorry, it's going to be a DevOps, right? Yeah. So pick it up this because we have to add this step. Cool. And I'll copy this and come down into Maven Spring Git Azure pipeline.yaml, edit. I'm just going to take it up this. Okay, cool. And this is not required as of now. You can comment it, guys. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward. Even you can use it this snippet also, it's fine. See here, this one and this one indirectly both are same, but this is ready-made one, DSL. You'll get directly task maven 3. If you want to run it as a shells command, you can use this option. Fine, great guys. Now you can say commit and say commit it. Good. Now we have to create a pipeline, right? So you can say come down into the pipeline section, say new pipeline. Okay, Azure repository, we have Maven Spring project. Okay, and then simply you can save it. It will automatically create Maven Spring project. Okay, if you want to rename it, you can also rename this pipeline. So you can simply say pipeline. I'm just going to say build pipeline. Okay, I'm just going to say build pipeline and then save this, run pipeline. Okay, use this. So what is the branch we have? This one only. Okay, let it keep it, or else you can check it out different one if it is there. But as of now it is master only, I think, right? Yes, master only. So you can check it out and let's see is this going to run or not. But we have to modify that form.xml so that it works 100% to upload there your artifact. See this, Maven is triggered and its build is successful and the job, and say command line. See guys here, so use with the caution scripts, reading the package list. Cool, all these are installing, I think so. Then if you come down to the next step, yes, build is success here. You can have a look. So what it is saying, it is triggered Maven build. And if you come down in end of the page, you can get to know that build is success. Yes or not? So what is happened here? It is generated this jar file. Now the task is this jar file you have to upload into artifacts. If it is an Access repository, if it is a JFrog artifactory, it looks like this straight away. If I just come down into this form.xml, you can get it like this. Because that is our own. Even we can use a docker and docker run command. Okay, but in our case right now, what you have to use? So this is the option we have to use. Cool guys. So you can see that snapshots and releases. So this is your pkgsdev.azure.com. So it is straight away, it is indirectly nothing but what? It is a managed service. You can simply say it's a managed service. Okay, cool. So for that case, what you have to do, you have to copy this, add repo to both your pom.xml repositories and a distribution management section. So that it can take it up automatically. So for that case, what you have to do, come down into the repository here. Okay, so say repository, clone, and copy this command. If I just say a new tab, Azure DevOps, okay, and I'm just going to say this, it clone, take it up, guys, easy to handle, we can easily handle with the Visual Studio Code. I'll just take it up now. Okay, so done. Now I can open a Visual Studio Code. New window. So Mav and Spring we have. Okay, guys, so just get it here. So pipelines we have, and pom.xml we have here. So these values we have to change it. That's all, nothing else. So in the distribution management tag, you can come down here, say repository, and repository snapshots, releases, and repository. See, here it is there, right? So we can, instead of that, all this, you just need to remove this, you can add it. Okay, guys, good. And then here as well, if you want to download a file, here it is there, repository section. So you can pick it up, this releases and all, you can, both it is saying that add the repo, both your pom.xml repository section plus distribution menu section. I can add it. Okay, so you can add it here. A number of times you can add it in the repository section, because it's a plural, we can use this. Okay, guys, cool, done, and save this. Now once it is done, what you can say, commit it, say updated something, commit it. I think we have to add this, not here, commit. Okay, and say these are all out of this updated. But one more thing also we have to do, right? So if I say settings.xml, here also we have to add, so settings and servers, server details, because this is for authentication purpose. So you have to come down, you can make it, keep it here, and you have to add your personal access token, so that it will automatically get authenticated. Because if you observe here, in the pipeline, only we are doing what? Maven clean package. If you want to upload, you should say deploy. But before that, what you have to do, you should say -s settings.xml file. You have to point it that, so that it will automatically take it. What you are doing now with our pipeline, we are trying to build an application, plus we are uploading an artifact, whatever it is generated through build, into our artifacts. So to get authentication for artifacts, what we are doing now, we are adding that details here. See that, guys? ID is equal to Maven Spring and your username and password. So what is this Maven Spring? If you just come down, yes, here we have created one. Where? In your connect. So then if you see that here, MVN deploy, if I say that, automatically it can take it up. Cool? Good. Now let's take it up. I want to experience it this, and I want to get error. Let's see what will happen. Because I'm not adding the token, it will throw an error, but I need only authentication error. I don't want to get any other error. Okay, so let's see. So file, save all. Okay, so here and updated, commit it, and then sync it. Right, publish commits to the origin master. Simply say okay. So your pipeline automatically triggers. Okay, cool. Let's see. Is it going to take it up or not? Okay, so you can go here. You can close this, right? And if you want to use it, go back to the feed, go back to the pipeline, and we can get it. Yeah, so 14 minutes ago, still not triggered, or what? Still going on? We have done, right? Sync it. So what is there in this pipeline? Oh, you can see that main. It is there, main. That's the reason it's getting the issue. I can simply master. Save this. Okay, and say updated something. Yes, and sync it, guys. So this time it will automatically trigger your pipeline. Okay, yeah. So what I have done, if you observe here, only stuff is, this is the one I have added. Okay, settings, authentication. For that case, I'm not done anything great. Okay, the Azure itself is providing that facility. Okay, Azure itself is providing that facility. How? So if you just come down here in the artifact section, we have created one feed. Feed is nothing but one repository. In that, if you want to connect it, either you want to download, either you want to upload. What we are doing now? Connect to feed. See, there are different options are available to connect and to pull or to push. You can use npm. You can see this npm commands are providing straight away. If you use Gradle, for example, Gradle will be there. If I say pip command is there. Even this is another one, command line reference. For example, NuGet, for example, say NuGet package, you have to configure it accordingly. Like whatever the project is about. Okay, for example, I have just took the one example, Maven. So this is the repository. What they're suggesting, everything is providing here itself. Add the repo to both your pom.xml repositories and distribution management. If you want to upload, nothing but if you want to deploy, MVN deploy command. So this is the one it can use. For example, whenever you build an application, we are going to download some dependencies from different sources. So out of that, one of the sources is what? A repository. For example, I want to bring it up from Nexus or from local or something, blah blah dependencies. I have, for example, multiple modules or multiple services, and one service to another service is interdependence is there. So we are going to refer that particular artifact from this repository list. So that's what I have added in the pom.xml, guys. It is straight away. This option is going to be there in the pom. Or if you share that information to the developer, they're going to update it. That's not at all a matter. Okay, if you share this screenshot, then developers can do that accordingly. If it is a .NET team, for example, then you can say either they're using NuGet or they're using .NET. Accordingly, just share this information. See what are you doing now? .NET NuGet push into source API keys. Even npm is also same situation. See, npm install, npm publish. What we are doing now? See, as part of that project, you are going to get it one .npm rc file. There you have to add this in content, nothing else. So this is the way. If you do that, then it will automatically, whenever you trigger it, everything is correct, for example, then it automatically triggers your pipeline. I mean, pipeline can upload artifact there. I think it is failed. Yes, that is we are expecting, right? We are expecting this part. Can you check it out here? What is that? Job command line. What it is saying, guys? Error executing Maven. Only white space content allowed before start tag and not start document scene something it is in the settings.xml. See, this is clear. It's validating. It's validating your settings.xml. It is saying something is problem is there here, where we have added this server ID, username, password. I think this is causing the issue. I think so. Error point of view. I can do just simple stuff. It's wrong only, but I just started. Okay, and say updated something, blah blah. Commit it, guys, and just sync it. Now, if I pick it up here, is this triggered or not? The pipeline? Yes, it is automatically triggered. Is this building or not? Let me check. Okay, cool. Is there any pipeline running still? No, right? Then if it is parallel jobs are there, we have to check it out because it is stopping there. Yeah, it's triggering, but it's failed. Okay, one error executing Maven. Error executing Maven. One problem was encountered while building the effective settings. Only white space content allowed before the start of the tag and tab. What is the line number, guys? 2. Line number 2. It's causing the issue here. The settings.xml. Yes, this is the problem. We have missed out. So we have to comment this. It's an XML format, right? So it is a normal text is there. That's the reason first line it is causing no tags are available. That's the reason. Okay, cool. And updated settings, for example. Commit it. Sync it. Okay, yeah. Let's see, is this triggered or not? Yeah, it started. Let's see, is this progressing or not? Yes, it's going as of now. But is this validating immediately throwing an error or it's going? Yes. Cool. But definitely last line it's going to be failed. Deployment step, that's not a problem. Have a look. Okay, it is build is success. See, up to If you observe this, install is done, jar file is done, created, jar file generated, and it is loaded into the local repository. And while uploading, deployment stage, while uploading an artifact, it is failing. That's true, that is expected, because token is a problem. You can see here, downloaded from this, blah blah. And what is an error it is throwing? Deployment failed, repository element was not specified in the POM inside the distribution management element. This is causing the issue. It's okay, I think we have multiple, that's the reason causing the issue, I think so. Say this is not correct. It's okay, that's not a big deal. And this is a problem, because you should not keep multiple. You should not keep multiple. So that's the reason it is not able to identify repositories. Repository going to be there, but here it is another one is also there. See that, multiple. So which one I have to pick it up? Am I right? In the form.xml you have declared multiple, but Azure DevOps pipeline, which one we have, which one you need to pick it up? That's what it is throwing an error. Cool. Not able to find in the distribution manager. Specified, no, failed repository element was not specified in the form inside the distribution element. Okay, good. This is one thing you can, easily you can remove this one, and if you upload it, it works. So I'm expecting only authentication issue. So in that case, what I'll do, the repository. Okay, I just need to comment it this. So this repository can pick it up. And repositories. Cool. Added something. Sync it. Good. So we can have a look. We can have a look here. So this is the way we can easily do this activity.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure DevOps course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-400 Azure DevOps Certification exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure DevOps.
We'll talk about Azure Boards. So can you tell me, in your project, if you are already in a project, like how you are managing the tasks, how you are getting the requirements, how you are updating the tasks, what you have done, how you are updating the task progress to your manager or your client, progress to updating the task progress to your manager, for example, how you are updating, how are you updating that task progress, for example, to the manager, right? So how you are doing this activity. So through sprints, they are assigning the stories, nothing but what indirectly, what you are doing indirectly, agile method, right? Indirectly, you're using agile model. What is that agile model, guys? I think we have discussed already. How it helps. That's a shorter releases. Okay, agile going to use a shorter releases. Interactive development and shorter releases. Continuous feedback. So continuous feedback is another one. And what else? So I can say continuous feedback we may get. And interactive development life cycles, interactive, this is another one. And we are going to use small chunks, good, smaller ones, nothing but we are going to use as called as epics, right? We called as a epics. And what else? We are going to create a multiple items, nothing but a tasks, I can say. And we are going to refine the tickets, refinements. And we are going to set up the DSM calls, WSM calls, governance calls. All these going to be takes place as part of agile model. Governance calls, weekly status meetings, daily status meetings. I mean daily startup meetings. It is indirectly nothing but refinements, sprint plannings. Right? We are going to plan the sprint plans for every 15 days. All those, yes, stories, tasks, and subtasks. All those going to be there. Nice, Teja. Okay, cool. These are all going to be there as usual. Nice. Retrospectives, very good. Even another one is retrospectives. Retrospectives, okay. And what else? Customer collaboration and flexibility. That is nothing but a governance calls, right? And the features and all going to be take it up, right? And the prototyping and easy change actions or accommodations and all going to be expressed. Very good, guys. Really good points. Taking the updates from the clients and all. That is nothing but a requirement gathering, right? Requirement gatherings. Cool. This is really good points. And now let's take it up. How you have to handle these all tasks. So we need to handle all these tasks. So at least we have to, I mean, I want to see the progress. I want to see the status report. I want to see the how many tickets are planned, how many story points are planned, right? Story points. Story point is another one, right? For this sprint, as a team, how many stories we are going to deliver, okay? And releases, all those things are going to be Scrum Master has to manage everything. Very good. So here Scrum Master will come into the picture. Very good. And of course, each and every task, if it is important, and then people going to give a demo also. Agree, guys? Demo also, we're just going to conduct it. So these all activities, if you want to manage, okay, so we are going to use Azure board. So need not require to go Jira board. Generally, if it is not there Azure, people going to refer Jira board. Am I correct, guys? Jira board or Kanban board. Agree? Kanban board we are going to use. Any other examples? I think service now is also is going to provide. I'm not used. I haven't used. Did you? Service now. Maybe that is also going to help you. Service now. Even people can use sometimes only tickets and all to maintain. There is a GitHub project is there. That is also you can use it. GitHub project. Very good. Service now is also one of the tools we can take it up for a service now. I mean, one of the boards tool I can say, or agile board tool. Okay, good. So this is all. But after that, Azure board is there, of course, right? Straight away, you can use Azure board. It's very simple and flexible. So you can customize it also according to what you want. Generally, in our case, as a DevOps point of view, we won't focus much on that, but we are going to use, but more, I mean, the usage for what? To whom actually it's going to be a Scrum Master only, widely. And in our case, we just going to go, I mean, the Scrum Master going to create a sprints, and we just go into that sprints and we are going to create a tickets and we are going to work on it on that. How many tickets, different types of tickets, all those going to be there. So we just going to use those all. Exactly. Most of the time a dark mode, but sometimes we have to plan, right? Hey, ultimately in end of the sprint, how many story points you have delivered. Okay, maybe ad hoc is also we can consider as a story point, right? There was, but if not, then how can we count it? How many story points you have delivered? I cannot do that activity because even we are ad hoc is okay, but even we are going to plan also. We are going to plan for sprint. So we are going to tickets. We are going to, I mean, new tickets. We are going to create it. What required to do that? What automation is required, or what is error? If it is error already identified, it's a prevent. I mean, P2 P3 level tickets, and those things also we can create a tickets. Or maybe we are going to do some POCs, right? We're going to POCs and we are going to onboard new applications or new apps. We are going to onboard new apps as well. So that is also sometimes we may use. So these all ultimately, as a DevOps architect, what we will do, we just going to check it out. What other things are required? What services are required? What customizations are required? What authentication is required? What are the problems are there? All those things we are going to plan it as part of the refinements. Okay, as part of the plan. I mean, for next sprint. Then, as part of the sprint itself, spring progressing time itself, we are going to discuss and all. Then we are going to plan for next sprint. So as part of the sprint planning, these are the things we have identified, and we'll check it out, the priorities and all in between. If you get it P1, P2 tickets and I mean any urgent tickets, then these tickets we will move into the next sprint. Okay, guys. So this is the way we just going to handle according to the priority. So no matter, I mean, I have planned already. Then if it is coming new ad hoc tickets, then no, it's. I mean, we have to take it priority wise, but we are going to calculate how much time it's going to be, how much effort is required to perform that activity or that issue to resolve. So that a story points. So we have to consider. So I mean, we can, as a manager, I can understand that. Okay, I mean, I'm able to use the resource effectively or not, 100% utilizing or not. We can get to know with this. So that's the reason each and every task, ad hoc task or planned task or POCs or everything, we're going to consider as a story points and we're going to use it. All these options, we can use it with what? Our Azure board. You can come down into the Azure DevOps here, something like this. We can take it up, guys, here. So just have a look if it is already in your case also. So just go there and see that here straight away boards going to be there. Okay, cool, good. Now you can have a look, guys, here. This is the options will be there. So before that, just wanted to go here. See, guys, what are the things are going to be there. As part of that, you can have a look once. So Azure Boards. Why use Azure Boards? Best practices for agile management. Just like what we have discussed. Same thing. Azure Boards concepts, GitHub work items, and all these. So you can have a look just quickly. I'm just walk through these all things quickly, and it's just an information. Okay, we are not going to do much on this. Just we're going to create a ticket, and we can use it for our just for reference purpose. That's all. Okay, so you can have a look. Just read, guys. One step, one minute on this. See that support for Scrum and Kanban, customizable dashboards, and integrated reporting. And integrated reporting and all it can be provides. Okay, good. And have a look. There are some other features, some of the features of Azure Boards. Connected from idea to release, Scrum ready. Okay, Scrum ready and built for insights. Gain new insight into the health and the status of with powerful and analytical tools and dashboard widgets. That's what it is. It is also provides. Even Jira is also going to provide. Even ServiceNow also going to provide same way. And track all your ideas at every development stage and keep your team aligned with all code changes linked directly to work item. That's what it is important. So as a manager, I need not to go in each and every resource, and I don't want to ask the updates. So every individual just simply get the ticket, or they're going to create a ticket and they'll show it up the progress, and they'll tag it to your manager, tag it to your client. So they'll also going to get a notifications automatically, right? That's the point. Connected from the idea to release. Use built-in Scrum boards and planning tools to help your teams run sprint stand-ups and planning meetings and all. We can use this. Clear. And why you use Azure Boards? Have a look, guys. Little information. Okay. Simple stuff. Start simply, scale as you grow. Azure Boards provides you with a set of predefined work item types to support tracking features, user stories, bugs, and tasks and all. Different types of tickets we are going to create. Simple. We are going to create a different types of tickets. Those are all like a features, user stories, bugs, and tasks. Epic, all those stuff. If it is a big ticket, so it is something like that. It's going to show it up. Nice. And visual interactive tools. So like this, it can show it up. So visual tools help team quickly see and share progress. For example, with the Kanban boards, you can add work, update the status of work, and monitor work in progress. Everything. See that stage-wise stage. You can create a ticket in this here. You can create your ticket. You can discuss with the team if you create as a manager, as a Scrum Master, and what is a task and what is an expectations, what we need to achieve, when to you when we have to finish it up. All those information we are going to declare it as part of that. So backlog ticket, once we create it, then we will take it up into active, resolved, closed. Different stages going to be there. Generally, whenever you create a new one, it's going to be a new stage. Then after that, refinement stage. After that, sprint ready stage. Then in progress stage. Then for what? Branch testing. Then review, and then testing, or in test or testing. Then PO review, ready for release, and last one is done. So you can define it in number of stages so that the ticket can move on accordingly. You have to move it, or your your team lead need to move that ticket one stage by stage. If you're developing something, nothing but in progress. Next step is, if you just come down, so why use Azure Boards? So built-in social tools and communication, you can also integrate all this stuff. Work item forms provide built-in discussion that you can use to capture questions, notes, and communication as they occur. With this feature, you can maintain a history of what a team decides on particular work item. So you have to assign to the team member to whom you want to assign. And so here in the description section, you have to give the details about the task, what needs to perform, and acceptance criteria, what required to get it. Okay, that must be matched. And then discussion. So you have to keep on update. For example, I have done progress, I've completed development. Then simply I'll point it to my lead. Hey, I'm completed this task and I'm raised this PR, and I'm going to update PRs and all. Nothing but just you have to show a proof also. Not only just updating the message, according to the situation and the options. So you have to show it up. You have to some proof also. Sometimes you have to take the screenshot. I can update it here as well. And see that here priority, story point, nothing but efforts and all. We're just going to give it. And even we can give if it is interdependent tickets are there and all, we are going to add it. And if you want to notify to your team members or your clients or your managers, you can like this, you can tag it. Simply you can tag it so that they can get a notification about your change. Then if you come down, next step is, for example, simple stuff. See, status also you can get it. You can show it up the progress. It's a simple, like if you have a Excel sheet, you can generate a report, right? If you have some data, you can generate a report. That's what it is doing here. This is completely managers and your Scrum Master going to show it up, and whenever you interact with the client. Okay, so you have to as part of the governance calls and all, you are going to show it up this progress, because client is not required to talk, I mean, in detail about the your work item and all. How many work items, how many story points, how many released, how many spillover. Okay, why it is spillover? What is the causing the cause? Is this a, I mean, is this a hurdles, or maybe some information is not clear, or maybe resource issue and all. We're just going to tell about as part of that. Now we can generate it, and you can if you explore it, you can get to know that. Or if you have some data, if you're an administrator, generally as an Azure I mean DevOps, we are going to be administrator for that. Cool. Have a look, guys. Little other information, extensions and extensibility. Nothing but you can also integrate with other tools, integration and extension, right? You can gain given even greater functionality by adding marketplace extensions, many of which are free. See, time and effort, VSTS rollout, feature timeline, attachment groups, work item from form, and query-based boards, board group, related work items, and all those going to be there. You can add it. That's your choice. How do you want? Okay, good. Just for agile management, this is the. Just spend 1 minute on this, guys. So configure teams along the value streams your organization wants to deliver. Define a team for each development group of 6 to 12 developers. Define at least 6 or more iterations that will support planning for the next 6 to 12 months. Determine which work item types your team will use to capture customer requirements and development work. All these, if your project is based on agile process, we recommend using user stories, bugs, and features and all that. Consider using tags to identify cross-team or cross-project dependencies. So just it is configure teams along the value streams your organization wants to deliver. So all those things are, we can attach it as well. Okay. So a process defines the building blocks of the work item tracking system and supports the inheritance process model for Azure boards, basic, agile, scrum, all these levels we are going to use it concepts wise. Basic, agile, scrum, and CMMI levels and all, we're just going to use it. Something like this. Basic. Very simple one. Nothing but what? See, this is indirectly nothing but what? I mean, what level of organization it is, and what kind of I mean process it is indirectly, right? See how we are going to define the CMMI level and the PCMI level, and all these things are going to get a certificates. Organizations going to get a certificate, just like as an individual. If you take that, we are going to do some certifications like AWS certification, Azure certification, Terraform certifications, Java certifications, and all that. But you're showing your status. I mean, what you are eligible, what level you are, right? Those certificates, your degrees, and all. The same way, organization also what level it is, how standards. I mean, how these organization is managing the standards, what level of standard it is. So that is what it's going to tell. So the same thing, if I take it up a basic stuff, it's simple, epic issue task. But if you take it up other stuff, agile, see, little more complex. I mean, proper process. So need not to follow up the team. I mean, team itself is going to follow the process straight away. Choose agile when your team uses agile planning methods, including Scrum and tracks development and the test activities separately. See that here. Epic is nothing but a big task. We are dividing into multiple features, and each feature will have a multiple user stories, and each user story will create multiple tasks. That's what multiple work items. Because everything we cannot achieve it in the next 15 days, right? Accordingly. So the priority and efforts required, interdependencies required. Accordingly, we are going to create a multiple user stories and all. And issue and bug tracking, yes, it is also going to be the issue, configurable, and task. Great, guys, right? Azure Boards concepts, Scrum. This process works great if you want to track product backlog items and bugs on the Kanban board or break up. These are simple. So what is the difference you observed here and here? Almost same, right? Epic, portfolio backlog, issue tracking, all this same thing. But here it is issue. Here it is going to call as an impediment. Cool, good. This is a little more So issue, change, risk management, change request, review, risk issue, and all those things are coming to the picture. This is choose MMI when your team follows more formal project methods that requires a framework for process improvement and editable record of decisions and all. It's going to be takes place. Fine, that's great, guys. So now Azure boards and concepts. These are just now we have talked about basic agile, scrum and all. So work item types and all, we're just going to use it. Okay, so what is this, guys? Just a minute, we'll take it up quickly. By connecting Azure boards with the GitHub repository, you enable linking between GitHub commits, pull requests, and issues to work items. You can use GitHub for software development while using Azure boards to plan and track your work. I can show it up this. Okay, it's a GitHub or maybe Azure repository. So whatever, it will automatically show it up as part of your I mean, these tickets information going to be there as part of your code. Okay, it's going to be there as part of your code. That's what we are just going to take it up. Good. And you can see here simply GitHub connections. You can say connect with the GitHub, and if it is GitHub, then Azure repo by default it's going to be there in interconnection. Okay, good. You can connect to your GitHub account to your Azure DevOps project, and then you can connect your repositories to this project, so that it will highlight. It can, I mean, we can, as part of the commit, we can give this work items. So that is an advantage. Okay, cool. In GitHub, install free Azure Boards application and set it up with your Azure DevOps account. That also can do that. Set up plan, blah blah things. And work items going to be there. All these are all nothing but a tickets. Here we are not in Jira. We are going to call it as a ticket, but here we are going to call it as a work items. We are going to create a work item. This is nothing but a ticket. You can start viewing and adding work items once you connect to the project. Check that you have selected the right project and choose boards, work items, and all those stuff. Cool, good. That's what it is doing here. Work items. Adding a work item is just one click away. Simply choose a work item type from the network. A new work item drop down menu. It is going to be there. Here it is. See multiple types: bug, epic, feature, issue, task, test case, user stories. All those things, different types of we can create it. Okay, good. That's all these things are going to be there. We can filter each work item pivot view by typing a keyword or using one or more. I mean, just searching. So you can say epic. If you select a bug and only bug tickets going to be showed up. If I say only task and then task information going to be showed up. Right. Cool. How we have to implement it, right? Just come down here. So just boards. It looks like this board. And if you say sprint, for example, okay, if you just sprints, you can just come down into the sprints section. You can create it one sprint. Okay, sprint 1. Have a look. Sprint 2. I can just do the sprint 2 and the start date. For example, I'm just going to say 1st September to next 2 weeks. Means what? Up to 13. I'm just going to say up to 13 like this and simply say create. For example, if I want to create another ticket, I can simply new sprint 3 for example, because I have to create it even the next sprint also. So because team, I mean PO team and design team, they'll keep on creating new tickets, right? So in that case, you have to say then 13th, right? So then immediately it will start from 16 to 27. That's all. Like this, you have to create it. So this is a ticket. Now what I'll do that immediately, I can create a new work item. You can have a look here, new work item, and what type it is, you can select it. Okay, new issue. It is treated as a new issue, but you can change it also. Even you can change it. For example, leave this new work item. Straight away it is selecting. Okay, and here it is going to be there. Change type, you can say. There is a change type is also going to. By default, it is taking issue. For example, I'm just going to say this is a DevOps. Okay, if you have team like a DevOps and test and apps and development, QA and all. So you have to separate it. Easily we can catch it up. And as part of the DevOps, I'm just going to perform Azure. Okay, so automate AKS cluster creation using ARM templates, for example. Suppose I just said this, then I'm just going to assign to the team if it is required who is going to perform and all. Generally, here users will come into the picture, so the users you have to attach. And new to-do list also it's going to be there, state section and all. You have to give it. Okay, here I should say give that atom, give the in detailed information. AKS cluster using or cluster creation. Okay, and check options something like Terraform, ARM templates. Okay, and bicep, all these things you can check it out. I just give that information. Bicep. Okay, just save. Like this, you can take it. Okay, and close this. So where we have created here this ticket, you can check it out. Sprint 3. So if you want to change your different sprints, you can say sprint 2. Save and close. Like this. So to do, doing, done, and all. You can add even different steps also. For example, if I'm done something, if I want to start now to do it, just like this, we have to move it. Why it is not moving? Okay, one more step. And here, even you can say change type. Okay, it is issue. It's not an issue, right? It is going to be something like epic or a task, something. You can simply say change it. And save and close. It's automatically showed up. So we have to switch to sprint 2 now. It will automatically go to show up. Now see that to-do list. And I'm doing that right now. So I have to start like this. So like this, we can create multiple tickets. See new work item, for example, and say DevOps. Then I'm just going to say pipeline, so that you can easily understand what is this task about. I mean this ticket about. You can get it, update it something, create a pipeline for deployment. Okay, and that's all. So it's going to create second ticket, and even you can go here and change it to right. So task, and simply say okay. And you can assign to the people, and here generally users will come, username. I don't know why it is not coming, but because we don't have explicit users and all, right? So that's the reason. Okay, sprint 2 and all, just save and close. So like this, it's automatically show it. Where is gone that? Parented, what about sprint 2, sprint 3, sprint 1, and sprint 2. These are all right now showing this. Now these tickets, if you come down into the repository, for example, take it up this. For example, assume that say we have core, for example. Okay, yeah, core. So whenever you edit it, something. See, for example, I'm just going to take it to edit option. Okay, edit option. I'm just doing something, blah blah. Commit it. So here, see this main. You are going to link it. It's automatically coming or not? Automation. So this I'm just selected this option, commit it. Cool. So if you just come down history, so it's going to tell about. So if you just come down, we can get to know that if you check it out in the history details. Cool. So you can get to know that what is this all about details. So like this we can commit it, and even we can mount it also. I mean, just point it that particular ticket. Cool. That's clear. Now, so this is one thing, and if I switch to different repositories, we can get to know that here itself. Okay, this is separate and this is separate because we have multiple repositories going to be there for single project, right? Hundreds of repositories going to be there if you have a microservice based architecture. If it is a microservice based architecture, then we are going to create hundreds of repositories. So, but all those things are just we are going to point it if required. Okay, it will mention which account made the changes or commit anything. No, right? See, you are going to tag the with the work item, right? If you just go into the work item, if you just click on that work item and automatically get it the what repositories are modified or what PRs are created and all. So just come down, for example, this one. You can have a look here. Somewhere it will going to show it up. Refresh. Yeah, this is the one. Links. You can see that. See here it is there or not? Showing or not your commit. Updated README. So if you go into your work item, you can get to know that. So whenever you release it, whenever you want to release it generally, so what they'll do, developers team, simply they'll going to give a work items. Hey, these are the work items required to deliver into production, for example, because they will continuously develop a new application. I mean, new changes. They'll keep on add new changes. They'll implement a new changes. All those things with work items. It's a continuous loop, right? It's a loop. So sometimes we may release every sprint, sometimes we may release for 2 sprints once or in between or anytime. So development team or a team leads, what they will do, hey, these are the work items required to deliver. Please prepare for production. To whom they will inform? Developers team. They're going to intimate to DevOps team. Okay, so they will check it out because then they have to cut out, they have to cut the branches. We have to cut the release branches from development branch. So as discussed, right? We are following a branching strategy. Okay, feature branches, development, and main branch. In between, release branch will come into the picture because development branch they'll keep on add new changes with new features or new sprints. Okay, but all those things cannot go directly into production. So if one feature is completed, one feature cannot be with one ticket. It can be a multiple tickets. But if you do development simultaneously, 3 features, for example, 3 features code going to be there in your development branch, in a development branch. But all those things I cannot deliver directly into production. So feature 1 completed, tested, then I'll need to take it up feature 1 code and I need to deliver into the production. In that case, what we have to do, we have to identify that feature 1 code and we have to cut it, those changes as a branch, and then we are going to deliver into the production. In that case, how can you declare it? Because multiple tickets, multiple people going to work on in a single feature. How can you do that? Simply, they'll come down here, they'll use these options. You can see these tickets, or if they click on it here, they can get to know that yes, this is the feature. Commits. Generally, we're going to take it PR tickets, PR numbers. Then those PRs are latest or not, then accordingly you have to cut the release branch. See, just if you see that link, it's nothing but yes, we can get to know, right? Here, this one, first of all, this ticket, who is the owner, you can get to know that first of all. This ticket owner only going to update generally. Even sometimes other developers also may be due to interdependencies and all, they may add it. So we can get it. That's what it is. Just click on it. You can see here all those commits. Last update one. Just click on it here, commits list, and each and every commit you can get to know that. Just click on it here. It's automatically points there, right? So is the user. DevOps March 1, 2019. On main branch, all that information, yes, it's going to be pointed straight away. You can see we are in a board, but from board to automatically switch it to pipelines, right? This is the way it can used. Nice, right? This is one thing you can take it up. So here sprints going to be there, multiple sprints. You have to choose that particular sprints, and you can generally while creating time or while planning time, we are going to use this one, and we are going to create a multiple tickets here. But while implementation time, while tracking time, we just going to check it out in the board, and we are going to choose that particular boards, and then accordingly we are going to select it. Nice. So here it is only issues are showing. That's the reason. You can say epics, you can say issues, and even I can say all options, but it is not showing. I don't know. View the backlog tickets and all. That is also going to be showed up. All these. So sprint. Click on this sprint. These are the things going to be there. I can say board. Yes, it is showing like this. Fine. This is one thing you can get it board's point of view. And a Kanban board, you can see. Just now we have seen that in the board section, you can see all those options. Collaborate with others by adding, updating, and reviewing your work items as cards and Kanban board. Your Kanban board provides you with a visual interactive space for you and your team. So if you have a multiple tickets and all, so in the board section, automatically it will come here. This is the board. Okay, but current iteration, it's clear. But we need multiple tickets, and then automatically it will go into show up. Try the new board hub and improve the performance and all. You can choose. Okay, view as backlog tickets and view as board, something like that. So it is not pointing latest, I mean current one. So it is going to show it up because nobody. It's only assigning things and all. It's going to be showed up. Types. It's not showing. Area. Parent work items. And iteration, all those things going to be there. Just it is not coming, but generally it will come up. Analytics, boards, and sprints. It is coming. AB team only, right? Yeah, AB team. My team sprints or all team sprints and all. It's going to be showed up like this. Cool. This is one thing. Okay, good. And even you can see just now we have done like Kanban boards, outlook, the features of Azure boards, new work item, hello world, and all. We're just going to create it. And drag an item and update the status like this. It will keep on move. See, analyze, develop, test, and all. Filter using keywords and tags and all. We can use it here. Okay. Even to invite users to contribute, copy the URL of your Kanban board and email it to people you want to invite your project, but everyone should be a member of the project and all. Yes, we can get it here. Options. All those options you can get it. Sprint, scrum plans, and all going to be takes place here, right? So create iterations with the setting sprint dates. Just now we have done this. Sprint plan, sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3. Like this we are going to set it. And how many tickets and all. You can see that order wise. Nice. And integration part, if you just come down, see. By connecting Azure Boards with the GitHub repository, you enable linking between GitHub commits, pull requests, and issues to work items. Just now we have seen that with our Azure repo. If you want to do that, let's check it out. Boards, repositories, pipelines, and all. So where it is exactly showing that connection? Here, project settings. Okay, see here, GitHub actions, sorry, connections. And you can see connect GitHub with Azure Boards. Link commits and pull requests to work items and see the status of your development from the Azure Boards. Connect your GitHub account. And you can just give your account details and password blah blah and it automatically connects. Okay, just give me 1 minute. I can add my say 197 and 365. I'll get it. Right? Cool. It's done. Which one I want to point it? I want to grant this. That's all. Authorize your Azure boards. Getting right? So these all things are select the GitHub organization, yes. And if you want to use it, something, all these options are going to be there. So for example, Docker, yeah, I have to select it all. I think 100 out of there, so many. Say Docker, something. It's not order wise, right? QEF, DevOps, slash Docker something repository. You can choose it. Yeah, so many things are there. Out of that, if you want to use it, a particular one, you can select it. Anything is fine. Just save it. Done. So read, write, and all, approve and install, authorize. Done. So if you update something, automatically it will come up. So nothing but what Azure board is supporting even for different repositories as well. And of course, GitHub going forward, they may wipe out these pipelines from Azure. They may use GitHub because if you just come down into the GitHub side, we have already GitHub actions. If you just come down, simple one, say Docker, for example, you can see here we can create actions here. It is also same like a Azure DevOps pipelines. See projects, actions, and everything is providing here itself. You can ready-made pipelines and all, you can create it. So this option also you can use it. And even you can tell that yes, I can work on even GitHub actions. Okay, good. This is one thing you can get it. Nice. And then, so this is one step we can use it, and of course you can integrate it and will get it also. So there are integrate with even Jenkins also. Service hook for Azure DevOps with Jenkins, Trello. Using service hooks, you can generate actions based on the Azure DevOps events and all. That also you can do. That's what is this integrations. These all things are you can use it. Even Microsoft Teams also. Like whenever you want to, whenever you build completed your pipelines and all, you want to get some messages like Microsoft Teams. What else going to be there? Messaging part. Even other uh, charts also we can integrate it. I think not Splunk. I think what is that? Another chart one is going to be there generally. But nowadays people are widely using Microsoft Teams. Yes, we can get it. Nice. Even test case creations and all that also can be used. Okay, if you just come down here, have a look. See artifacts, test plans, and all that also you can create it generally. Okay, these things are we can use it. How to use it and all, they're giving demo also. Welcome to Test Hub, the central location where your team can coordinate all your mutual test activities, track progress, get critical insights. As a user with the basic access levels and all, you can use it. Simple. Same like artifacts also, same thing what we have done yesterday. If you don't want, you can simply say recycle bin nothing, and if you don't want, you can delete it and all. Like this you can get it. Okay, and before that, another one is here. You can see here we can create a dashboards, add a widget. This dashboard doesn't have widgets yet. You can use it. See different options. See burn down chart, you can create it, build history, assigned to me, and a chart for test plans, chart for work items. All those you can use this. For example, pick it up this automatically configure widget, and you can just set it up. You can see configuration options. You have to query it. You have to query. So shared query chart with chart for work items, height and all. If you just give it, automatically it's going to show it up. Like that, you can create a multiple, dashboards and all. See build history also. You can add it, and then we can get to know that which one you want to use it. Pipelines. Say for example, hit count. Save this. So automatically coming or not. So you have to just give the information. That's all. So what you want and all, you can just customize it. You can explore it on this. So deployment steps, cycle time, deployment status, embedded web pages, lead time, markdown, new work item, other links, and all pull request. These all you can use it as options. Cool. And that is one part. Another one is, for example, if you're doing something in the sense, you have to maintain some documentation. Am I right? You have to maintain some documentation. So that is also is important. So why do we integrate with Jenkins when Azure DevOps can perform CI/CD? Uh, CI/CD, I mean, by itself. I mean, they're providing that facility. For example, you are using Azure repository and you're already using Jenkins. A lot of jobs are already created in Jenkins pipeline, for example. Think of it. Everything is not direct, right? We cannot directly use Azure DevOps, for example. Sometimes if it is already created and we cannot directly jump and migrate into the Azure DevOps. Sometimes, for example. But sometime, at least this quarter or next quarter, we need to use Jenkins, but still my code is there in Azure repository. And I want to enable automatically the trigger part. I don't want to go manually into Jenkins and trigger. Maybe sometimes combinations. My build going to be used Jenkins and my deployment going to be used this pipeline. Either of the way. So that situations, if you want to integrate it, yes. Even if you take a AWS code pipeline, there also it's going to be there. We can integrate with the Jenkins. Because it is already that ready-made environment is there. Why should I take it up here? So that's the point. Apart from that, nothing else. Okay. So if it is required, yes, this facility also they are providing. Simply you can think that way. Cool. Good. That's one thing. Then, so once we're getting here, then you can create your tickets. Sorry, pages. You can create a multiple pages, a test execution page. That's quite interesting. So even you can take it, for example, clone wiki, rename wiki. So for example, edit, right? So you can have a look, multiple publish code as a wiki. So like this is going to be taken up. Okay, cool. And branch folder and blah blah. And you can choose this. There is no folder. You can create it here. All those options: clone wiki, so wiki security, rename wiki, and unfollow. And options are link work items, view revisions, delete, and all those options going to be there here. Okay, yeah, this is one thing. Can get it. Test execution step. Here it is going to then add sub page, copy pages and all. We can use it. For example, sub page. Okay, DevOps search something, for example. Save this. If you do something, here automatically show it up. Save this. That's all. Just close it. Let's automatically get it. See DevOps steps. Like that, you can add multiple pages and you can segregate it like this, multiple groups, and easily we can access your documentation. Got it? This is another one we can use it, guys. Let's move on in the pipeline section. So these are all options going to be there. I have asked one thing about the templates. So what is a template, guys? Especially templates are useful because, see, especially like if you have multiple environments. Okay, we have a multiple environments, for example. So what we will do? but pipeline going to be one. Templates will reduce the time required to set up a new pipeline. We just need to copy paste it, and you have to just call that pipeline. But what is going to happen here? Because see, if you have multiple environments like a dev environment, a stage environment, production environment, for example, and each and every environment will have its different parameters, but different data, maybe endpoint URLs, maybe port numbers, maybe certificates. Am I right? Maybe naming conventions, all those stuff. So if that is the situation, how can you handle it, right? I cannot maintain four different pipelines. I don't want to add the data as part of the pipeline. Okay, it reduces the manual effort and the data separation. So if you're using multiple environments, multiple microservices and all, is nothing but what? A data. So the data should be separated. So data separation going to be used, and that separation, data separation, we're just going to inject. We have to inject it. So that's the reason we are going to use a templates. Simple. It looks like this. I mean, if you take a diagrammatical way, 2 minutes, I'll show it up that. For example, you have this template. Okay, so this template, you can call it for different services, different environments. Okay, for example, you have dev. Okay, and you have stage, and this is for dev, and another one is, for example, production. Okay, production. So what we will do here, dev is going to use, assume that it can use library. Okay, variable group we call it as. In the library section, we are going to create dev library or dev group. I'm just going to say dev variable group, var group. Assume that. Like this, I'm just going to create it. Okay, guys. This is dev, for example. This is stage. This is production. Okay, here dev environment template is here, your pipeline template. So here also I'm going to create a one pipeline, nothing but in repository I'm going to create a two YAML files, and this YAML is a dev related one and this is a common one. So whenever you call dev pipeline, okay guys, dev pipeline, it can call your template. If it is a stage, then stage pipeline, if you call it up, same way it is going to be used this template only. Okay, only here simple stuff, we are going to call this template with some data. The data can be come from here, but we are passing a staging group. Simple, right? Staging, and this is your production. So data can be separated. Like that we can create multiple different groups for different purpose, and those groups can declare here production, and then it's going to call your pipeline straight away. I mean this template here. Like that we can, each and every template we can maintain. So there are multiple templates. I can say plural. So it can be a AKS template, it can be a Terraform template, it can be a app service template, it can be a virtual machine template, it can be a deployment templates. I'm sorry. Yeah, like this is going to be takes place. So like this, we're just going to create it multiple. I mean, this template also you have to develop. It is indirectly our what we have created, but we are going to call that one as a job. It's like a method how you are going to utilize multiple times, right? Same way. But it's going to become, it is going to be mess up, right? Multiple things. If you have hundreds of parameters, I cannot. So it's a combination. Okay, like variable group plus a key vault also going to be there. So sometimes we are going to create a 3 different key vaults and that key vault information also have to pass it, right? So I'm just going to say key vault is a variable, but that value, for example, key vault 1, key vault 2, something like that, multiple, key vault, dev key vault, production key vault, like that, I'm just going to maintain, because that permissions also important. So that's the reason we are going to create a multiple key vaults. Example, say here, I'm just going to say dev kv, okay, dev kv, and same thing like this, we are going to maintain multiple values just for prod, and this is for staging. Like this we can add it. Just check it out, what content we have to add it here. I mean the snippet, the YAML snippet. If you search it out, you can get it. It's not a big deal. Let me check here. Okay, Azure DevOps Pipeline template parameters. Yeah, parameters and template context. Azure pipelines. You can find it here. Cool. You can have a look. Parameters, steps, trigger, and extends template.yaml file. Very simple. Just think of it like if you have a function, what you will do? You're going to call a function. You're going to call a module. You're going to call a package, right? Same thing. You can see this is one YAML file, and this YAML file going to pointing what? Parameters dot, sorry, simple param.yaml. Here you are going to pass your parameters, your key vault name, your variable group name, and all those things you are going to pass it out, and it's going to call. And then, so your simple template, it looks like this. Same parameters, name, type, and all jobs takes place. But trigger option cannot be there here. Just splitting directly, simple one YAML file, we are splitting into multiple YAML files. So trigger going to be there with your main main or dev.yaml file. Dev is going to call your template.yaml files like this. So your Azure pipeline.yaml file, testing template.yaml file, it's going to be used like this. So this Azure pipeline.yaml file, so template context and a template name, it's going to be taken up, and we are passing the parameters. Simple. So only purpose of separating this concept, separating the YAML files with this template concept is because of this one, data separation, to support n number of environments, n number of applications. For example, you have 100 microservices, for example. I want to build it. I want to deploy it. So why should I create 100 pipelines? Only I'm just going to create a one template. Okay, that is like a Azure DevOps pipeline, something YAML file, and this template going to be called with what? Each and every service. With just whenever you want to onboard, we are not going to change anything. Just copy this, okay, this one, and you just need change the parameters. That's all, nothing else. It's the same replica. So your life going to become easy. If not every time, if you want to onboard a new service, then everything, if you type it, then it's going to be a big pipelines, right? It will become big pipelines. So that's what just like function usage, how we are going to use a functions and modules, chunks, the same. Okay, so simple. See, if what we understood here, this is one YAML file. This is a template. For example, for each and every unique purpose, unique and isolating purpose, we are going to create a template. Okay, and this template, it is also a YAML file. It is nothing but a YAML file, guys. This is a YAML. Okay, so this YAML one, what we are doing now, we are calling from dev.yaml file, stage.yaml file, production.yaml file with these parameters. With these parameters, we're just calling this YAML file. Here also stage.yaml file, if you pick it up, and this stage kv, these two parameters we are passing here, and this is also same thing. This is a just treat like a function. What you'll do, for example, you have a sum of the, addition function here it is. What I'll do, if I want to use this addition function here, I'll simply come down here, add of 10 comma 20. What will happen, guys? I'll get output 30 here. The same thing here. Sorry. Here, I'm just going to say what? 10, I'm just going to say 30. But function will be same. Function going to be same. Only parameters are changing, but output is also going to change, right? The same situation here also. I'm just giving an example. Okay, this is, for example, 30. Whatever parameter. Accordingly, but this function going to perform with this parameter, you're going to get the output. The same thing, dev.yaml file, if I pass it out, it contains dev parameters, it contains stage parameters, it contains production parameters. Okay, but template is same. Environment, if it is environment is different in the sense what? Only values will change, but concept is same. Deployment process, build process, all those. Here we are passing as part of the YAML file itself. We are passing, right? Here, we just come down. What we are doing now? So if you just see trigger, template, this is your template, and parameters. These parameters you're passing here. Simple one. If you just check that parameters, no, right? So just here parameters, and these parameters read by your template. Your function, how it is reading your inputs, the same style. Okay. So then if I just come down into our pipelines, okay, so here, so this is our pipeline, right? So what we are doing now here, trigger, main, this is our pool. Of course, we know that it's clear. Variable group, what is this about? It's a dev variable group. You have to set it up one variable group, okay? And then if I just come down, steps, just it's a simple script, hello world, and this is going to be, it's going to be install some Docker package and Docker installation. And what you are doing now here, we are getting some permissions, giving to the permissions. So these are all like a Docker steps. If you want to install Docker and all, this is going to be there. I'm just commenting now, for example. Or if you want to push it, yes, you can use this option. All these CLI commands and all, right? And then Azure subscription, and you can just print it those all values. Okay, so if I say this, these are all going to be there, DevOps and all those stuff. So this is the changes, right? Say for example, if you say sync it, say okay, show command output and all, it's going to express something problem. Okay, I'll do one thing. Hey, close this all. It's not good practice. Open your Visual Studio Code. I'll separate it, okay, so that you can easily understand. Open a folder. Okay, if you pick it up, this one, have a look, guys. There are few changes and all going to be there. So what I'll do, take it up, terminal, just a moment, new terminal. Okay, cool. We are here. If I say git pull, we'll get the latest changes from remote to local. Can you check it out? What is this? Your local changes to the following files would be overwritten by merge. Please commit your changes or stash them before you merge. Okay, this is one method. Okay, if I say git stash, okay, it's automatically stash, and then you can say git pull command, it will get the latest changes into local. Okay, now we got it. You can have a look here. Simple. Okay, so this is the one we just got it, but this is clear. And if you want to apply your latest changes, you can say git / apply. So what it is saying that changes not staged for commit, and no changes added to the commit, untracked files and all, it's taken. Azure DevOps pipeline, add, restore, and all these things are taken. Okay, it's okay, cool. Just come down here. Let's write save plus symbol. Okay, so this all I just we have commented, and this is the one simple one. It is there. Okay, and then save this. All you just keep it as it is. For example, like a template, and these are all new changes are there. Just anyway, we are not going to trigger and all. Just keep it updated. Suppose submit it, guys. Sync the change. Say okay. Okay, what we are doing now? Yesterday's one only just picked up, and I just okay, yeah. So now it is triggered, right? So our pipeline is nothing but if you just come down here, this is the one we've just triggered, right? Let's take it up and come down into our pipelines. Say pipelines. See, it's started shell dev pipelines. Okay, simple one. Have a look. It's done. See, check out the code. As usual, we know that. Run one line script. Hello world, we got it. You can see, guys, Azure Key Vault. It's fetching that information. See, we have in Azure portal, if you come down, say KV, for example, here secrets are there. These two are secrets. We can add a number of secrets. So how we are fetching? If you just come down, this is the one, and then you can directly print it, those values. What we are doing now, it is fetching all the key values, pairs, and then you are just taking that key as a variable so that it will automatically print. Okay, so this is the one thing. The next step is what you have to do. You can just come down here, check the pipeline, done. Yes or not? We are fetching that information. That is one step. Second one is, if I take it up our repository, I have a simple code, guys. Okay, here, take it this sample code. It's a Python based application. I have a source code. I've taken simple example, but I'm not using this application code. Okay, we'll take it up this example. But before that, can you check it out? What is this code about? What it does, this Docker file? Just it will use Nginx. Nothing else. We are not customizing anything. Am I correct? Okay. Why I've taken this? Because it's just wanted to upload this image into registry, Docker registry. Already we know those steps. Already we have done that, right? So this is the code we have. Okay, Docker file. Can you check it out, this pipeline, guys? So what is happening here? Okay, so I'll open this code into a new window. Take it up, this, or else I can do. Okay, here it is. Nothing is there, so we can pull it. Okay, guys. Depends. Either developer also can write, or you can also write. Not an issue. Or it's both together. Definitely, it's required to work together because you don't know what code it is, and developers don't know about all these Docker file terminology. So work together in that case. You have to work together, or you have to understand the code and you have to write it down, or they have to understand about the Docker file, they will write it. So work. It's completely collaborated way. You have to develop this Docker file. Okay. Now, so just have a look here. Is that clear, right, everyone? Amel and everyone, have a look what we are doing now. Okay, just simple. Just try to concentrate. Okay, just have a look. What is this all about? Can you check it out, guys? What is this? Already we know this. Resources self, right? It's a repo, automatically going to get it. Check out what we know already. Checkout is required, right? So what is this all about, guys? It's a variables, right? Variables. I'm not set these parameters manually. I didn't set these variables. Pipeline itself is set it. If I choose Azure Kubernetes or app service or whatever option it is there while creating the pipeline, I have chosen those details. Okay, so what is saying that this is your Docker file path, container registry, image repository, and the Docker registry service connection, image pull sync, right? Agree? You have to just select your option, Azure's option, sorry, Kubernetes option as part of the pipeline selection. Automatically, it will get all these information. Okay, then come down, guys. Here, how many jobs are there? How many stages are there? One is build stage, another one is deployment stage. Okay, it's clear, right? Now you can come down here as part of this stage, jobs, the build job. You can create a multiple jobs here. Okay, this is this job. In the job section, you can create a multiple jobs, and even we can create a multiple stages also. There are two levels. Stages, you can take it up, dev stage, production stage. In a single pipeline, I can add dev stage, staging stage, production stage, something like that. You can add it. And in the single stage, and you can create a multiple jobs like a build stage, deployment stage, infrastructure creation stage, test stage. Like that, you can split into that multiple parts. Absolutely. Okay, maybe in a single stage you can do multiple things, or if you want to separate it each and every environment, you can create different stages, and in a single stage, and you can create a multiple jobs also. Cool. Multiple agents we can declare. We are going to declare, yes or not? You can see what we are doing now. Here we have only one agent in our case, so I have added same pool here. So for this jobs, each and every job you can create a separate agent. You can declare a separate agent. You can give a different one. For example, there are two different environments are there. One is for Windows, one is for Linux, for example. I can different agents I can declare it. Clear? That is one part. So then you can have a look, close this step section. Only once, I mean just two steps. So we know already this step. This step is not a big deal. So what is happening here? 36 to 44. It is simply a building a Docker image. Very good. We are building plus pushing both. This step, it's a Docker I mean Azure itself is providing this facility. We are not doing just filling this information. That's all. Image repository, Docker file path, and Docker registry service connection. But we are getting a connection as well as we are trying to getting the repository to push and with a tag. Nice. So this is going to be performed. And what about this? Manifest files. We have here manifest files. I hope you people know Kubernetes manifest files. Even we can add it because we have done here already. I mean, if you pick it up, if you take it up another pipeline here, so what we have done? See, in place of variable section, we have added group. So there is two options. So that is your choice. If you have hundreds of variables, it's not good idea to declare in the variable section here like this. Just we have four, it's but still this is not correct. Whatever I have shown, I'm showing right now here, this is not correct. What you have to do, you have to create a variable group, and there you have to keep it something like this. Correct? If you do this way, then simple, you just declare it, and these all values you have to declare over there. That's all. It will automatically get it. Both are same. Okay, good. Now if I say manifest files, these manifest files, where it is storing there? Hey, artifact. Can you check it out? Is this artifact there or not in our case? Artifacts. Is this created anything? I don't think so. I mean, we are in different sorry, here pipelines, artifacts, search upstream storage, connect feed and all. It's no, I think it is automatically going to just use that option. That's all, nothing else, because this is automatically going to generate. Okay, yeah. Then once it is getting, you can have a look, guys. Manifest files, if you check it out, I hope you people know Kubernetes. So what is deployment? What is service, guys? What is deployment and what is a service? So this is going to create a deployment object in Kubernetes, service.yaml file also. It's going to expose as a service, right? Good. Now, so these files going to be used in this section. Okay. Now come down. So this is one stage. So it can build and upload an artifact, I mean your image to Docker registry. Now we have to use the Docker registry and you have to deploy an application over there. Okay, so let's have a look guys here. Up to this is not a problem. This is clear. Okay, and strategy, run once, deploy, steps, Kubernetes manifest at 0. Okay, so it is straight away pulling the information, image pull secret, Docker registry service connection, so that it can pull an image or pull secret. And this step is very important. And what is doing here, check it out. Plus one more point, I am not done anything in this. I am not touched this code at all. Azure pipeline itself created this. How? I'll show it up. Okay, have a look. What is this? Right? And it is saying it's a Kubernetes manifest. Nothing but it will deploy your manifest files into Kubernetes cluster. So what we have given, action is equal to deploy. Okay, nothing but kubectl apply indirectly. Indirectly kubectl apply command going to perform. And it can get the pull secret and the containers information also it's taking. Containers is equal to container registry, image repository, tag, nothing but that is indirectly image. Okay, so this image going to be used by deployment.yaml file here, but just straight away we have used. Okay, so if you just come down, I just using, right, but where it is there that all information, all that are pointed here itself. Okay, but how? I'll show it up. So what is the question is, where is the cluster name here? Amel. Okay, cluster means what here? AKS cluster, right? It's a AKS cluster. So here it is there in the cluster, but it's not, we have not showing there anything. Okay, how it is, I'll tell you. Just come down here, pick it up, pipelines. Okay, here it is, hit count pipeline, right? I'll try to create a new one. Let's check it out. I'm just coming down here, new pipeline. I'm trying to create a new pipeline. Azure repo, hit count. See guys here. In the previous scenario, we have used existing Azure pipeline, starter pipeline, simple one, right? Starter pipeline and all we have used in the last time. Now what I'm doing, can you observe this one? Can you read about this? Deploy to Azure Kubernetes service. Build and push image to Azure Container Registry and deploy to Azure Kubernetes service. I just used this. Click on it. Okay, just click on it here. So it will ask details. Okay, Gopal and everyone, right? So you can have a look here. Select Azure subscription, continue, and it will ask our details. Okay, let me check it out. I think this is the details. I hope so. Authenticating to our Azure portal straight away. Next, it can take it the password, sign in. Okay, see guys here. Now you got it. So here it is asking your cluster details existing. So in which namespace you want to use it, that is also is asking. Default, container registry, image name, for example Nginx, AP, port number, app flow and all pull request, validate and configure. Have we done anything? Nothing, right? Of course, you can customize, you can edit also, not an issue. Even you can take it up normal one and you can add it, that also it works. And let's have a look. Or else you can do it manually, kubectl commands also, you can set it up and do that. Is this doing or not? You can have a look, save or not. Have I done anything? We have not done anything, right? Everything is same. Just you have to save it, that's all. So that's the reason everything is collected, all those information. Beautiful, right? Even if it is not generated, also not a problem. We can get it. Okay, if you search it out, you can get it. All these information, no problem. Only you have to get, I mean, this snippet you can get it. Only you have to modify the values. That's all, nothing else. Okay, good. So I'm not going to use this option because already we have this pipeline. It's fair enough. Okay, now come down this pipeline. If I hit count is if you take it out, see guys here, pipeline. See, 2 stages. So if you just check it out in your real-time project, if you have already, if you are in your project, okay, check it out your pipelines. There are multiple stages like this going to be there. Build stage, deployment stage. Sometimes what we will do, build, I mean, say scanning stage, then dev stage, now I mean test stage, production stage. Production stage going to be controlled with approvals. The remaining things going to be taken up as part of the development branch automatically, right? This is one option we can use it. Cool. We are not using any zip files in us. Am I right? We are not using any zip files. Correct? Only we are using image, a Docker image. That's what it is. We are pushing into the Docker registry. So this option means what? Because the clone option, sorry, we are not used checkout option for each and every stage. If you do that, this is not required. But what they have done here in the top level. I mean, in this pipeline, cloning the repository. This is nothing but this code. This code is cloning, but these are two different stages, right? So if you do this activity, this file going to be used here. Okay, have you worked on Docker file, guys? Nested Docker file, we called as a nested, right? If I want to create a Docker image, example Maven, .NET, something, I cannot get directly the artifact files, I mean directly compiled files into Docker image. We have to build it explicitly. So once you build it, nothing but once you compile it, dot class file is going to be generated. If you take a npm is also same thing. Okay, I'll show it up quickly one example. Take this example. Say, for example, Maven source code Docker image official one, blah blah blah, all these things, right? Okay, sorry, Docker file. I should say Docker file. Just a moment. Spring Boot Docker file. Come down, guys. Okay, and have a look. This is Java code. What we are doing now here in the example one, especially second and third step, we are using one Docker image, that is OpenJDK 8. But what we are giving, guys, here, you are giving an input jar file, right? You are copying that jar file into image, and then you are using that jar file. But how you are got that jar file? You are externally created, means either from your local, either from your virtual machine, you are explicitly executed set of commands and it is generated. It was generated. Okay, now take it up in Azure DevOps Pipelines. I cannot do it in jar file creation in different pipeline or different task. It's difficult to manage because we have to set up that environment also to run that Maven command or npm command or a Gradle command or explicitly, right? So that is a use of Docker. So if you use a particular image, we can pull it and we can run it there itself, the commands need not require to install it. Okay, so to do that, just come down, guys. Here also same thing, we are copying the jar file, but I don't want to copy the app jar file. I want to generate it as part of the Docker file itself. Okay, just come down. Still, this is also a copy, right? This is also a copy. Can you come down? Come down. Is that stated provided or not? Boot to Docker. It is not here. Example. Just a minute. Nested Docker layers. Here. Layers are. I think we can say nested. I think I'm searching wrong. I think so. Just have a look this example. Okay, but can you check it out? Copy. Okay, so here, so this is, there are two from options will be there. So this is one image, this is a different image. So this image going to generate your artifact like a jar, var, zip or anything. Now what I'm doing, I'm giving some tag name as builder. That one I'm just going to use a copy in a single file. I'm just giving the source code and it can build with one image, and that with that image, with that build, if it is created one jar file, we are going to use it as part of the actual image section. Okay, so this is the way we can use it. You can check it out. So what is we call it as this one? Docker file. While it is possible to convert a Spring Boot Uber jar into Docker image with just few lines in this. In that case, what we are using? We are using just simply layering features and all this stuff we are just taking. So this is the option we are just using. Separate builder container. And this is the runtime container. You can find it, this example, quite interesting. And in your real projects, we are going to use this. Okay. Even .NET, NPM, everything you can get it. Okay, cool. That is one thing. Is that clear, guys? So same thing, but we are now what we are doing now. No, don't get confused anything, Madhu. So what we are doing now in the first stage, hey, for example, if you suppose assume that you need some input for your Docker file, you need some file. For example, assume that you need a one file for your Docker file. Generally, what we will do, we are just going to use a copy option. Copy from local to something abc.txt file, for example, then /app. I'm just going to say. What happened? This abc.txt file going to be copied into the app directory in your container. Assume that abc.txt file required to generate dynamically. If it is a static, if it is available in your local, yes, you can do it this command straight away. But assume that this abc.txt file is not available in your repository. If you run set of commands, then only it can generate, for example. Okay, so what you have to do, you have to run set of commands or whatever single command, for example. Whatever command is required to generate this abc text file, before executing your Docker task, you have to execute it. Am I correct? Okay, but if you want to run that command, what you will do? You need set of prerequisites. If it is a simple script, it's okay. Sometimes Maven is required, or NPM is required, or a .NET required. What you have to do? You have to install these packages in your agent. Then you have to execute that command. But what I am suggesting is, instead of adding a separate task as part of your pipeline, the task itself you have to add it as part of the Docker file. What is an advantage? Need not required to install packages and all those stuff into your agent. Not required. Everything is in the Docker file. Nothing but Docker will use a Docker image. Whatever you want commands or prerequisites. Docker image itself is providing. But two times we are using in a single Docker file. One image for builder, another image for, or another task is for run execution purpose. That's what it is showing here. You can have a look. This is for builder. This is the runtime container. To start your container, you need a jar file. But from where you are getting? From this first step. Okay, that's one thing. So that it can able to, we can run it automatically in this way. Clear, guys? Good. So that we can run it our pipeline now. If you run this pipeline, automatically going to trigger. Okay, so if I say something space, I can give it, save it, come down, plus symbols, updated, commit it, save the change, say okay. Cool, good. Now we have, it's just we have pushed it because it's a main branch. Now I'll do that here. Come down into pipeline section, say hit count application, say that it is triggered or not. Yes. So it can build and deploy. And you can click on it here. You can see it's taking it. Right? Then after that it will automatically starts at this stage. Okay? It's downloading and creating an image pull secrets and all. As usual, it is going to deploy. So this one, create image pull secret, say that it is client version, kubectl commands, indirectly fetching authentication. Okay, say that it's deployed. You can see that your service status and all. Now we have this IP address. Pick it up, this IP address, come down and have a look. Hit it. coming or not? Your application. Very simple one. And you can work on it whatever you want, services and all, you can deploy it straightforward. But if required, yes, you can add it, and that YAML, see, if it, even if it is, I mean, for example, if it is not generated, don't worry. What you have to do, you're going to add your YAML files here as usual. Now, if you take it off your pipeline, what we are doing now, you're pointing, right? Simply. Now it's clear, pretty straightforward. You can add your own, right? You can add a number of YAML files. For example, I'll add another step, or you can say this is the Docker file. I want to add another step, for example. So what I have to do, I need to take it up. Here it is one, and I can add another step, something like this. Okay, I mean, even that is also not required. Let me do that. Just control that, keep it as it is. Okay, before that, I want to, what I do, we have discussed, right? So we want to use a template concept. So just take it up this as usual, add another one. We can say existing one, rename, it's a deployment .yaml file, and this one is going to be your main pipeline or dev pipeline. Treat this is like a dev pipeline. Copy it, paste it, and say rename .yaml file, for example. So this dev.yaml file, trigger, resources, variables, and all going to be there. Here I have to come down, pick it up our template section. So this is the one, right? Passing parameters, template parameters, steps, blah blah. Azure pipeline extends this. Trigger main, I have to come down this option. Okay, trigger extends template parameters and all, I have to use it. The trigger section, after trigger section, I have to come down uses. Okay, and the parameters like this, guys. These parameters you can keep it as part of that. Okay, cool. And these steps are not required. All these things are not required. Remove this. Simple. And here Azure deployment .yaml. Okay, guys. .yaml file, dev.yaml file. So you can add these values also. The resource group, you just add your resource group here itself, and variable group, and you can, all these values you can keep it into your library. That also works, or you can add it here. That's your choice. Now whenever I run it pipeline, it will pick it up this first. It will going to call your deployment.yaml. Here it is not required this term. So suppose simple param.yaml file is nothing but this one, parameters, steps, right? Name, yes, no, boolean, default values and all, you're just saying that. Parameter section if you want to use it. Okay, and then steps wise, these things are not required. All these things are not required. But parameters is saying, right? Simple that parameter, parameters, and the yes, no. Anyway, you can just comment it this. Fair enough. We are just extracting few, I mean, a part of content, I mean, part of lines into different file. Why? Because if you want to call it for different data, only that's the only the reason. If not, you have to create it same file multiple times and you only just change the values, but remaining things are all are same. Instead of that, we are separating that as a template. We are just calling to like from here. Anything you can check it out. Cool. Now once it is done, then you can save these files and come down here into the pipeline. You can create it as usual. So this time, if you want to create a pipeline, what we will do is simply new pipeline, okay, and Azure repo from hit count. I'm not going to use this option this time. I can use this main branch. Here it is going to be there. All the YAML files. Which one we have to pick it up here? Dev. Where it is gone? Azure pipeline deployment service. I think we have not pushed it. right? Yes, and my mistake. Yeah, I have to say save all. Okay, do this. Added new pipeline, the template, something, commit it, sync it. That's all. Okay, good. Then just come down here, you'll get it this time. Just once again, you can say existing main branch. Yes, I got it. This. If you have a, if you want a dev, if you want to stage, like that, you can create it multiple. Simply say continue and save and rename this pipeline as, for example, I'm just going to say dev underscore pipeline, so that it will automatically take and run the pipeline. Maybe success or failure, maybe it's not matter. I don't think so, because parameters cannot, unexpected parameters, unexpected parameter, maybe syntax issue. We have to here unexpected parameter is where in which dev.yaml file unexpected parameter all these values, maybe in a different way you have to handle it here. I think this is parameters, right? And what is the syntax it is following? Just check it out here. Extends template parameters. Okay, and yes, no, and all these options. Okay, correct. Is this correct, right? Then Azure deployment.yaml file, Azure deployment.yaml file. We have commented everything. Here it is going to be used. I think we have to add it here in the variable section, parameter section. I think that's the reason it's getting issue. It's something like this. You can use this as a parameters, so that it will, you can here values are, it will come from the variable section, so that it will take. Let me check this is going to work or not. Small adjustment we have to do that here, it's not properly there. Let me see. Cool, let's see, it will take it, or else you can refer this example, you can get it used, not a big deal. So trigger, pool, image, all those templates, and positive test and all blah blah. Yeah, maybe here it is name, display name, type, and default. Okay, parameter section, like this you have to declare it, so that it will automatically read parameters dot. So it is not straightforward, you have to declare it, and parameters dot something you have to tell, because you are passing the parameters, right? So parameters dot environment, parameters dot all these values. It will fail, but it's okay, not an issue. You can just do that activity, it works 100%. Yeah, here, yes, this is going to be there as well. Unexpected parameters, line number and all. So no, here, come down pipelines. It's failed. It's fine. Just see that what is happened. It is triggered this time. Am I right? Errors. View documentation and all. View 11 changes. The run will be cleaned up, and after 1 month they will run new. For example, unexpected parameters in Azure deployment.yaml. Okay, so that syntax is differs. So what you have done here syntax wise, you have to just change the values like this. This syntax should be there. Okay, so that it works 100%. In the Azure deployment section, say parameters, so this type, or else you have to use a variable group. That also you can declare it. Nice. So then you can take it up this way. Okay, and take this value. You can declare it here. Type is equal to, for example, string. I think that is also not required, but still you can keep it default is equal to false, blah blah blah. Like that you have to add it multiple times. Like this you can declare it and it works 100%. I think we can declare star also, I think so it works. It's going to be a tag, it's going to be a policy. Okay, these are one. And the many things as usual it's going to take it. Is that clear, guys? Okay, cool. So this is the way it's going to take it up. Cool.
How we have integrated this ACR, because whenever I try to push it, whenever I try to pull it, we need to get some connection, right? We need a connection. So what we have done to get the connection here, we have used service connection. Everything, see, whatever resource you want in Azure, if you have a service connection, we can deploy it. we can create it, your resources. Make sense? For example, key vault integration, we have faced initially. What is the problem there? We have to add our service principal. We have to give a get permissions, get or a write or a delete permissions to your key vault. So who is running here? Who's using key vault from Azure DevOps pipeline? If you run your DevOps pipeline, who is the point of contact? Who is the requesting to key vault to pull the information? Pipeline, how it is going to connect your Azure, right? We have done one task, service principal, not administrator. Azure administrator is you are doing some task where on your Azure DevOps board, we are doing some task where configuring, creating a pipelines, creating a repositories, creating a wiki pages, creating a tasks, I mean work items and all those things and boards and all configuration as an Azure administrator, as a DevOps administrator. Okay, but whenever you run a pipeline, so pipeline required to connect with your Azure portal. So for that case, we need a one user, because my user should not be, I cannot use my user, because if I configure with my user, suppose if you run this pipeline, because it's a common project for all, right? I mean, all the people who are there in the project, they're going to run this pipeline. So I cannot use my credentials to get authentication of your Azure portal. So that's the reason what we will do. Yes, we are going to use service principals, managed identities. It's pretty straightforward. What we have done, we have created one service connection. So as part of the service connection, we have given our portal access. Yes or not? We have given portal access. So this is the way we have to achieve it. So service connection you have to. So everything, whatever integration guys going forward in Azure DevOps pipeline. So how can you connect it? If you want to connect a third party, even if you want, for example, if you want to connect a AWS service, if you want to connect a GCP, you want to connect a enterprise, for example, on-prem Kubernetes, for example, okay, or on-prem Kubernetes, what you'll do, you're going to create a service connection. That option going to be there. Service connection not only for Azure, even other services also we can use it and we can get the connection only if you want to run through pipeline. So what you will do through pipeline, generally we just going to create our infrastructure or resource or service, right? So I can say we are going to create a resource. We are going to create a resource that can be Azure, that can be AWS, that can be a GCP, that can be any other on-prem cloud or Elasticsearch. It's a third-party Elasticsearch. That can be Insta Cluster Kafka service. It can be anything. It can be anything. Insta Cluster Kafka, or maybe Elasticsearch, maybe some other. Okay, so whatever resource you want to give it, you have to use this service connection option, guys. So you have to remember this point. It's very important. Cool. So this is what. So either you have to use it as part of the best practice. You may use service principal, but the best option nowadays is people are saying, okay, there are managed identity will be there and service principal is there. So what is the difference between managed identity and a service principal? So why we are going to use these? Not only Azure DevOps pipeline, even whenever you create infrastructure, whenever you create AKS clusters or app services or anything, if you want to connect with other services, we are going to use a service principals or managed identities and all. So managed identity is managed by IAM. Even service principal also going to managed by IAM only. But the difference is, if you use a service principal, we are going to use some keys, right? Client ID, client secret, tenant ID, subscription ID. We are going to use these 4 values. So it may expire the service principal secret, but if you use a managed identity, it cannot expire. We don't use directly these secrets straight away. It's connection. It's directly linked. So managed identities are always linked to an Azure resource, not an application, third-party connections, but service principals can be used for an application that needs specific access and control for interacting with various Microsoft services. Very good. Okay, so how can you create it? You can find it. It's not a big deal to create your any resource, managed identity or service principal. You can use a command, AZCLI commands, right? We can use AZ CLI commands. Or of course, you can use it as part of the service connection. If you select it automatically at option, automatically it's going to create. Okay, so that is one part. Before that, before moving into this practical side, okay, I wanted to talk about a complete project. For example, if you have a project, okay, you're onboarded into a project as a DevOps engineer. Okay, as a Azure DevOps engineer, for example. Actually, DevOps engineer, not Azure DevOps engineer. Okay, but the platform can be Azure, for example. So what you'll do initially? So what is your points? So what you'll do general? I'm just taking this diagram. Suppose you're now in a project. You have to start a complete project, for example. Yes. So you're going to get a Git repository. First of all, before moving into the Git repository, what you have to understand, guys? Application architecture. Yes or not, guys? The first step is what? You have to understand about the business, understand about the application architecture. So what language it is using, what programming languages are using, okay, what frameworks are using, like a Spring Boot, something like that. Okay, and is this a microservice project or not? Agree? And how developers building an application, how many services are there? So you have to collect all this information. And what are the, I mean, as part of these services, what are the components? I mean, infrastructure level, what components required to build and deploy these complete, these all microservices, if it is a microservice based application. Agree, guys? So you have to understand this part first. It's not like that I'll use CI/CD pipelines, I'll use Terraform, I'll use say service principles. It's not like that first. You have to understand about the your project end-to-end flow in terms of business, in terms of architecture. So once you understand these stuff, even whatever you level, whatever you are an architect or you're a engineer, you are a lead or whoever, okay, so you have to understand this concept first. Generally, whenever I conduct an interview, I'll ask, I mean, if I ask him to ask him or her, hey, can you give a brief introduction or a brief explanation about your project? Simply people will say that I used Jenkins, I have used pipelines, and we have just used Terraform and we will deploy it. No, that is not, that is everyone can do, right? Every DevOps engineer can do that task. But what you have to explain, you have to understand about your project. So try to tell about first your project. Hey, this is my project, and the project is about what? You have to tell about this business, what kind of domain, what kind of business, and what kind of services you have. Example, e-commerce based application. For example, I'm just simple one I'm picking up. Okay, so you can have a look. I'm just taking a simple example. Okay, suppose microservice architecture, guys. Okay, general pattern. If you pick it up, I have this application, for example, a simple application, e-commerce based application, for example. Okay, you can see that order service, API gateway, delivery service, customer consumer service, all these things are there, right? So you have to you have to use this terminology, guys. If you're trying if you're trial or if you're already in a project, yes, try to get that all information. That's the first step. Okay, so just try to get this architecture, guys. Have a look, this architecture. So what it tells this architecture. So now you got this kind of diagram, guys, for example, in your project. So what you understand, one first step is what? It's a microservice architecture. You have to read about little bit about microservice architecture. It's a simple. So it's a development side. Okay, people going to develop services. Previously, we're going to use like a split based applications, like multiple modules going to be there and a tightly coupled services. Now it's everything is loosely coupled approach. Loosely coupled services. Everything is independent. Everything is independent, and it can build and deploy separately. Okay, it can build and deploy separately, and it will connect what? It will connect on the fly, on the request. So whenever you request, I mean, whenever you fire a test case, okay, that time it's going to be connect each other, these services, right? So that's what it is diagram showing about. Okay, so what we are doing now, we are going to deploy multiple services. These services where you will deploy. Can anyone help me? For example, you have a 10 microservices. Okay, we have deployed one microservice. Like that, if you have multiple microservices, for example, so what you'll do? So each and every service will have its own repository. So you have to maintain the Git repositories first. Our developers, or you have to create it each and every repository, and you have to hand over to the developers. Or if your team, I mean your DevOps team, going to hand over that repositories to your team, I mean your development team, and they're going to push, they're going to implement the code, and they'll push the code into the repository. That's clear. Okay, the first step. Now, for example, you have 10 repositories. Now we have a 10 repositories. Now we have to choose. So now your turn. Now you got these 10 repositories. Now what you will do generally, you're going to take an action first. So what you'll do, what is your plan? What is your plan? Means what platform is required? First step is you're going to choose what platform. Is this an Azure? Is this an AWS? Or is this a GCP? That is the first step. Of course, you will get this answer straight away from your team, I mean from your manager. The second step is what? You have to choose a right service. You have to choose a right service. Like, are you going to use a virtual machine? Are you going to use a app service if it is a Azure, or containers instance, or Kubernetes? In a application side I'm talking about. Okay, so app service, it can be web app in general or function app. So we are going to use either of the one, either function app or even mobile app is also there. Generally we won't widely, we are not going to use widely, but if you require, you can also use, not a big deal. Anything you can use it, not an issue. So just as of now, web app, function app, you can take it up. So you may use these all combinations. Okay guys, so you're going to choose this. This is for what? A computing resources. These are all a computing resources to deploy your application. To deploy your application, we are going to use these kind of services. It can be a virtual, sometimes it can be all. We are going to use multiple. Okay, in one of my projects, if you pick it up, we have used virtual machines, we have used app services, we have used function apps, we have used Kubernetes as well, because they have different business. I mean, a business or a modules, I can say. We have a Pega, we have, I mean, last time if you pick it up, in the Pega used, and Elasticsearch we have used, and the function apps we have used, virtual machines we have used for a few administrative purpose and SFTP server purpose and all. And then Kubernetes we have used. What else we have? Kubernetes is one. And in that Kubernetes, we have 200 microservices we have deployed. 200 microservices. So everything through pipeline. So each and every microservice is nothing but a simple pod, and what we have done, it contains a deployment object, service, an ingress controller. That's all. Deployment object, service, and ingress. So web applications can use this ingress, and even we have APIM as well, API management service. I hope you know this. What is this API management service, guys? APIM or API management service, Azure API management service. Okay, just for what? Integration purpose, application integration, not multi-cloud. It's not about the multi-cloud part. Application integration. Just we have seen that diagram right here. Have a look this diagram. This one is nothing but indirectly a API management service. So what we will do here, just like you're going to use like a curl command, right? Postman. Have you heard about Postman? What is that tool about Postman? It's just simple. Hey, for example, if you want, if you deploy an application, what you will do, you're going to check your application in your browser, right? Browser. If it is a backend application, for example, API service. Okay, so you have an application developed and you want to expose that as a service, just like we are talking about microservices. Okay, each and everything is a service. Very good. Get, post, put actions going to be there. You are going to use, to connect these services, we are going to use a REST clients, a REST API. Nothing but your service is exposed as a service. I mean, your microservice exposed as a service means what? It's a REST API. We're going to use as a REST API to test the API, to test the API via Postman, we are going to use this. Okay, so but of course you are going to if you want to test that particular service from your local machine, we are going to use a Postman. Nothing but what? Postman is a tool. If you want to send some request to your application or your service, your individual service, Postman helps you to post your data. I mean, your endpoint URL, your service can expose as a service, nothing but endpoint URL, web endpoint URL. So that HTTP endpoint URL, you're going to use it, plus you're sending a data with authentication. That information, we are going to do that through Postman. If you want to test it as a developer from your local machine. An application point of view, we are going to use this option. See, API gateway. Nothing but your web application front end going to be there. Whenever you submit a request, it will go into API gateways. It will call your API gateway. I mean, via API gateway to reach out all these services, either through web application, either through API gateways. We are going to use it. For example, you have 200 microservices. You have divided into multiple services. You're adding multiple services. All those things cannot have UI. Everything is not required to access through browser. Those are all backend services, like a print service, generating a PDF service. You have a data. The data you need to generate it. So in that case, we are going to use a PDF as a service, PDF generating as a service, billing generation as a service, invoice generation is a service. All these things are, but everything is an individual one. Okay, everything is a separate repository that we are going to pick it up here, guys. Okay, now, so these are all you can simply what you'll do. So you are going to get it this all, and you are going to choose it how to deploy, how to launch these all services, where you are going to use it. So one step is either of these three, I mean four. If it is one or two services, then need not to go for Kubernetes. If it is one or two services, you can go for app service. If it is a legacy based application, for example, you cannot containerize application, then go for virtual machine. Okay, depends on the application or what kind of application it is. Is this heavyweight? Is it lightweight? Accordingly, we are going to choose these four options. So in our case, for example, AKS I have used, for example. So you are deployed your all services. So if you want to deploy an AKS cluster, what you will do, you are going to create an AKS cluster plus how to deploy an application into the AKS. I mean, how to deploy all these microservices into AKS. What we have done, you have to create a Docker image, and you have to develop these all deployment service and all, right? You have to develop all these files, deployment files. These are all YAML files, I can simply say. So you have to take a deployment.yaml file. You have to take a service.yaml files. For each and every service, you have every individual one. Okay, so this is one, we can use it, guys. So Docker image, if you want to create it, you can use a Docker file, simple. So you'll get a Docker image. So each and every service will have one pipeline, guys. Okay, each and every repository, it has one pipeline.yaml file that can build an image. If you want to deploy it, either you can straight away add it another job in that pipeline, and the deployment option you can use it as part of that job, second job, or else if you want to deploy all at a time, I don't want to run it every individual one as a separate deployment. Only build, I want to take it up through each and every repository. And if I want to deploy it, what I'll do, I'll create another deployment repository. Okay, I can simply say a continuous deployment. Okay, guys, I'm just giving a structure. Okay, so continuous deployment structure. So I can create one continuous deployment folder, I mean repository. There I'm going to collect, I'll list it, all the services, all the microservices. I list it, and I can read each and every service. I mean, I can list it each and every service, and I can prepare those YAML files, and I can apply it simply kubectl apply all these YAML files, all YAML files. Kubectl apply command, I can use it simply. It will automatically deploy everything, single shot. Even if it is 100 or 200 or 300 services, don't worry. You can list it down, and you can prepare it in this one folder in a continuous deployment, and you have to run it. So what it does is this one, it is only do one activity, deployment into your Kubernetes. Okay, guys, that is the first step. Okay, so once you deploy, what you have to do, you have to utilize, right, that application. Is that working or not? And you are required to integrate or not. So there are according to the application. So you have to add even other details as well, right? We need a backend also, right? I mean, database is also required to set up. So what you will do in that case, it is also another pipeline. If you want to do that through pipeline, you can do that, or you can do that using some Terraform commands through pipeline, because database is little sensitive, okay, and critical. So generally people cannot refer to use pipelines, because if something is gone, your data can be lost, right? So that's the reason we are going to do it through terminal, guys. But you're going to develop definitely the scripts. It can be a Terraform scripts, it can be AZ-CLI commands, or it can be manual approach. But ultimately, you have to be very careful in a secured way. You have to manage these services like a Cosmos DB, MySQL DB, right? Databricks, Data Lake, all these services if required for your project, right? So if you take it up this diagram, you can understand easily, right? Have a look. Account DB, inventory DB, shipping DB. If it is lightweight DBs, for example, then people going to use even Kubernetes. That is also you can handle it. So you are now, suppose just pipeline is one interface. As an Azure DevOps, I mean, as a DevOps engineer, pipelines are one interface to run your application deployments, builds, and creations and all. So actual task is what? You have to understand about Azure platform. Is that clear, guys? If it is an Azure platform, for example. So what you do as part of the Azure platform, what is compute? What is storage? Nothing but a storage accounts. And what is a databases? What are the monitoring tools? Okay. And what is IAM? If you know these, fair enough. So if you take a computer as example, then especially virtual machines. Virtual machines. And mainly as an application point of view, Kubernetes, AKS cluster, guys, and app service. You have to learn about these in detail, in depth. This is very important. Okay, storage point of view, we are going to use widely. These two are, I mean, say blob container. Okay, blob container. Second one is what, guys? File share. You can use it. So databases, you can use PostgreSQL or MySQL. Okay, and the one is Cosmos DB, widely used ones. And the monitoring point of view, app application insights, application insights plus Azure Monitor for monitoring. And people, if it is, for example, I'll give you one other example. For example, if you don't want to use this application insights and Azure Monitor and all, you can also use third party. I mean, we are using Kubernetes, so I don't want to use all these. I can use it straight away. Monitoring point of view, Prometheus. I'll give you the steps how to deploy into Kubernetes using the for your Prometheus tool. Spread straightforward. Okay, that is one part. IAM is crucial. Okay, just like what we have discussed, service principle is one example. Managed identity is another one. User management. So how can you do that user management, guys? We are going to use Entra ID, app one more, it is app registrations. And another one is also their enterprise application. If you want to use, say, single sign-on, so enterprise application also going to help you to manage your users to get the authentication for your application, like Elasticsearch, your web application, or it can be your Insta cluster or whatever. Okay, you can use this option. Okay, guys. Now we have understood these concepts, right? So if you take it up this kind of, how you are going to how can you create it? Now you got a picture, like there are multiple services required. Now example, AKS is required, virtual machine is required, VNet is required, network security group is required. Have to create all these resources. So how can you create it, guys? Different methods, definitely we have discussed, right? We have, if you take Azure as an example, you can use portal is one example. You can use CLI, maybe PowerShell, maybe Bash shell. Another one is what, guys? You can use ARM templates, or you can use Terraform. What is the difference between these two? These are okay. It's pretty straightforward. Portal and CLI commands are nothing, but you can get it. Individual resources, we can create it. But I need a complete environment I want to spin up. I have different environments, like a dev, stage, production, and all. So how can you do that? How can you create it? What is a Terraform? So, or ARM template. Both are for what? infrastructure as a code concept. Agree, guys? Infrastructure as a code. Why we have to use this IaaC, infrastructure as a code? So what are the advantages will be there if I take it up IaaC? Okay, Terraform can support multiple cloud providers to infrastructure. That is clear. That is one part. What else? Okay, so nothing but what? To manage your resources. To manage your resources, these are the best options. For example, I can use a shell script. I can use PowerShell script by using AZ-CLI commands or PowerShell commands. But disadvantage is there. You cannot control. If you run it one time, it will create. Second time, if you run it once again, it will try to create a new resource. That is not correct, right? So what I'm expecting desired state. I'm expecting a desired state. One template, I want, even if I execute it many times, my resources cannot change. My resources going to be there as it is, whatever it is you have created. Whatever you mentioned as part of the template. If I declared 10 resources, like one is virtual machine, one is AKS, one is network security group, like that, all those things only going to be there if you run it 10 times also. Until unless if you modify some code, then only required to update. Until unless if you delete that code, then only required to delete that particular resource. And if you want to delete all the resources at a time, yes, one simple command should delete all. One simple command should create all. I don't want to touch once again the code side. Okay. Now, so we have understood about it's a desired state and managed resources. And say, if you want to create a resources, we need some code. So I don't want to develop a new code. That is also important. Like an application, I don't want to write a code. So like as part of an application development, we are going to write a lot of code. .NET code, or say Java Spring Boot code, or Python Django code, or Flask code, right? Scala, all those stuff. But we don't want here to develop your infrastructure. To create your infrastructure. So what I'm expecting DSLs, guys. I'm expecting a DSLs. So we have state file to maintain the desired state in a Terraform. Even ARM templates and all, we won't get straight away state files, but it will maintain same like a desired state. If you take a CloudFormation, or if you take a ARM templates, because those are all native to their respective clouds, right? If you take a ARM templates, Azure, CloudFormation, AWS. If you run it one time or two times, it won't affect anything. So it is also maintains. Little slight features change. Features going to change, but it's okay. It's also maintains the desired state. Nice. Okay. So now what is our point here? DSLs. So what is the definition of DSL? Even in your configuration management tools also we are going to use. Even if you use a Jenkins, we are also using the DSLs. Even our CloudFormation, Azure DevOps also we are using DSLs. Example, if you pick it up our code, just a minute. I'll take it up, new window, open a folder and say Azure DevOps. So we have used in here one. This is the one, right? We have used, I think so. Hit count application. Yes, this is the one we have used. Let me check. Yep, this is the one. Cool. Have a look here. Simple one. So if you take it up our YAML files, so these are all nothing but what? Steps wise. It's a DSL. This is one like a DSLs. Nothing but we are not going to create a, going to write a code or logic or something. We are going to use directly this methods, right? We are going to use a DSL methods. So we can straight away use those DSLs, domain specific language, Ansible, whatever you are going to use modules, those are all DSLs. Puppet, all those resources going to be a DSLs. Even Terraform also using the resources. Those are all we called as a DSLs. Now, DSL is nothing but by using one core language. Okay, so they'll develop some programs. That programs we are going to call. Like if you have a function and we are going to call that function with a different main function. Using main function, we are going to call another functions, another class functions. The same thing. Okay, Terraform also do same thing. So they've developed with the Golang. They've developed all the APIs, client libraries. They've developed everything through Golang and as a client library, and we are going to refer that library by declaring a simple DSL, a simple resource in one of our TF file, .tf file, right? Mainly using building blocks. That is nothing but a DSLs. Building blocks are nothing but. For example, if you want to create a virtual machine, what we will do? Simply, we'll come down here. I can simply say virtual machine Terraform. I can get it straight away. We're not writing any code. Simply we are referring this code, and I can simply change it according to what naming convention you want and what parameters you want to add it to customize according to your requirement. Simple. All those options also available in this. I mean, every parameter information is going to be there here. You, according to your, this is sample going to be there. You have to add it. If it is same thing, you can simply copy it and you can create it by using here. Simply, I can come down, right, and I can add it here like this. I can add one folder, for example, here, something like this, Terraform. There I can create one file called main.tf. I can add it everything. That's all. Just observe this. Automatically it's going to create a resource group. See, resource, your resource group is nothing but a DSL, some name, and you have to pass the parameters. That's all. Nothing but just like calling a function. We are just calling the function. We are declaring just functions, not defining. We are not defining, we are just declaring. That's what you have declared here. Azure Virtual Network, Azure RM Subnet, okay, and network interface. And all are interlinked. You can see Azure Virtual Machine. Here we are referring network interface ID. So where it is there, this network interface ID here. From this we are picking up. You can have a look, select it, automatically pointing. Azure RM network interface dot main dot ID. I can get an IP address and it will create your resource. Okay, guys. Now, if you want to run it, this same scripts, generally, if you want to run it from your local machine as a Terraform, just an example I'm just giving. Okay. So if you want to run a Terraform command from your local machine, what you'll do, I'll simply say Terraform init command, right? Terraform init command and the Terraform plan command, just something like this, out dev.plan, for example, then -var file, for example, simply use dev.var file, right? tfvars, simple. So terraform.init, it will initialize your Terraform. I mean, it will pull your resources or plugins. Then second step is what? You're going to plan what resources you going to create, how many resources going to create. It will tell about this plan. And the same plan you're going to apply, right? Terraform apply. Then I'm going to say dev.plan. That's all. Your plan going to be applied. It's going to create your resources. Then same thing. If you don't want, you can destroy it. Simply, I can say Terraform destroy. Or if you have a plan, I mean, if you have a tfvars files, it cannot straight away, it cannot take. So what I'll do, Terraform apply -destroy and then -var file is equal to dev.tfvars. So that it automatically takes. You have to control it. This is not required to execute sequentially. Whenever you want to destroy, you have to. If not, then you can skip this step. You can add it as a different pipeline. Okay. So this is the one we can use it. Am I right? Okay. Suppose if you want to develop this code, what you have to do? But authentication is also important, right? If it is a local, if you run it from your local, we can do it straight away here. AZ login command. If it is a AWS, then I can use AWS configure command. Simple. AZ login, you will get authentication. You can straight away run it. Your scripts. It works. But how about Azure DevOps pipeline, guys? That is important. That is a little difference. It will differs differently. So what do you have to do? Okay. So if you use, for example, a pipelines, the pipeline can be Azure DevOps pipeline, GitHub Actions, or code pipeline, or a Jenkins, or whatever. Okay. You have to get that values. What values? Instead of using AZ login, because it is not prompt, right? I mean, AZ login required, it can prompt you to enter your username and password. But pipelines cannot, right? Pipelines cannot. So how can you do that? So we are going to use a token indirectly. That is nothing but service principle. Agree, guys? It is indirectly. What you have to do? You have to use a service principle. But how can you use a service principle for your authentication? It is also provided by Terraform itself. Example, I'm just speaking only Terraform. Okay. So you can have a look here. I'm just coming here, say Terraform, install Ubuntu. I'll go into the Terraform section. You can go into your Azure section. See Azure. It's pretty straightforward, guys. Everything is going to be there. Don't worry. So you can say start, build. You can have a look, guys. Authentication, AZ login. Just now we have discussed. This is general if you want to do manually. But if you take it up, see guys here, this is the command you have to use. First, you have to do it manually on your cloud shell, guys. AZADSP create RBAC role contributor scope subscription ID. So you have to give your subscription ID. You will get a one service principal. You have to give even name also here. Hyphen name is equal to ABC something, but blah blah. ABCSPN. Okay. Yeah. Then application ID, display name, password, and tenant. Is it okay? App ID, display name, password, and tenant. So these details, especially password, tenant, and app ID and subscription ID. Hey, you can have a look this. In the recent demo I have given here, one of GitHub Actions demo I've used here. I'm just showing now. Let's have a look here, guys. Hey, you can see that. So what I'm doing here, provider going to be there, and backend going to be there, and main.tf file going to be there, and dev.tf. Everything. I mean, you people know about these, right? If I just show it up, I hope you can understand, right? So what you'll do first, you're going to add your providers.tf file. But generally, this is not going to be there. You can have a look in this also. Your main document also, you can check it out. So this is the one, it is there. What they're suggesting, you have to set this environment variables. You have to use environment variables here. But if it is in the local machine, yes, it's okay. But how about Azure DevOps Pipeline? It is going to be there on the fly. Your agent going to select on the fly while running time itself. So there is no environment variables there all. I cannot set easily. That is not safe. So the best option is, yes, you have to use these options with this approach. You can have a look, guys. You have to, but don't add directly those values. That is not secure. So as part of the best practice, you should not add your credentials as part of your code. So what you will do, I'll simply, if it is a YAML file, take it up this example, guys. Okay, same. I mean, it is also a same like Azure DevOps. Of course, both are same, interchanged. What I'm doing, guys, here, by looking this snippet, what you understood, replacing passwords with secrets using bash script. It's a sed command on bash script. So we are just replacing. But from where we are picking up these values? Secrets. We're using secrets. But if I take an Azure platform, what I have to do? There are two approaches. So we can use, if it is a pipeline, then better you can go for library. In the library section, you can add all these details and you can fetch it like a variable. If it is a code, like application code, then you can use Key Vault. So both options you can use it. Take it up Jenkins, take it up GitHub Actions and all. They're also providing this kind of option, securing the things. If it is a GitHub Actions, for example, then they're providing one security, secrets section. You can add it. If you take if you take a, say, Azure DevOps, then what we will do? We just going to use the library, what we have seen here. Library option, you can use it. You can add it here. Straight away, you can replace it. There is a replace method is already, replace DSL is already there. It will automatically replace. Clear, guys? Good. This is one thing. Simple, right? So once it is done, straight away, I'm not doing anything great. See, I can Terraform init, whatever simple command, like a shell commands. If you take it, for example, Azure DevOps, then Azure DevOps is also going to provide a DSL. If you come down here, say pipelines section, you can get it. For example, if you want to add it, one task, yes, you can use that option. See, for example, I'm just come down, Terraform task in Azure DevOps example. See, guys, here, I'll get it straight away from Azure DevOps Lab. I think the deployments cloud can get it or not. Let's check all these things. Okay. No, this is a different approach. It's going towards plan and not example. You can say Terraform task. So YAML file. I'll get it. See, I think official one also going to get it. Somewhere you can see. Is there anything? Implement integration testing with the Terraform and Azure, or you can use this option. Microsoft Azure DevOps Pipelines and all. You can also use it. You can have a look. Implement integration test for Terraform project in Azure. Okay, Terraform validate, init and all, validate Terraform configuration, static code analysis, all these things are there. Task, you can see, run Terraform init command. Like this you can use better, you can get it here. Azure Pipelines from Microsoft official one. You can see guys here. Build, deploy test. But this is not the one. Actually, there is a task going to be there. You can get it straight away if you create it. Let me check once. I'll create a new pipeline, for example. Okay. Azure repositories. And we can use DevOps. Deploy Azure Kubernetes, Docker, existing Azure pipeline, start a new show more. You can have a look. Somewhere it is there, anything Terraform. So integration, these are like a plugins you can extensions, I can say. I think is not straightforward. I can say start pipeline, something like this. And if you want to add it, for example, simple one, save this. Commit and directly under main branch. Okay, save this. Okay, run pipeline. And then if you want to edit, you can simply say edit here, left side, you can get it here. Yes. Now, can you search it out here, Terraform? Might be not there, but you have to install that particular extension. If it is not there means you can install it, plugins. If you go into the extension section, somewhere extensions here, it is going to be there. Can you check somewhere? Organization level or in here it is going to be there. You can use that option. Settings, general, pipelines, triggers, options, all there. But you can get it here. Team configuration, project configuration, GitHub connections, service hooks, databases, permissions, teams, and all going to be there. But this is our one is a private personal one, right? So if you subscribe it, if you get a plan, right, you can get it here somewhere. Help going to be there. You can see, guys. Service status, make suggestions, contact support, reporting a bug, privacy policy, code of conduct, key of, and all. It's going to be. I mean, we can get it that. You can also use that option, or else you can come down, say go back. Where is our pipeline? So here it is just like how it is showing, right? All these options you can use it, or else you can use simple shell script. Am I right? It's not a big deal. You can say, for example, script a Azure CLI or a bash script. Like this, you can use it, bash. So by using this script path and all inline, for example, then here you can add it. Simply say Terraform init. It'll get it. So add it the task. So guys, here it is getting or not this task. So like this, you have to add it here. Terraform init something. Then save this. Cool. Good. And you can run it your task straight away. Of course, as part of the code, everything is going to be there. So everything you are handling through code. Only you have to task as part of the pipeline. You have to say Terraform init command. Is that clear, guys? So shall we take it up this example? So if you want to get it that details and all, what you have to do, you have to create a cloud. I mean, go into the cloud shell, create a one service principal, get those details and add it to your library. And then you can replace it, those values. That's all. You can run it your Terraform going to be create. So we'll try one example so that you can get to know in detail how to run it and all. One snippet for Kubernetes, guys. See, we have just checked out here one thing. Straight away, we got it Azure Virtual Machine. Can anyone quickly search and provide AKS cluster? Yeah. So try to find it that AKS. Simple, you can get it. It's not a big deal, right? So if I just come down, say Google here, AKS Terraform. Nothing. We are not doing anything great. Just straight away we can get it. AKS Terraform. Example. See guys here. Deploy an Azure Kubernetes service cluster using Terraform. See, even Azure itself is providing that facility. You can have a look, right? See, ARM template, bicep Kubernetes extension, everything is, guys, creating. So you can refer this, you can get everything. See, ARM template also is providing. Simply, you have to use this ARM template. So this is a script. It's a resources, just resources. If you understand, it's very simple. You can have a look. This is, we know that, Terraform provider. So here we are adding our details. So you have to copy this. Okay. Then second step is what? We are giving the random pet some value and AZ API resource action, public key, something you have to add it. And then resource, key data. And in the main dot section, you can just come down Kubernetes cluster, guys. Right? It's just a Kubernetes. Whenever you create a Kubernetes cluster, it will ask your details, right? All those things, network profile, SSH key, Linux profiles, node pools, node count. You can have a look. Node count variable. We're just adding that from here somewhere. Random count, blah blah blah. Somewhere we are added, I think so. Or else you have to pass that variable. So that variables also they've defined here. True. Cool. So just straight away you can copy this and you'll get the resource group name, Kubernetes cluster name, certificate, client key, CA certificate, cluster key details, all those things you are going to get it. And see, you are going to init command, plan command, apply command. So these details you have to add it straight away. Okay. Okay, so if you come down here, so what we need first of all to run this program, we need a repository, first step, right? So what we have to do next, so we have to create one simple repository. Let's take it up. I have this repository, right? Terraform, for example. So what I'll do, come down into this section, say repositories. Okay, I'm just going to create a repository called a Terraform, guys. Okay, let me pick it up this. So we have created one simple Terraform. So I'll clone this repository using, if you want to use it, I think it works, I believe so. To push something, you can copy this. I'll come down here into the terminal. Say, first I'll open a terminal, pwd, say Azure DevOps something, and here is this git clone. Okay, I'm just trying to cloning into local. Let's see, is that going to happen or not? You're able to. Okay, so pwd and say Terraform. Good. Now we have some content. We needed some content. So what I'll do, I have one. Okay, guys. So this is a code, sample code, but we don't have here Kubernetes one. I'll open that. So first we'll take it up this quickly example, then we can add our code. So that's a better option. So I'll close this, a new window. I can open it and say here, open a folder, say Azure DevOps demo, Azure DevOps here. We have Terraform code. Let's pick it up this, guys. So just have a look here. Okay, main.tf file. It is some code is there, Azure Virtual Machine, but we can add another one also, not a problem. So we'll take it up this example. That just have a look here, dev.tf vars. It's a simple dev location and provider section. So we need these 4 details. We'll take it up that also. And variables, storage.tf. If you want, you can use this option, but it is not required in our case right now. So delete this. Okay, guys, cool. So what it does is backend. So what is a backend in Terraform? Why we have to use this? To store your state file into central location, because over is going to be run your Terraform script from local, from Cloud Shell, from your virtual machine, from your container, from your pipeline. But the state should not change, right? So that's the reason our Terraform code directly going to point it to your backend. So that's what it is here. Nothing but your Terraform TF state file going to store your into your blob container, blob storage account. So that's those details you have to add it. This is manual step. You have to create it, account, storage account, and then you have to add these details so that it will automatically runs. If not, it will fail. This is the first step. Okay. And now let's come down, guys. First, what we will do before doing this activity. So I'll come down into, we have to push this code. Am I right? So we have to push this code, updated something, commit it, guys. Sync these changes. Okay. So we are directly pushing that part. So we are just getting here. Just refresh. Nice. We have our code. I'm just added whatever virtual machine we have, same code. It's a virtual machine code, but we are going to add it that part Terraform as well. But we'll run this first. So what do you have to do, guys? Next, we have to create a first pipeline. Then we'll experience it. What kind of errors we might face, right? So you have to come down into the pipeline section. You can create a pipeline straight away, and you're going to use Azure repository, Terraform, and start a pipeline. Start a new pipeline. So like this, it will get it. Okay, so then I'll save this pipeline. To run this pipeline, what we need, guys? Agent is required. So is our agent is running or not? Let me check. Agent pools. Hey, it's my pool. I think it is not running, it seems. Yes, it's not running. Okay, it's not running. Okay, I'm just coming here. See, this is one account. So we have to log in here. So what command we have used, guys, here? Run data search, right? Yes. So now it is there, so we can use it straight away. That's nice. But before that, what we have to do? Yeah, it's now online. Come down into this and say repositories. We have to add our stuff, right? So it's not Terraform. I can say AIB. So not AIB. I think we have used it count application.yaml file. So we have used this agent pool, right? So we have to add this pool as well. Okay. So this one we have to add it and come down here, refresh it so that you can get that latest code into our local. So what we are doing now, we are just pulling the pipeline.yaml file. Yes, we have here. Okay, so in this pool section, what I have to do? Simply add this stuff. Okay, so this is the stuff. Now we got it. So now just save this. And if I run it, automatically should run. Let's see. Simple one. I mean, we are not running Terraform yet. Let's see. Sync changes. Okay, there is a actually we have searched here, right? One thing about AKS, Kickstart, build and just a minute, pipeline, Terraform. We'll take this example. Only small stuff need to change it. That is nothing but here Terraform steps, backend security, Azure DevOps pipeline, right? Yes, service connection. So you can see, guys, creating service connection in ADO. And then here is the organization of the Azure pipeline.yaml file. You can have a look. Okay, I'm looking for this template plan.yaml file. It's going to call the template. So then you can come down into another pipeline. Where is another one? Sample one. Yes, this is that I'm expecting, guys. You can have a look. Okay, so this task I'm expecting. It is automatically installs your Terraform. You need not to worry about installing the Terraform utility command in your agent section. And then it is initialize backend service. Okay, and Terraform task, validate your task, plan your Terraform, apply your Terraform. See, copy file, something it is taking, instructions and all. So publish it. These things are not required. Up to this level is fair enough. Okay, so what I'll do, I don't want all, we'll take it up one by one. I only take it up this task. First step, installing the latest one. So where in our script, what I'll do, instead of that, we can pick it up. So we have this sample code already. We have picked up another one is this pipelines, right? Okay, I'll go this one. Okay, and copy this complete content as it is. We don't want to waste our time, so we can take it up. So these Kubernetes and all not required right now. How many jobs are there? Deployment job is there. So deployment job time being, you can remove it. Okay, guys, and here this Docker in place of Docker task. So what I can do, I can get it from here. Okay, guys, cool. So what do you do now? We are just installing. Okay, install Terraform. See, first install Terraform. Install always need to be installed on every stage. So that's the reason it's going to be take it up. Display name and latest version. It's going to pick it up. Let's save this, guys. Okay, now plus update, commit it, sync the changes, say okay. So it will automatically triggers the pipeline. Now let's see, is that going to be triggered or not? So now we have pushed it. Is this pipeline triggered or not? Let me check. Pipelines, Terraform, just now. So why it is failed? Can you check? Updated pipeline.yaml file, line number 12, unexpected value, line number 37. Okay, let me check here. Okay, just a minute. Stages is there. What are the values are it's giving? Line number 12, line number parameters not required, all these things right now. You can, as of now, you can remove this, all this stuff. This also can remove it. Okay, so this is the one. Just save this and run once. Sync these changes. Cool. I'll do one thing. Say pipelines, new pipeline, repo. Say, for example, Terraform, starter pipeline, save and run. Okay, so it is going to take it up. It will fail. Of course, we know that. Then you can say pull it. We'll take a standard one only. Okay, one we have to use. Here in the Ubuntu latest section, what we have to do? We have to use this Linux agent pool name demands. Okay, so I'm just changing that value so that it will trigger quickly. That's nice. Save this. Updated. So it will automatically trigger this pipeline. So it is simple one. So hopefully this will trigger Terraform 8. Even this is failed. Can you see what is option? Line number 11. Yeah, agent is running, right? So pick it up here and say Terraform 8. Okay, no problem. We'll see, edit, rename Terraform pipeline, for example. So it is triggering properly, right? So this is not a problem. Means, so what is this about edit? Okay, sync this change. Now it will trigger. Go into the pipelines. Count is failed. It's okay. Now we'll see what is going to be there. This pipelines, refresh. Terraform pipeline is triggered or not. We have the code, right? Okay, cool. Now let's see. Now it started somewhat. It's okay. This is failed or not, it's not matter. So let's keep it as it is. Now you just need to come down here in this section. We have to add this task. Might be this is not allowing. Oh, it's not copied. Is this triggered? Okay, I think the task is may not be a file not found. Ubuntu work machine, no Docker file matching Ubuntu this blah blah. It's okay. Latest one is triggered or not? Some the related pipeline trigger just now. See guys, line number 57 column unexpected value. Line number 57. Let's see what is there. Okay. So time being you can enable this step, no problem. Anyway, it cannot reach there. So what I'll do, edit, something updated, commit it, sync the changes, say okay. Yeah, see this is I'm expecting. You can have a look guys here. See Terraform installer is not there. Okay, this is one important learning point. So if you need some DSL, nothing but a Terraform installer. We have used here Terraform installer, but we are not able to install. So for that case, what is required? You can see this usually indicates the task is not installed and you may be able to install it from the marketplace. Just click on it here. Okay, is this going or not? Let me check. Okay, see, click on it. No, not logs and all. Marketplace. I think it is not showing failed view documentations. Okay, so we have to go marketplace, then we have to install it. I think that can be how to do that. Generally, if you click on it, it will automatically go. See, marketplace.visualstudio.com. See guys here. Okay, HTTPS marketplace.visualstudio.com. So now let's see. HTTPS marketplace.visualstudio.com. Here, see, just observe this. Okay, so what do you need? Terraform. Can you search? Okay, so Azure DevOps, I think it is suggestions. Make sure the words are spelled correctly. Okay, my mistake. Terraform. Yes, guys, we have free everything. You see, getting right. So whatever integration you can get it here. So if I say, for example, first one, just do this, get it free. and it will automatically redirect to your account. Hopefully, let's see. Cool, right? See, install it. So which one is this? Because if you observe this, yeah, 120.193.1.5. So it is installing, checking permissions and install status of DevOps March something. I mean, organization level, there is that extension. Simple. I hope you people know about Visual Studio. Same like extensions. In Visual Studio, how we are going to use extensions, same way we are going to use it here as well. Cool. Now let's see, is this done? Azure DevOps Server and blah, blah, blah. I think it's done. Okay. Now let's run our pipeline quickly. Just run new main. The task is missing the pipeline installer once again. Okay, let me come down here, connect this, install it. It's okay. So can you search another one about installer? Leave this page, Terraform installer, search, install Terraform and run Terraform commands and all. Yes, right. This is true. Got it free. I think we have to install it. I think we missed out that. Install. Proceed to organization. Cool, guys. Done. So pipelines. And take our pipeline. Run new. Main it. So this time is progressing. Okay, good. It's done. So install Terraform. Done. Let us touch it. Okay. So this is the one. Deploy staging waiting. What is this about? The pipeline needs permission to access resource before this run. Okay, not required. Keep it as this. Cancel it. Okay, good. Next step is what you have to do. Pick it up, guys, here. So you have to run this Terraform script, init command, right? So this is important now in our case. So you have to add it here. See, instead of running Terraform init command explicitly, I mean like a shell command, what we are doing now, we are using this step. So Azure itself is providing this facility. You can see Terraform task for install initialize the Terraform, initializing this. You can remove this. I mean, this is not required, the comments. Okay, Azure RM provider, init command. You can see working directory. So working directory, as usual, it is in the current directory only. It's not required this. So you can remove this option. Straight away, you can keep it as it is. Default. Backend service connection name. Backend. Okay. And group name, account name, container name, backend Azure RM key. You can get it. So if you want to get a service connection, what you have to do? So you have to pass those values as a variable, or you can hard code it here. That's your choice. In the variable section, you can add it here. See service connection name. If you want to give it, copy this as it is. You can add it here as a service connection section. Colon something. So you can come down into our code. Okay. And pipelines, pick it up, service connection. Okay. So we have to create here one thing. I think we have already, right? AIB subscription one is already there, right? So I'll pick it up this name. Okay. I can add it here. It will use automatically. Okay, cool. And this is going to be a Terraform, for example, TF stage, job is TF. Okay, and here, so this is clear. Now working directory we got it, and service connection name now we got it. So what about these details, guys? Group name, account name, container name, and backend Azure RM key. These 4 details you have to get it. Okay, so to do that, you have to come down into the portal, come down into storage account. You can create it one. You can pick it up like this, create. So I think we have used in our local already. Pick it up this backend.tf. Same naming convention, you can use it, guys. So tf state rg, say okay, and the storage account name, region, you can use it. It's fine. Anything is fine. And primary service, it's a blob container. The standard you can use as a local. Redundant storage. What we are doing now, we are creating a storage account. So review and create it, guys. Good. So now you can say create. Good. Now you can come down here. So what is the name we have used here? Say TF state. So same thing, you can come down, go into blob containers here. You can create a container, add it, right? Simple stuff, done. The same details you can fill it up. So whatever we have here, same thing you can add it as part of the pipeline, guys. Okay, if you want to add it backend name, see that parameters dot environment. Can you help me how to do this, all these values? So sometimes you'll get it dead straight away, default values, or you have to pass the parameters. If not, environment equal to dev, environment equal to stage, environment equal to production, something like that. So that it'll use. Or else, in our case right now, you can say group name is this. You can add it. Timing, I'm just hard coding. Okay. And what about account? Account is here. So you can take the account name, guys. And a container name. Container name, if you pick it up here itself, CTF state file. That was just credentials. So it is providing straight away the facility here itself without setting a backend.tf file. And backend Azure RM key. See, what is this, guys? Can anyone help me? Backend Azure RM key. Yes. Where we have to add all those details. So we have to get that access key from your storage account. Am I right? So we have to go into the storage account. See, guys, here. So go into the storage account. So home page, storage accounts, and get into this access keys. Okay, so now what you have to do? So you have to get these guys here. So you have to be very careful, but don't keep it here. General as a practice, don't give it here. But just to run this one, we are adding. But generally, we are going to keep this as a key here. You have to come down, go into your account, say here, pipelines library. You have to refer this library. For example, Devo variable group, you can add it here. Say add key here, and this is going to be a storage key, for example, storage account key, something like that. You can save this and you can replace. You can use these all variables. You can pass as a variable and you can get it. Instead of declaring all these variables here, see, we are doing this variable section here, right? Instead of that, what I can do that? We can use a group variable name. We have already discussed that. You have to just give a variable group name is equal to something. Automatically, you can use parameters dot something. Automatically, you can fetch those all values. So need not to do that straight away. Okay, in the file, if you want to update it, then you replace it. Or if you want to use it in the pipeline straight away, parameters dot, you can add it like this. Cool. So just some timing I'm adding here. And what else? So everything is done. So service connection also we have added, TF stage and all these. And if everything is correct, it will automatically trigger. Okay. And in this case, I think this provider information, I believe it's not required. Automatically it will refer that particular connection. I think so. Time being, what I'll do, I'll comment it. Let's see what kind of error we may face. We'll try. Backend also, I'm just going to comment it. If not, we can add those details also, not a problem. So save these guys. Okay, save all, and you can come down, say plus, update it, guys. Sync it. Now, if everything is done, then automatically Terraform going to be triggered. Okay, you can have a look. Pipelines. Is this pushed or not? The change. Yeah, we have pushed it. Just now. Started. And come down. Stage deploy depends on unknown stage build. What is this? Okay, I got it. So this is TF. Stage is Terraform. Okay, guys. Cool. So this time it's going to trigger properly. Cool. It's going on. Let me check. Yeah, it started. Successfully configured backend Azure RM. Good. Very good. Use this backend unless the backend configuration changes. Beautiful. It's done. Init command is done. Now, next step, as usual, validate. Of course, validate is not required, so you can avoid that. And you can have a look. Plan command, right? So you can use this plan command. So you can add it. Cool. So here, this is the plan. One more step. One more step. Good. So working directory, of course, in the current directory, and environment service name Azure RM service connection name. See, automatically that is advantage. See, you can have a look where we are adding. I'm sorry. So this is not here to add. Control X. You can get it. Service connection name and lock is equal to var file is equal to something. You see these all. So what is this command options? So var file is equal to. So you can simply say in our case parameters dot environment. So in our case, I'm just going to say dev dot tfvars because we have those dev dot tfvars and a system dot working directory. And this is not going to be there. You can use this terraform dot tf plan. It will automatically create. So, or else you can say dev dot tfvar. Better terraform only you can keep it because common for all. Okay, guys. So var file selecting the tfvars out is equal to this creating the plan file to infrastructure. So here itself you're adding here itself. Okay, so these details you have to move to right side, I think so. Cool. Because YAML structure. That's all, guys. If it is done, you can add whatever resource you want, you can add it. Good. Now you can say plus if this is true, if it is works this done, then we are our task is done. Sync changes. Okay, initializing the Terraform. So next step is required to trigger. Cool, something is wrong. Can check it out. Variable file dev.tfvars does not exist. Tfvars we have, right? Dev.tfvars we have. I think maybe path is wrong. Yes, this path is not correct. Dev.tfvars. Save this. Only first time you are going to get this syntax errors and all. Later, everything you are going to concentrate on your code, not on the pipeline. This is only first time. Then later, everything you are going to focus on this. Your backends, your main.tf files, your aks.tf files and all those. Right? Okay, good. Now let's take it up, modify and change it. So it is triggering. Done. You can say here Terraform pipelines. So now it started. Move it. Good. So it is triggering now. Okay. Now let's see here. Initialization. I mean, Azure storage account, we have used subscription, nothing but service connection. But in this case, because Terraform is provider is not referring the subscription. Of course, we have not added any subscription details here. Am I right? Of course, service connection name, we have used environment service name Azure RM, but still it is not considering. Okay, so what you have to do? So then what we have to do? So instead of using this option, we have to go with this option, especially here in the provider.tf file. So you have to get these values. If not, then we are getting this kind of error. AZ-CLI command. Is that clear, guys, everyone? So what you have to do? You have to go into your Cloud Shell, for example. Okay, I'm just going into the Cloud Shell. So can you create it? Simple subscription. Sorry, service principal. Something I can say Azure DevOps TF. Now we will get it. Cool, guys. So we have to add all these details. Client ID. Come down into the section here, library. Okay. As part of the library, you can go into this library section. You can add all these details. So you can say client ID. This is your client ID. Then client ID section, you have to get those values. So this is your client ID value. Okay. And client secret. and subscription ID. You can use the subscription ID. Exact values. Okay. So small error also it's going to be cause the connection issue. So you have to add it this guys. Nothing but this is nothing but indirectly we are integrating. Okay. So tenant ID. You can get it tenant ID. Of course, you have to add all these details. That's all. Can come down. You can add it all these details, guys. That's all. Save it. Now we have to use this variable group. This group, we have to use it. How can you do that here? So come down into the pipeline section. Somewhere we have used already. Can we pick it up? Say pipelines, shell dev pipelines, edit. See guys here, variable group, something like this. You have to add it. Straightforward. You can come down into this section in the variable section. We can add it something like this, variable group. Okay, so whatever details if you're not required to use, you can remove all these stuff, tag, image pull secrets and all. You can remove this. For example, service connection name also if you want to give it. Okay, you can come down, you can give it here in the library section, guys. Library section, say add subscription name, subscription 1. Cool. Everything we are passing through here itself. Save it. And here you can remove this, even this parameter also not required. Only variables and variable group is fair enough. Okay, good. This is one thing you can take it up. So provider section, we are enabling this. It can use. Cool. But how can you replace these values? Yeah, you're getting those values. It's okay. Client ID, client secret, tenant ID, subscription ID. So if you want to replace it, what we will do, we just going to use it like this, guys. There is a replace token going to be there. You can check it out, that option. So it's fair enough. It'll automatically replace like this. Okay. So these values, if you want to replace, you have to come down into this section. You have to add before running this plan. Okay. You have to replace, you have to use it, replace section. So is this there here? Can you check it out somewhere? Replace. I don't think so. It is not there. So can you quickly check it out? Replace. So replace values in Azure pipeline. You can see guys, Azure pipelines. How to replace a variable strings inside the Azure pipelines. You can see. So there are multiple options will be there. So this is not the one. Okay, cool. PowerShell. No, this is not the one. There's a step you will get it. Variables, steps, literals, string, and contain values, parameters, variable sections. No, these are all not. There is a copy or replace. No, it's not coming. You can simply search in this way. How to get group variables, group vars into a file. So define variables, you can use this option. There is a replace tag is there. I'm just checking that part. You can see user defined multi-line variables, environment variables, scripts. See variables dot one. This is the way you can use it. But there is a replace option going to be there, right? Set variables, ms build. Last point. Just check it out, guys. Set secret variables, Azure file copy, username and password, PowerShell. One more it is there. It's not showing that option. There is a replace option is there. Replace tokens. You can simply say this, guys. Replace tokens task in Azure. Yep. Now you get it. You can have a look somewhere. The code. So library, we're using these values. Then you can use in the YAML file variables, use .NET Core. Yes, this is the one expecting, guys. You can use this option, replace tokens. Okay, replace tokens, something this. It can help. inline variables, target files. So replace tokens. So it is going to be there. You can use it. Okay. So you can have a look. Inputs, additional variables. All these are all. It's okay. So you can use this option. Copy it, guys. That's all. It'll automatically replace those values and you can run it. Okay. Before getting into the initial command, you can use. See, actions are missing and all. So you have to use workspace, that is provider.tf. That's all. Automatically those values going to be replaced. Underscore sections. Good. This is one thing. You can use it and you can run it. It's straightforward. And after that, any number of, whatever code you want, you can keep it as part of the repository. You can get it, guys. So I'll share this repository for you people so you can use this. What I'll do, I can use a GitHub repository. You can use that option. Okay. So that is one thing. One more important. So if you just come down, hey, what is this environments about? It's simple. You're going to create a multiple environment, something like this, dev. Okay. So for what resources you want to align with this dev. So you can create it like this. So you can add the resources so that it will be aligned with this dev account. Then as part of the pipeline, you can say environment equal to dev. So then only, if you use the environment equal to dev, then only those resources you can use it. You can able to access it. So you can add a number of different resource environments, and we are going to use those environments straight away as part of the pipeline. But simple environment purpose is what? Just for resource restriction. Even if you're not use environment, not a problem. Create your resources and all. But to restrict it, for example, I'm going to create a AKS cluster for dev. Then dev name should be there with the only dev environment. So we are going to use a environment variable, something like this. See, here it is using. You can have a look at parameters.nv. If you use dev, those permissions we are going to use it. Just a parameter. You can consider just tagging. It is indirectly we are using as a tagging part. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure DevOps course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-400 Azure DevOps Certification exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure DevOps.